breaking my balls, Mario! God damn it!
There we go. Unfortunately, when it comes to YouTube playlist, I have to wait for it to load to the next thing, but howdy everyone. Uh, it's me, the funny little Otzel person. I'm floating above in the sky. Let's fix that. Hold on. Nope. We're fixed now. Uh, game-wise, look at that. We are almost at 500 platinums. Also, welcome. Speaking of Platinum's wife. Welcome with that, redeem earlier during the loading times. In terms of what the plan is here, there's a couple different things planned here. One will be the platinum for the double platinum for Call of Duty Black Ops 1. I'm missing 2 trophies each in this. As you'll notice right now, I have 19,996 trophies. The only thing different from what I was doing between this stream and the last stream is I did more Black Ops 2 zombies to try to clear up. I did 25 trophies for that. Because there was a roughly almost like a 40 trophy deficit I needed to clean up to get to the point of this 20k, and I knew I was going to do Black Ops 2 eventually anyway, so it's just like, do that really quick zombie stuff without having to do all the Easter eggs and shit. I didn't feel like playing the main game though, so I also cleaned it up with this, Sam Max Beyond Space and Time Episode 1. Of course, if you check here, I've done Episode 1 and 2 on the PS4 port. Hello, sir, thank you. Hello to you as well. But I finished the first 2 episodes and only that so far. So I thought, oh, I could do the PS3 stacks. I will say, it looks a lot worse and it controls a lot worse. It's like I'm glad I'm playing the PS4 versions first. But playing this one PS3 version made me kind of respect it a bit more. I think I will save these for actually when I beat the full game, because I kind of want all these back to back to back to back, episode 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 on the trophy list. So maybe I'll save 1 trophy for each of these episodes. That might not be a terrible idea. But that's a future me problem. The plan for the stream today is, like I said, I'm gonna platinum Black Ops 1 2 different times for the hit 20,000, but we're not gonna start the stream with that. It's gonna be more of a hype moment when we hit about halfway through the ranking of the games. And let me swap on over to ranking of said games real quick. Actually, let me first mute this audio, the PlayStation audio, and then we'll go back to listening to music. This is the soundtrack to the game VVVVVV. It's the letter V 6 times, and it's... Actually, if I can show it real quick on this before I swap over. I actually have it wishlisted on PlayStation. I was waiting for it to go on sale. Eventually, I might just buy it anyway, say fuck it, but... No platinum, very hard game. I own it on Steam, very fun. Just yeah, obviously the graphics are very retro. Almost Atari. Yeah, I'd probably say more like late Atari graphics. But yeah, the platforming aspects are quite rough, especially for the beating the whole game without dying. Shout out to friend of the stream, Tanoki, who has a few more platinums than little old me. Should have the VVVV. To be honest, I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it quickly here, so it might not be worth... Yeah, it's going to put all his stuff at the bottom, isn't it? So it's probably not worth me even looking for it. But he does have the 100% on that, which is wild. Anyway. I'm going to put back on the music now. Oh, I forgot to do it again. We're going to put back on the... Mute it first, and then do that. And then we're going to put back on the music. If it's too loud, let me know. Reminds me of Z. That's just a joke on V being a letter next to Z and it rhymes, or is there actually a game called Z? I turn this a little bit down on my specific end. I think it looks like it's fine on the audio level end. But let me know if it's like too loud or... there's no way it's too quiet on this. But yeah, let me swap on over to the main crux of the stream here. There we are. Let me delete this scene real quick, actually, because I was using this to test something yesterday. Actually, I suppose I could just rename this scene here. We'll rename it to... We'll just rename it to Steam, I suppose, and we'll put it at the bottom where it's never going to be used again. I was trying to record something for, when I was doing Peak with Johnny, in the stream Johnny Mortem, and it didn't really work out for me, but anyway, if we look at this, here we go, I made this tier list maker. This is all 500 platinums lined up properly for like what this should be, including the 2 platinums I don't technically have yet, but like, it's one of those situations where it made sense to... Let me try to look for a trophy log. Trophy log, platinum. Okay, then we open this as like its own separate page here, so I can click back and forth. The idea here is that we're gonna look starting from the very beginning here. Ooh, look at that, this is unobtainable. But I still have it, because I got it back before it became unobtainable. That's cool, I like that I can see which ones, this would be cool to see like which ones I'm dope as shit at for getting before it's shut down. But yeah, we'll reach 500 platinum. I'll wait till I hit like 250 of the things. Or maybe, you know, maybe we'll make it the halfway point, because I know platinum 200 is my 10,000th total trophy. So we can like earn a platinum, like one of the Black Ops. Maybe we'll earn both of those like right then, and then I'll continue the tier list afterwards. But we made some tiers that I think are pretty good. Obviously, you have the standard S, A, B, C, D, F. But we include a couple extra tiers so that we don't have to sit there and like talk about the same game 500 times. We have the slop tier, which is going to include, for example, something like AI cash grab type games. So like Edgy Rush here, for example, which was just like a free PlayStation game. If they're free games, I'll play some free games here and there. So like those get put on that sort of list. You cheated not only the game but yourself, obviously shout out to that meme, but so that would apply to a game such as, what's a good example? I know a good example, I'm trying to find out where on the list said good example is. Subnautica is a good example. I played this for like 20 minutes legit, wasn't really vibing with it, and so I cheated the rest of it. So yeah, it's not fair for me to rate the game in that sort of sense. Repeat plats are where the plats are exactly the same, but if something about the experience is what I think is like different enough to warrant repeating it again, then we'll talk about it, but otherwise... Yeah, there it goes for that. So we'll just start in order and just go here. This was, obviously if you want me to go like more in depth about the individual games, I guess, in terms of like how I feel about them. I guess I didn't talk about the rest of these real quick, I'll talk about that. It's like S tier is pretty obvious. Like, they don't have to necessarily be 10 out of 10 games, but like they have to be pretty good, like pretty close to 10 out of 10. Like, I think a game that's 9 out of 10 would make it on that list. A has like minor flaws. This is usually like minor flaws that are enough to annoy me, not like actual minor flaws, I guess. B is either annoying trophies or some gameplay aspects are annoying. So an example of this would be like, we'll get to it, but like Platinum like 91-ish or something, Dishonored has some bullshit DLC trophies. Now, it's not necessarily needed for the Platinum, and there is an argument to be made. Some of these will only be me talking about like whether or not if I played the DLC, then I'll probably talk about the DLC experience. I was debating back and forth whether or not I would include DLC for it. I suppose I should only count the main game. And we can save DLC for some of it, because this is just a Platinum, and some of these don't have the DLC. I don't know if you can hear my dog in the background whining over some stupid shit and barking. But that's just how that's gonna have to go, I guess. But yeah, some of these I know I don't have the DLC for because I just haven't bought it, so like I would have no idea how to... Like, it wouldn't be fair for me to rate them. For example, Platinum 420 is high on life around here somewhere. It's all around this general area. Should be like somewhere around here, isn't it? Am I crazy? It should be like somewhere right around here. Oh, here it is. Yeah, hold on there, and then it has to be like somewhere right there. It is. Found it. Okay, yeah. So like that, for example, I never played the DLC, so I wouldn't count it. So yeah, I guess I'll just count just the main game, and then we'll go with that. Anyway, let's get the list started here. You excited about that Bing Bong? 8-ball stream Bing Bong?
I'm not comfortable answering that.
Nah, he's not comfortable answering it. What a shame. Alright, first off is Infamous, which is... So here's the thing, right? Technically my first Platinum, this was not on my main account, but my first actual Platinum is, The Godfather 2, but I earned it on my dad's account at some point. I don't know if that was actually the first Platinum on that account. It's the first Platinum, like, I specifically earned. And then it ended up being my third Platinum, so, like, Godfather 2 to me is always my first Platinum, but the first Platinum for, like, the actual Orion the Otzel account, and back then it had a different name. But, was Infamous, back when the PlayStation Network went down for a few months, and we got 2 games for free. We got Infamous, and we got Little Big Planet. And Little Big Planet, I could never platinum anymore because there's online trophies that the online's dead, so that's cool. Coach Sam Chang redeems a VIP and also asks me why I'm gay, apparently. It's a good start. Bing Bong, I guess, why? Why? That's what happens when you ask a non-yes or no question. I can't believe it, you gave Bing Bong the ick. Anyway. Since it doesn't show up in the VOD, we got Classic, and this gives me time to pull it up here, the VIP Community Redeem, which means that 2 things. 1, he gets the VIP badge because he paid points for it. Of course, it goes up by 1 point afterwards. It's an ever-increasing redeem. And thing number 2 is Sam steals it from someone else. Who was the last person to have it? Why, it was, of course... Once it loads, I assume it was Verizon? No, it was Red. Yeah, that's right. Red stole it last. Well, now it goes to Coach Sam Chang. Congratulations, you are now the proud owner of a VIP badge. No, that was perfect. Cool. Glad you like Bing Bong. Glad you got your money's worth. Either way, no refunds. Not even 15 minutes in, the VOD's ruined. It's something. Infamous. I haven't actually started the tier list yet, so fuck it. Infamous, first Platinum. This is... I'm not gonna look up like all the trophies. I remember specifically the idea of like you had to replay the game, one on a good route, one on a bad route, and one on the hard version. Obviously, most people, including myself, did the good route for the first go, and so it is harder to do the evil route as the hard one, but it, you know, it is what it is. And then there was stuff like collecting everything around the map and like jumping off the highest point of the game, and like some, I think it was like grinding on like a tram railing or something. There's a couple trophies, but they weren't like too. I don't remember any of them being particularly super difficult, and I enjoyed the game for the most part. The reason why this is under A instead of like higher is just because I think the main story is actually pretty forgettable about Infamous 1. Like, I remember kind of the first little bits, and then until like semi-recently, a few years ago, when I rewatched someone play it, was like, or not really play it, but they were reviewing it. Like, oh, that's cool, I like Infamous, and then it's just like, wow, I don't remember any of this plot about like this Kessler character and all this other stuff. Like, I remember the big twist about the Kessler character, but I don't remember like most of the story with it. I think Infamous 2's story is quite better, is much better in like that regard. So I can't really give Infamous 1 anywhere near that high for that. Also, the reason this is cut off is because this is how I got all these pictures for this, by the way. I literally would look at the Platinum on my list, I would open it up, I would open up to this, and then I'd right-click save, and then I'd just drag and drop it. So PS4 ones are a little bit more janky in terms of how they're listed in this, so like they appear smaller, because they're shrunk in more. And some of these, not all of these, but like on some of them, they're like this was PS5, which has, some of them are like more clear picture. I guess it depends on what browser I'm looking at when it happens. Like the proportions are like a little bit different depending. Like PS4 tends to be more like zoomed in, for lack of a better way of saying it. I guess PS3 to the same extent. Now when we go back up to the top, Black Ops 1, as we know, the Black Ops 1 is going to be Platinum, $4.99 and $500. So that'll be fun times, I suppose. Which we will do later in the stream, of course. But yeah, we can't do that right at the start, you know what I mean? We gotta tease it a little bit into the stream there. Yeah, Black Ops 1. The thing is, even with Shangri-La being like annoying as fuck, I think I still would give it an S tier. Like, if we're just counting the main game, this game slaps, dude. The game has amazing zombies. Hino's great, 5 is just okay, to be honest. Dead Ops is cool for what it is, even though it's not really, like, it's like a Smash TV type of thing. It's cool, it's a nice little variety to it. The main campaign's amazing, yeah, the multiplayer's amazing. Like, Hino is still some people's favorite maps of all time. There's definitely, like, plenty of people you could pull on, like, what your favorite zombie map is, and there's plenty of people that'll just say Hino. Personally, for me, having only played, I played every map of World at War, Black Ops 1, Black Ops 2, and I played, like, the free maps of World War 2. And so, you smug bastard, me when I'm smug. Me when I act smug for just a moment, just a smidge. Me when I hit the wrong button trying to become smug for a moment. God, I love this soundtrack. The soundtrack's a banger. Seriously, go play VVVVVV if you haven't yet. If I had to guess, it's actually probably half the time it's on sale on Steam. Steam VVVVVV. Searching my other browser here. It's not on sale, but it is $5, which is a shame that the PlayStation version is $10, but it is what it is. Banger. You know what's smug? That's fair. Well, goodbye, Coach Sam Chang, for 12 minutes. Hooray. He did say good day to you, Rafiki, right before he got yeeted into the ether, I guess. But yeah, friend the stream, Rafiki, how you doing? Redeemed timeout. You can time out other people. For some reason, previously, Coach Sam Chang and friend of the stream, Realistic, decided to try to time out 5 million people at one point when I was doing this, which we did not honor whatsoever. I just refunded most of the points. I accepted the first 2 that they sent, where they timed each other out, and then everything else I just like. Anyway, yeah, Black Ops 1 banger, absolutely love it. Black Ops 2 would not hit this high just due to the fact that even though the multiplayer is a banger and even though the zombies is a banger, I even think Transit's still good. As much as people hate some aspects of Transit, I'm fine with it, but the story is not as good in Black Ops 2. It's just kind of, it definitely drops at a point. Like, I'd probably put it up to, like, whatever. We'll get to that later. The Godfather 2. I think that it is a solid game. I enjoyed the hell out of it. It's, personally, I like The Godfather 1 more, but there's no trophies for The Godfather 1. It was a PS2 game, and it didn't get ported to PS3, but it was one of those PS3 games before the trophy system was added to PlayStation. PS3 did not start with trophies, of course. People know famously that GTA 4, for example, had to have trophies patched in with an update later in, so... And there's other games that don't have, obviously Oblivion is one of those main games that does not have trophies at all. Which I own but never played, and I'll probably never play it because that was back when I was like, cool, I'm gonna play some Skyrim was cool, I'm gonna go play some other stuff, and then so I bought Skyrim on PS4, still haven't played that yet. I technically own it on PS5 now because of, I think it was given away for free at some point. Probably never played that. Oblivion for PS3, never played that. So, fun times, of course. But, yeah, I have that. And then Stuntman Ignition is another game I have that's like a PS3 game that doesn't have trophies. But it's still a really cool game. Sorry, Coach Self-Love, homie, hope you're all well. It's love, man, now let me kick you out of here. But yeah, Godfather 1 and 2 essentially just... Godfather 2 is a little bit more, like... So Godfather 1 is just, hey, this is the Godfather 1 movie, except you play as like a side character that doesn't actually exist in the films. You're just like an OC guy that was just there. And you just witness like all the crazy events of the film, and you eventually take over New York, which is cool. And then Godfather 2 is like, hey, what if we took like the guy from the last game and like you work under him and like he just, I don't know, dies immediately or whatever. It's like now you're this new character. So it's like a little bit more loosey-goosey than the Godfather. Like, it's a little bit more loosey-goosey with following the plot, but it still follows the general beats of, like, the plot of The Godfather 2. And it was a lot of fun. I like, consistently like the gameplay of it. I like the fact that it, like, you know, you're taking, I like the idea of taking over the map, like, little by little to own everything. I like the fact that, like, the individual families have their own, like, bonuses if they control all of, like, a single type of racket. And so, like, they'll get, like, some sort of buff, like, you know, body armor or something, right? So it incentivizes you to be taking the smaller versions of these, and also like there's the incentive to like kill the people of their family like little by little, so that when you take over the big compound at the end, you don't have to fight 20 million people. So I think that's pretty cool. But yeah. Rafiki redeems VIP, alright, well we already have that pulled up now. Steals it from Coach Sam Chang. Do you know there's someone on Twitch named Burfeek? Where there's no I at the end of it, it's just Burfeek. I almost gave them VIP for a second. Just I was clicking through, and then I was like, wait, that's not the right profile picture. Classic. Anyway, yeah, Godfather 2, I enjoyed it. Loved both those games. Godfather 1 would rank higher, but again, it doesn't have a trophy system, so who cares. This is Infamous 2, even though it just looks like it says Infamous again. Infamous 2, yeah, it's just like the same thing. Like, okay, another thing I'll say about Infamous 1 real quick before we move on. Like, Cole's not really that exciting as a character. So they added in more, like, charismatic, people that, like, are actually kind of interesting to follow, that have, like, interesting backstories as well. When it comes to Infamous 2, like, the crazy chick and then the, like, top chick who have the, you know, the different, you know, their conduits, of course, and then as well as the beast. But, yeah, the new setting was cool too. Like, hey, we're just doing, like, what is it? It's like Louisiana, but I forget, like, what was the name of the city in Louisiana? I don't know if it's specifically Baton Rouge. Like, obviously I know it's, like, the capital. I don't know if that's specifically, like, the city that they're doing, but we'll just say that it is. But yeah, it was cool as fuck. And then the twist at the end was nice in terms of like how things go at the very very last bit, and then you have to go make a choice. And the evil ending is like pretty gut punching. I was, which is also carried into Second Son in terms of like that evil ending was also quite a gut punch. New Orleans, that's the one I'm thinking of. Yep. Nolans actually, as Sam B from Dead Island would say. Whatever feet. That's good. I like that. Infamous 2 is just like, hey, what if Infamous, but like we made it a little bit better, and it's like, that's appreciated, thank you. Saw, I can't believe Saw is my 5th platinum, that's wild. It's a mid game. It's just a mid game. I mean, I'm not gonna go to like, if you want more of my thoughts into it, feel free, but like, essentially I just ran the game, saw it was easy, did it. Never seen the Saw films. These games kind of make me want to see the Saw films because of I'm kind of interested in the character of Jigsaw a bit, but otherwise, like, in terms of, like, a gameplay, who gives a shit? Fallout 3. Fallout 3 is, like, an A. It would be higher, but, like, I don't think it's... Especially when we're talking PS3 era. Like, PS4 era, I could see an argument being, like, Fallout 4 doesn't hit S tier just because I think there's some issues with, like, some of the writing of the character choices, but, I think in terms of gameplay, it works well enough that you could actually give it A rank. When we're talking PS3, like, all these games run like shit by Bethesda, so like it just wouldn't make sense to put any of them S tier, even though they're a lot of fun. So we'll just talk about Fallout back to back here, but they definitely fall in the minor flaws, although I guess if I'm trying to rank them as they go here, I guess I would probably put in this sort of order. Yeah, probably that order, actually. I like the Capital Wasteland more than I like the Mojave Desert, but trying to find your way around through DC, through like those weird like side tunnels you have to take to get to certain parts, is more annoying than it should be. And the story's definitely better written for New Vegas, unfortunately. Especially if we're counting DLCs, but we can't count DLCs because I'm just counting the Platinum. But if we're just counting the main game, like, yeah, this shit pretty well slaps. That's also another part where Fallout 3 kind of falls a little bit down, is that they, of course, like, fix this in, like, the update for Broken Steel, but, like, the idea that you can't send your Superman pal into the reactor at the very end of Fallout 3, just because, I don't know, block contrivances shit, is wild. Like, I don't know, how's that? Do you get judged for it when you do it? It's like, you can survive this shit? Like, I don't... New Orleans is definitely on my bucket list. San Francisco, Las Vegas, probably the only 3 places I want to visit. Vegas is cool, definitely a hell of an experience, but yeah, that'd be a cool place to visit. I would want to visit New Orleans too, just for the food mainly, because I'm a sucker for Cajun food, so would be down for that shit. San Francisco would be kind of neat. I'm not really it's kind of like whatever for me. Just so I can drive over the bridge and be like, hey, I'm doing the intro to fuck, what's the name of the show? DJ Tanner, Bob Saget as the dad, Joey, and fuck. Everywhere you look, everywhere. Full House. I can think of the damn theme song, but I can't think of it. I can't think of the fucking name of this show. Michelle and DJ Tanner and the rest of them. Yeah, if you want to do the intro to Full House, feel free. I have to imagine Fuller House sucks, but I've never seen it, and I don't know if I really want to be disappointed with it. But yeah, the ending of Fallout 3 is a little lame, but otherwise I think for the most part I enjoy it. I like the Brotherhood of Steel. I like the... It feels like just a really cool introduction to this type of world. Now, obviously I never played the original Fallouts, like 1 and 2 or Tactics. So I'm sure there's plenty of people that are old heads that'd be like, actually, but like, I don't know, fuck you, I guess, so... You're allowed to have your opinion, but at the same time, like, I don't think these games are bad just because they, like... You know, even if they're not as faithful to, like, the original games. I think that's fair to criticize it if you want. I don't think it makes them bad games, they're just different for a lot of it. They do run like ass, though. And yeah, Liberty Prime's pretty cool. Although Fallout is kind of weird in some senses sometimes because you'll like hear like Fallout's one of those games that like people for some occasionally you'll see people try to argue like Fallout's not political or something, and you're just like you're a fucking idiot. Which doesn't matter too much, but like there's every now and again like people like feel like the games aren't political or like this that or the other, a bunch of fucking weird stupid opinions, and you're like, dude, this game that like where nuclear holocaust happened, and like they're constantly making fun of like the consumerism that led to that. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Like the resource wars and shit. Like, yeah, no, that's political. Definitely not. You're listening to Galaxy News Radio. This is Three Dog. Oh, fuck! I love Three Dog. He's cool. That's a cool quest too. Speaking of, yeah, there's a bunch of cool side quests actually. I like the tunnel snake stuff. Like in terms of like when you go back into the vault and it's like, oh, did you save the people or not? Like when you left the first time. The one with like the tower, Tenpenny Tower, actually just Tenpenny even in general with like the one ghoul guy. That was cool. Megaton obviously is like some crazy, like I mean it's just like cartoonishly evil at that point, but like I mean it's cool that they have that as an option in the game. Finding Liam Neeson, the whole like vault where like you go into a simulation is so dope as shit. Like it's just such a cool idea. So yeah, Fallout 3 definitely gets pretty high, but then Fallout New Vegas is just like they're just like so much better written. It really feels like there's so many different warring factions and like so many different like variants that you can do for each area for it, and it's just dope. Because not just like the main factions, obviously like Caesar's Legion versus the NCR versus like House, but like also versus like yourself if you want to be your own sort of set. But like also just like, oh, here's the Cons versus the Boomers versus like the Brotherhood of Steel versus like the Powder Gangers versus there's like people in like Grim or whatever and Good Springs and such. And it's just like it's all really cool. It definitely feels like a much more lived in world. Ever did the Return to the Vault quest? Just Tisk. Fake gamer, everyone. Point at Tim and call him a fake gamer. Anyway. Lollipop Chainsaw, let me see, what did I have for that? I would put it pretty high. It was a lot of fun. Like, it's goofy bullshit, but it was a lot of fun. The only trophy that really was kind of bullshit was, like, there was no checkpoint for specifically the trophy, it's like a gondola trophy. What is it called? No Fear Heights. Beat the gondola game without shooting. If you messed that up, you had to restart the whole stage. That was a pain in the ass. Having to replay some of the game a bit was occasionally, like for the time trial stuff, was a little annoying, but not too bad. Otherwise, I think it was fine. Like the game was quite enjoyable. It's got that weird, like off-the-wall humor. I replayed it recently for like the new release. I will say the old release is better, just because of the music differences. I'm not gonna rate it differently, because the gameplay experience isn't much. It's like I don't think it's different enough. So like if I were to do like say Lollipop Chainsaw, that would have been semi-recently, actually. Somewhere around here, I would assume. Yeah, right here. I think the repop mode is kind of cool, but otherwise it's just like whatever. I don't know if I fucked up the order. I was gonna put it up there and I decided against it, but I might have fucked up the order there. But whatever, we'll go back anyway. Jak and Daxter, obviously greatest game of all time, objectively speaking. So you're just wrong if you think differently. No, I really enjoy this game. Oh yeah, this is, hold on, let me change this real quick. That is one part of the VV soundtrack I don't like, is like when it plays the song in reverse. It's cool for the section in the game, but like it's annoying when you're trying to actually listen to it. Okay, Wave Race 64 OST. We're just jumping between OSTs because that was pretty much the last song. I think there's like one more, but like whatever, we'll just skip it. soundtrack to the Nintendo 64 game Wave Race. Hopefully YouTube doesn't ding these, but I assume they don't. I feel like I've played Wave Race before, in terms of songs, shit. Anyway. This is pretty easy of a trophy list, to be fair, and it's also one of those situations where it's just like, it's just a really well-made, solid platformer, you know, mascot-based platformer. There's some parts of it that are pretty funny. It's like really colorful, which I'm a sucker for vibrant colors. The control's nice. You know, like there's a good medium amount of like the progression to do. It's really good at tracking the amount of stuff you found in terms of collectibles. The fact that you don't have to do like everything to continue through an area is nice. But of course it rewards you for like if you want to. Let me do another thing here real quick. So I'm not going to make a separate tier list of this because that'd be fucking nuts, but I do want to talk about the names of the trophies for the Platinum trophies, because I do like when Platinum trophies go above and beyond besides just calling themselves game, you know, infamous Platinum trophy, Platinum trophy, infamous 2 Platinum trophy, you know. So I want to talk about the ones that do have like differences here. So for example, Saw just says congratulations. I mean that's pretty like standard shit, I guess. I like that it doesn't just say Platinum, but like if Platinum's like the bottom tier of what it could say. Like, you know, if we just said that's like an F tier name for a Platinum trophy. Congratulations is probably like the D tier. Legendary Zombie Hunter is good. That's like a solid A tier, maybe even S tier. Just due to the fact that like it's representative of the game. It has like a different picture, which is nice. Some games kind of just do some bullshit, like Saws is kind of bullshit for the picture itself. So going above and beyond with stuff is very appreciated, so that's cool. Top of the heap, the fact that, hey, this is a Platinum picture of like the Precursor Orb, which, hey, if you subscribe at twitch.tv/OrionTheOtzel, you too could have this Platinum Precursor Orb as your sub badge once you hit 6 months, I believe. That's the Platinum one. Because 1 month is Bronze, 2 months is Silver, 3 months is Gold, and 6 months is Platinum, so... Yeah, we'll go on to the other ones later afterwards. I'll try to do that as I periodically look out and do that. I just thought of it there. Timing. Do. I love this song. Sorry, I was hearing something in the background. I was trying to focus on it real quick. Back to trophy, or back to tier listing. LA Noire, great game. Some of the collectible grabbing stuff was a little annoying, especially with how slow your character is for it. But otherwise, like this is a very solid game. Maybe like the bottom of S tier. Like this is a fantastic game. The DLCs make it better. Honestly, with all these games so far, the DLCs make them better. But which is good. You know, I mean, that's what you want. But I think it's fair. Some of these would be games that definitely don't hit 10 out of 10. Like I don't think LA Noire to me is not a 10 out of 10. But it's pretty close. I mean, these two games definitely are 10 out of 10 for me. Galva 2 is probably like a 9.5. But yeah, if you want like specific number ratings when it comes to these, just watch like the other streams I did on. I put them on my YouTube already. They're called rating every game I've played. I go through the whole PSN profiles list. This is just the Platinums and just the Platinum experience alone. And this is ideally trying to be quicker, but you know, things will speed up once we hit like specific. We'll be hitting like auto pops, for example, or secondary stacks, or like some AI slop, and we can see if there's some of those. Hitman Absolution. It's a mid game. The trophies are fine. There's nothing wrong with the trophies. In fact, I think having to do a bunch of, because not only did I do the 100 like the 100 challenges you have to do for the trophies, I did every single challenge in the game beyond that, just because I enjoyed the game. It was the first game that got me into Hitman. Absolutely love it. Absolutely, haha, Absolution. But it's flawed as fuck, especially having played like the later World of Assassination trilogy. Like it's pretty flawed, but I like it. It's also unobtainable now because apparently there's like one online thing. Sleeping Dogs. Sleeping Dogs only gets minor flaws because like some of the really annoying aspects are like driving between the areas, or like if you get stuck in the water somewhere, it just takes forever to get back. There's a lot of empty space in between the towns, and just navigating them's kind of a bitch. But yeah, I think the story of this game is fantastic, and the combat's a lot of fun. As a fan of the game True Crime at New York City, which was the second game of the True Crime series, yeah, this game was originally called True Crime Hong Kong. It even had like GameStop posters with that called it before the company went under. I think it was, I want to say it was THQ, but I don't recall. But essentially, Square Enix just bought the rights to the game, but not the name because they didn't give a shit about the name. Something along the lines of they said like no one cares about the True Crime name, which as a True Crime fan hurt me, but they were right. I think Streets of LA is just okay. That's the first True Crime game though. But yeah, True Crime Hong Kong, aka Sleeping Dogs, is a fantastic game. Definitely recommend it. DLCs are not too bad. I like the little bits they add to it. We just played those recently, actually, for the PS3 version, which is what this is here on stream. So that was pretty cool. Even the second song, I talked about this a bit. The writing of this game is a lot better, but I will say the powers are worse. Specifically, the very last power was very phoned in on this game. It was really cool, that one where it's like you had to use a website and a bunch of other shit to do the, there's like one very hidden side quest that doesn't count for trophies, but it's just like cool. It's like the paper one, paper trail or something. I don't know. Like that was really neat. I will say it kind of spits in the face of the ending of Infamous 2 to just keep going, but the new protagonist is a lot more likable, to be fair, and most of the characters are a lot more likable, and the story's better, and the idea of the powers are cool. But yeah. Also, the ending is just like rough if you do the. Yet again, if you do the bad ending, it's just like, oh, this is actually an emotional gut punch. We'll talk about First Light real quick. First Light, for what it is, just being like, hey, this is a DLC made into its own separate game, kind of like a Undead Nightmares, pretty good. I don't even think there's really annoying trophies. It's above a mid game, but it's not like, I don't think it's like A tier. You know what I mean? So I think I'm just gonna include. Let's see, we'll just say. We'll put like good slash. Either, yeah, okay, we'll just do that. So that'll be that. Because it's a good game. Like, it's just a solid good game. I don't think it gets up to A tier, but I think it's a good story with Abigail. It's just that, like, most of the stuff where you're fighting in, like, the controlled, like, prison-ish kind of place, it's just whatever. Like, it's not a very exciting place, and you're just kind of waiting for the more intriguing story bits to pick back up. So that's just how that goes. Damn shame that Sleeping Dogs never got a follow-up. Yeah, but like the follow-up thing that they were trying to do with Sleeping Dogs was like some stupid bullshit when like it was supposed to be an online only game or something. And it's like, that's kind of lame, and then they just never did it. Troy Baker and also your brother is the Marine in Aliens Colonial Marines. Yeah, Troy Baker, yeah, playing the brother Reggie. He does a pretty good job at Reggie. Because, I mean, the character is flawed, like, Reggie is a flawed character, but that's, like, you know, it's well done on the writing front. I don't think anything Reggie did specifically felt out of character, right? So, like, it's fine that, like, he's, like, a little bit... I mean, because the main character's flawed, too. Like, he's way too, like, loosey-goosey with this shit, to be honest. The aspect of his character and Stone, we'll say, without getting into spoilers, is a little... Like, the scene was good, but, like, it was... I don't know, like... It kind of just felt like a little bit of plot contrivance to me, but otherwise I think it's a really solid game. Like, most of the stuff I would have to say about, like, that would just be nitpicks or, like, something that just kind of bugs me only a little bit. Anyway. Budokai, I will say, so Budokai... Yeah, Budokai probably deserves to be in the good tier. This is Budokai 1 and 3. I think it's lame that they didn't include Budokai 2. I know it's very similar between them, but... But yeah, I don't... Sorry, I got interrupted for a second. But Budokai 2... Like, it had a really cool story. Like, what would you say? Like a... Not really Monopoly board, but like a game board, you know, where you go around like a Candyland type of board to an extent. Before you got into the combat, and I thought that was cool. And the combat's obviously a lot more reminiscent of 3, and 3 does do a lot of shit better. But I think it was a nice in-between moment, and I think they could have fit it on disc. I don't know why they just chose not to do it. Budokai 1 obviously is unique in terms of it's the first Budokai game, and also, you know, the art style is a lot different with it. But Budokai 1 sucks in terms of gameplay, and I'm tired of pretending like it doesn't. I'm sure there's Budokai 1 defenders out there in the fucking universe, and if you don't want to defend it as like a cultural stepping point for the Dragon Ball games, sure, but like it doesn't control well. Like it's stiff. It's just enemies just constantly blocks. Most of what you're doing is just like you just do like the punch circle combo, like to shoot a beam or whatever. Or like you're just constantly trying to break people out of like the shit. I don't know, it's just like the tech sucks in fighting. It's not as good. Whereas Budokai 3 is like cracked as shit. Well, see, Budokai 1's like there's like a mini game on it where you have to spin the circle to like stay in range with Piccolo when he's about to shoot in the special beam cannon on one of the sides, and it's just like the fucking hardest thing in the world. At least it was when I was a kid. So it was very annoying. It was cool though to have like different, like, oh hey, from this perspective, you're this character this time. So even from like the beginning of the Budokai series, like doing some of that more what if stuff was neat. Especially which obviously carried over into Budokai Tenkaichi eventually, but it was great to be able to platinum those games because I played those games growing up a lot. Just on PS2, so like it was cool to have something for it. Yeah, everything sucks. Fuck Skyrim. No, Skyrim is cool. I will say, in terms of annoying, there's definitely some annoying trophies I could say for like some of the DLC, but like in terms of the main game, there's only one that was kind of. Let me check. Ever played a Dragon Ball Z game? Closest I ever got was playing the 7 Deadly Sins fighting games. Yeah, I've never seen that specific series, so I would probably never like play those games unless I finally saw it. But yeah, that's cool. I saw a game that's kind of similar to like some of the. 'Cause I grew up playing Naruto games on PS2 and Dragon Ball games mainly when it comes to like anime games specifically. But it looked like the new Demon Slayer games were kind of similar to like some of the Ultimate Ninja Naruto games. So it's kind of neat. But I've never really seen like most anime games. I did play a Konosuba game that Platinum will show up later on the list, but I don't think there's too many like anime specific games. Obviously there's like anime adjacent games like Nier Automata. I'm never sure if it's Automata or Automata. I was in terms of how to pronounce it, but I suppose it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. But yeah, we'll see a bunch of Dragon Ball games show up on this list here. Let me pull up Skyrim on why I thought that. The new Bleach game I played is also very similar to this, but I haven't touched it just yet. High Contender for 150. Have fun. Let me catch up with this real quick. Hong Kong Legend is a good name for the Platinum. The picture's kind of whatever. It's probably like a B tier. Enjoy Your Powers is a good name for a trophy. The picture's really lame though, so it's like a B tier. The Ultimate Warrior and the picture's fine as is, I suppose, because obviously Super Saiyan 4 Goku was like holy shit for like kids growing up with that, so like it's understandable why he's the Platinum trophy. That's like an A tier. Noble Achievement's kind of a lame name, but the picture's cool, so that's like a B tier. Anyway, we'll back up to this. See, The Last of Us, it can't be for nothing. Hooray. See, what specific... There's like one trophy I remember being vaguely annoying on this. It might have been the Daedric Artifacts, because I think specifically there's like... You can get most of them normally, but there's like one or two of them that you have to make very specific choices for in quests. I think one of the quests I actually didn't want to make the choice that I needed to make for the artifacts, and it's just like, oh, this is like... Otherwise, this all seems pretty standard. It all seems pretty standard. I mean, the only thing would be the game's like long as fuck, but it is enjoyable for most of it, I think, so... I think the excitingness of Skyrim kind of wore off on me over the years. So I'd probably say that's... Maybe we'll just say minor flaws. We'll put like at the end of minor flaws. It's a good game. I understand why it's been released 5 million times. And I will probably do a PS4 stack of this at some point. I still need to do the other DLC. I have like 2 of the 3 DLCs done. I need to do Dawn Guard eventually, but obviously it runs like shit on PS3. And that's probably actually a good reason to, yeah, like I'm not going to, but that would be a good reason to knock it down a little bit because of the fucking PS3. Especially because I don't have any other. You know what? We'll put it, yeah, screw it. We'll put it at the top of B because I only have the PS3 stack, so that's all I can do with it. Anyway, we're done with the Wave Race OST soundtrack, so we're gonna do Yu-Gi-Oh! Duels of the Roses now. Eventually, we're gonna make our way back to a soundtrack I was listening to last time I streamed, which was the Hat in Time one. But for now, we're just doing wacky bullshit here. You see, I don't want all these where it's like this extended. If you make a playlist of extended, so I don't want the songs extended. I think you should be tarred and feathered for making it extended. Just play the fucking soundtrack the way it is. Sorry, it just really bothers me when I'm just trying to find like a specific song. Here we go. This is what I'm looking for right here. Archeon playlist. There we go. Thank you. This is the playlist I want to find. Yeah. Based. That's fair. It is based, indeed. Dude, I would give my left nutsack to platinum this game. The Yu-Gi-Oh! Duels of the Roses? Absolutely. I've played this game probably like half a dozen times in my life. I still have my copy. Is it broken in terms of like, is it, sorry, I guess the better way to say it, is it unbalanced? Absolutely. Is it fun as fuck? Absolutely. I wish I could play a game like another game like it, and I think the closest one that gets to it is like I think it might be Forbidden Memories, whatever the PS1 is, or the PS1 version of it is, which is like, because they're connected stories slightly. But yeah, fantastic game. Specifically, there's 2 tracks, the tracks that play the most in the game that are just like the biggest bangers you've ever heard in your life. The Last of Us, it can't all be it can't be for nothing. This is like, yeah, because we can't count DLC. But we're just kind of main game. Like it's a good story, but it's told really, really well, which is like the main thing. We obviously can't include grounded mode. Survivor's fine though. The very minor gripes I could give the game is like, oh, you know, like the stalkers are like OP in the game, because the idea with the stalkers is they're supposed to have more eyesight than a clicker, but less hearing than a clicker, because they're in between runner and clicker, so they can't move as well. They can't like see as well as a runner, but like they can't hear as well as a clicker. Like it's just an in between. So like they hear better than a runner, but they see better than a clicker. But what that ends up being is like, because most of the time in the game, like they don't get to spots where you can actually sneak up on them. You get ambushed by one in like in the hotel, like a set of them in the hotel, and then like another thing is the part of the sewers where like they're just walking around, but they walk so quickly that it's like almost impossible to catch up with them because they have like such a cone of vision that like to get them is like you have to either get them at very specific spots or like you're trying to like get like they're walking so quickly that if you're going the speed that you need to go to catch up to them, then they hear you. So those are just like the minor complaints, but more importantly, the online of this game is fucking cracked as shit, and I put over 1,000 hours, and I was a master with the bow, and everyone hated. I've gotten so many hate messages over the years because people don't know the bow well. Like the bow sucks at the very beginning of the match. You have to upgrade your weapons throughout the match, and so like when you get that first upgrade in the bow, it's really usable, and then when you get both upgrades in the bow, get it? The word bow. You get both upgrades. It just slaps. Like the people don't even know the second arrow is flying at them until the first arrow has already hit them, and they're partially damaged, and they don't know what the fuck's happening. And by the time they have a chance for a reaction time, the second arrow's already hit them. They're dead. It's over. It's so fucking good. But like in sustained firefight, it ain't happening, so it's one of those things. But yeah, I've gotten some crazy ass headshots with that shit too. So yeah, Last of Us is like 10 out of 10 game for me for sure. Yeah. You know, here, we'll put, Sleeping Dogs is gonna get put into the repeat plat. We're finally at the repeat plat, hooray! I had to play the DLCs for the first time with this, though, because this is the definitive edition. But of course, again, we're not gonna count DLCs, so who cares? Arkham Knight. Especially if we count, like, the very last DLC, Arkham Knight has some annoying trophies. The racing stuff could be annoying if you were doing it, like, now, all in one go. For me, it was less annoying because I was doing them as they were releasing, but like here's a new set of tracks that you do like a little bit of racing of. In terms of the main game, yeah, it was kind of lame that they lied about the main enemy being a different character. It's like, it wasn't actually, it's like, oh, we didn't, no, it's not this character, and really it is just that character, but like with a slightly different name and backstory, but otherwise it's like 95% that character. You're like, alright, that's kind of lame. I think the way they reused a past character was pretty good. It is kind of lame that every single game has to use that character, but like whatever. Gordon stuff was cool. If I'm not mistaken, is this the game where Gordon is voiced by fucking Jonathan Banks, the Mike from Breaking Bad? He voices Gordon in one of these, and I think it's Arkham Knight. But I can't recall. Yeah, I didn't hate the Bat Tank gameplay as much as other people did, but there are some parts where it's just like, alright, this is a little bit much. The fact that like the Deathstroke fight got relegated to that was really lame as hell. So yeah, there are some things about this that drag it down a bit, but otherwise I think... Also, to be honest, like, it is less collectibles than Arkham City. There's still a lot of collectibles, and it's just like... Yeah, I mean, they threw in the joke finally where Catwoman's like, oh, is this a riddle, Eddie? It's like, yeah, that's funny, but like also like, yeah, how are most of these riddles, man? Like it's cool to put collectibles, but like, I don't know, man, like some of these were just a bit excessive in the series, especially, I don't think, it wasn't as bad in Arkham Asylum, but it was definitely really bad in City and Night, but like City is at least a better game, so like, it's a little bit more forgivable. How's Platinum Trophy for it? Is it easier in City? I've heard City is okay, but DLC is brutal. Yeah, the DLC for City, which is why I still haven't done it, is like, the problem is like there's these challenge maps, and you have to get 3 stars on all of them, on every single challenge map, but as every single character, and like some of them just control like terribly. Like Batman controls it really well, and a couple of the other, like I think Robin controls alright, if I'm not mistaken, but like some of these characters don't have flights, and so that becomes really annoying to try to traverse the areas, like with Catwoman or with Nightwing or whatever. And so having to replay everything just to have like I mean, it's not a reskin to be fair because they do control differently, but like the exact same missions is just like rough. And I mean, I'm better at Predator missions, but I feel like combat actually wouldn't be too bad between the sets, but Predator, because your character controls so differently, it's just like my brain dies trying to think of what the fuck to do. Will I do this someday for City? Maybe. I don't know. I did pretty much everything for Night except for there's like a community pack DLC that got released, the very last DLC that got released, and they had like 3 new combat maps, which were just fucking brutal, and I just wasn't able to do them. But who knows, maybe someday. Really bad with the combat in these games. I really struggle with Asylum for the challenge maps. I'm not sure I could feasibly do City. I don't recall if City needs to have... City probably does need to have those. I don't recall though off the top of my head. Anyway, The Walking Dead, amazing game. I mean, some of the stuff with Lily and Kenny is a bit annoying. Like, there's one very specific choice where Kenny's just an asshole to you to the rest of the series, even if you side with him 99.99% of the time. If you don't side with him in the meat locker, he will just be a prick to you the whole time. Which I sided with him, to be fair, because I think that's like the right call in that scenario, personally. But it's just like on like subsequent replays, it's like, oh, I can kind of see a lot of the flaws of this, actually. Carly, this is actually one of the few games too where like having the difference of what you choose actually does kind of matter. Like choosing Carly instead of Doug actually creates a lot more rich story for like the idea of like you can go tell a bunch of people about your past as Lee, which you don't get with Doug. Which I did Doug initially just because it's like, oh, he's like the funny nerdy guy. Wow, hey, I kind of relate to that a little bit. Also, to be fair, during the Carly scene, like, she had a gun in her hand, she was trying to reach for ammo, so I kind of thought, like, oh, you know, like, she's fine, maybe. She wasn't. So I'd say, like, A, there's some minor flaws in the game, but otherwise it's a banger. There's a reason why this is usually people's favorite Telltale game. Personally, see, Sam & Max would be up there in terms of, like, recently what I played, but that's only because the remaster, like, I haven't played through, when I mentioned at the top of the stream, I haven't played through like the PS3 version of the second season. Like it controls like ass. Back to the Future is really good, but some of the like miscellaneous trophies are a little bit annoying on it. Maybe like Wolf Among Us, just because again I'm a sucker for like vibrant colors, and Wolf Among Us does a really good job of like contrasting like grimy city, you know, dark blacks and blues and stuff with like some vibrant like neon type like signs and such here and there. Some dingy ass shit. That's cool. South Park, A Stick of Truth. Hey, what are the minor flaws? I mean, some of the like having to do a bunch of shit for like missables, trophy wise. In terms of like, oh, you have to wear the goatee for this, and you have to be bald, and you have to like. There's like a couple other ones that were just really annoying with it. And some of the missables being like, oh, you can miss a friend at the very beginning of the game. That was lame as fuck. Some of the people you fart on for like authority figures, you can miss at least 2 of those. I think you can definitely miss for sure 1. That was lame. Farming for all the items at the end of the game was kind of annoying in terms of like if you waited until the end of the game, a bunch of the enemy spawns wouldn't be there anymore. So like I would just have to farm in Canada the whole time, and that was annoying. The fact that like some of the Chimpokemon are missable is lame. So this game is hurt by like how many missables there are, in a way that it's not very like well. Like at least some of those you could read and you'd be like, okay, like I have to finish the game with this specific thing on. That makes sense, right? I could just like reload and like do that last little bit. But like ones where it's like, oh, you know, that was like fucking 40 hours ago, and like I'm never gonna have a chance to get back to that. Like it's lame. But the game, I mean, the game's amazing. Like it feels like you're playing South Park. The jokes are really good. The gameplay is a lot of fun. I mainly just like farmed bleeding as a thing. If you got like 5 times bleeding with your stacks of like attacks, the enemies would just like die immediately for the most part. Like you could break the shit out of this kid. And the story was pretty good. Banger all the way around for sure. I missed the gym Pokemon. Okay, I missed the gym Pokemon in the school. When you go back for the second time, I had to replay the second half of the game again. Annoyed me so much I haven't played the game since. Yeah, I had to replay the entire game because I missed. I actually missed my favorite Shin Pokemon, Shu. This is just funny that it's just a shoe. Like it's not even like an anthropomorphized shoe, you know what I mean? Like it's not a character, it's just like literally a fucking shoe you wear. And that to me is hilarious. So that's always been my favorite Chim Pokemon from the actual episode. And yeah, he's like in some missable bullshit that I missed. But I missed like a few of them, to be fair. I missed enough where I had to do a whole replay. This is also back before I was really like super duper trophy hunting. Like when I first really get into trophy hunting, it's gonna be the Kingdom Hearts games. That's gonna be like where stuff really starts popping off, and also when you start seeing a lot of Telltale games. You've seen one so far, but you haven't seen like the actually Terminator Salvation probably is the first instance of me being like, alright, it's time to do trophy hunting. Because I don't give a shit about Terminator. I literally must have just searched like easy platinums or whatever, right? And then just like rented the games. So before we get to that though, let's do Jak 2. I've never done Jak 2 legit, which is a shame. I've always cheated the orbs specifically for the racing orbs. It's like the regular races and the reverse races, and specifically the hoverboard, because I've only ever done it up to silver. I've never done gold points legit on it. So I've never technically done the platinum in Jak 2 legit. So I mean, you could argue you cheated not only the game for yourself, but to be honest, I played this so much, like fuck you, I'm rating it anyway. This is definitely the trophies themselves don't hit the really annoying trophies, but like this game has a lot of flaws with its difficulty, and it's mainly just like two things. It's one, that there's no healing in the main hub world. The enemies should drop healing, and I think that would solve most of it. Or B, like not having as much, like the top cruisers should not be as aggressive as they are, to the point where they blow up on you, and that like just screws you over a lot of times. Also, mainly the lack of checkpoints on this is rough, which matters more so for me. That one doesn't matter for me, actually, because of the permadeath runs I've been doing of it, essentially where I try to play through the whole game without dying once. So checkpoints wouldn't matter for me, but like the other stuff specifically does. But in terms of like a normal gameplay, this would matter. Also, they don't give you enough ammo when you do restart from it, like have to restart a whole level, you lose the ammo you've already used. So sometimes you would have to waste a restart of a level just to farm ammo boxes. So this game was like a lot harder than it needed to be, and Jak 3 remedied that quite a bit. But yeah, I like the story. I like the the 3 edgy 5 me sort of shit for it. The character's a lot of fun. The story's pretty engaging. Soundtrack's really good. Like Jak 1's soundtrack also was good, but I think some of my favorite tracks are in Jak 2. Like, I think I like Jak 2's soundtrack consistently more than Jak 1, although I think Jak X has the most consistent soundtrack out of all of them, because a lot of the tracks sound very much the same in Jak X. It really feels like it was tailored to not just the individual areas you go to, but tailored as like a soundtrack experience. Hey! Hello, Mewa the Fox. Sorry, I said duh. Mewa the Fox. Mewa the Fox. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. Let me know if I didn't. Welcome in. Hold on, shoutouts. What were you doing? Let's find out if I can spell correctly here. Ooh, Shadow the Tomb Raider. I never specifically played Shadow, but I did play the first one. So you'll see that pretty soon on the list here. Actually, no. I played it probably somewhere around here, the Tomb Raider game, but I didn't actually go back and platinum it until I re-got the game much later to trophy hunt the online aspect, which surprisingly you could trophy hunt the online aspect of the first game. Like mostly solo, which is crazy. It's like one of the few times I've ever seen that. Like there's not even AI enemies, you can just like farm like the stuff for it. I can't remember off the top of my head where it is in the listing though. Feels like it's gotta be like somewhere around here, but anyway, how are you? Oh, here it is. Found it. Yeah, the first Tomb Raider. Okay, what platinum would that be? That would be, let's see, this was platinum 300 here, so that's 299, 298, 297, 296 would have been Tomb Raider then. But yeah, how you doing? Announcements alright. Ranking these on difficulty higher or difficulty lower? Oh, for like these? I'm ranking these specifically on like how I feel about them as a game as a whole. So trophy hunting does matter, but like a better game is going to rate higher, even if it's easier. Like Jak 1, for example, is an easier game than most of these other games. But Jak 1's like my favorite game of all time, but that's different. Whereas like Black Ops 1 and The Last of Us aren't particularly the easiest games. I mean, they're not like Super Meat Boy hard, obviously, like nowhere close. But, you know, there are some like rough bits for Veteran, rough bits for like Survivor mode for The Last of Us. And yeah, they'll rank higher than a much easier game like The Walking Dead or like Infamous First Light or something like that. Gone through all these games on my PSN profiles in terms of like individually game by game, including the DLCs I did for them, but for this particular run, this is just supposed to be me going over just the Platinum experience alone. So, you know, base game shenanigans. But yeah, we will get our 500th Platinum later in the stream here. Maybe when I get to 100, we'll get like one of the 2 Platinums, just to be done with that. But yeah, let me get back up to this real quick here. As we catch up here, It Can't Be For Nothing is a great name for the Platinum. I like that it's the Ellie's knife stuck in like a random, I think that's the window. Yeah, great name for a Platinum trophy. I Am the Batman's great name, so these are like S-tier names and symbols and such. The Walking Dead, that's fine. I mean, that's like standard, I guess. So, like C, I guess. That one's whatever. Dun 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 is a terrible name for Platinum. It's not, it doesn't say Platinum, but honestly, this would be better if it just said Platinum Trophy. Terrible fucking name. Determined, we haven't gotten to this game yet, but like Determined is an okay one. We'll just say that's like C tier. Fait Accompli, I assume, is like some sort of like Greek or Latin. Sorry, Latin. Why did I say Greek? I assume it's some sort of Latin about like you accomplish the goal or something. I think that's fine for a name. I love the description though. For stamina and time on your hands and insatiable need for completion. It's like fair enough. If you show me your courage is a good name. This is like a solid B tier, I suppose. This one, probably like an A tier. I don't know. Anyway, back to the listing here real quick. I'm on a Platinum journey to get every Platinum on every Tomb Raider game that I still can. Quite 18 total versions that I have so far on the list. I've almost gotten 3. I have Platinum on Lara Croft Go in Tomb Raider 1996 on the PS4. Gotcha. I think I also have Tomb Raider Go. I have 2. There's 2 Go games, and yeah, it must be, yeah, over here. Lara Croft Go. And Hitman Go. And for some reason we never got Deus Ex Go, even though that does exist as a game, but PlayStation never got that, which I don't know why. I would have taken it. Anyway, Terminator Salvation is the definition of like a mid game, but we're just gonna put it as like a bad game. It's like whatever. It's just like it's really forgettable because I don't know much about the Terminator series to be fair, but like it's just like even playing on hard difficulty didn't really feel that hard, and the controls felt like it is just like the most generic fucking gameplay I've ever played in my life. Because at least with these, with like a mid game, do I include? The thing is, okay, we're gonna put this at least at the top of mid game. Hitman Absolution is like just on the cusp of being good. Yeah, we'll put it at the bottom tier. It should not be at the same tier as Solid, especially Terminator Salvation. Like, Jesus. I think now that I swapped it to good tier for this, I think it's fair for like that to be up a bit. Terminator video game expert. That game sucked. Yeah. The song of the soundtrack by far. I agree, Tim. This is the song I love the most. But like, yeah, versus Lancastrians. I'm playing the soundtrack to the game Yu-Gi-Oh! The Duels of the Roses. It's a great PS2 game. Definitely recommend it. Actually, I don't know. Do I like the Yorkist one more? I might like versus Yorkist. We'll have to listen to that one next. I mean, it's playing through all these songs, so. Well, it's playing through a good chunk of the song. I'll probably skip like one of them. But yeah, this one slaps. I think I do like the Yorkist one a bit more. If it's the one I think it is. Jak 3. Jak 3, I'll be honest, I don't like Jak 3 as much as the other Jak games. And as a kid, I enjoyed it a lot more, but like, the more and more years go on, I just kind of realized I never really had the words when I was younger to explain why. as much as I love the Jack games, as much as I know this game is like an improvement in terms of like mechanically an improvement on every sort of sense. The driving feels better on, you know, instead of like the hover shit. The story, I think, is mostly better. The gameplay is obviously better in terms of like the guns have a much more variety to them. You have variety in like light powers versus dark powers. You know, like the game isn't nearly as hard as Jak 2. But I think Jak 3, the reason it sucks the most, like, the reason I think it's the worst of the trilogy, and actually, even if you include Jak X, I think it's still the worst out of the 4. Fuck, even if you include Daxter, I still think it's the worst out of the 5. But Lost Frontier is obviously the worst out of all of them, but it's just the sand, like, the desert just is bland. Spargus is cool as a city, but, like, the whole rest of the desert is just bland, like, there's nothing going on. And I get it, it's a desert, that's kind of the point, but like, it doesn't make for exciting gameplay. A lot of the fun of, say, Jak 2, which they were emulating GTA 3, is just the idea of like going around, fucking around the city, right? Like, hey, I'm gonna go on this, like, a killing spree. You can't really do that in the desert at all. I mean, you can with like the random marauders, but like, they feel more like obstacles to getting to somewhere, because you just constantly crash into them. So, I'm not a fan. There's a lot of where I'm not a fan of Jak 3, and that also includes the soundtrack too. I think it's the weakest soundtrack. Probably the whole series. And there's 1 or 2 tracks I like, but otherwise it's kind of like whatever. Like, arguably even Lost Frontier has a better soundtrack than Jak 3, which is a shame. And it's not that I don't think that Jak 3 fits the theme of what's going for, like this deserty stuff. I think the soundtrack actually works for that. It's just like, it's just kind of forgettable. But I do like Jak 3, like, a lot of Jak 3, it's just that I don't. There's enough of it I dislike that it had to be, like, the lowest on most of the listings there. Lyric Dub stream, keep shining bright like a platinum trophy. Thank you very much for the lyric and for the raid, of course. Yeah, sorry, I should have done the polite streamer thing of saying you can bail if you want. Sorry, I'm trying to get through a bunch of these because I gotta help someone else out later with some stuff, so. But yeah, thank you very much for coming in, and I hope you do well in whatever platinum trophy you're working on, like, in terms of the Tomb Raider games. Yeah, even this song slaps too. I listen to a lot of this song, because this is the song that plays when you're editing your deck. Which you edit your deck a lot in Duels of the Roses, so you hear this one quite a bit. Back to the Future. We'll just put this one in the repeat. We'll put that one in the repeat. Back to the Future. We'll talk about Dragon Ball in a second. Back to the Future. Really good. Like, it's just solid. Honestly, it's just solid. Like, some of the controls are a little weird. Some of the puzzle stuff is a little weird, but like, I feel like this is one of those games where I wouldn't say it's a 10 out of 10, but I would include it in S tier, because it's just like, it's just a great continuation of the series. It's nice to see the characters back again, including like a cameo from Michael J. Fox as like one of the ancestor McFlys. And there's definitely a thing that my dad and I still quote this to each other sometimes, where there's a song you play at like one of the saloons where you do this. I don't care, and then you swap it to you should care, like that whole like sequence. Sometimes we quote that to each other on shit. That's fun. But yeah, I mean, classic Telltale. Like, people give a lot of praise to Walking Dead, deservedly so. But Back to the Future, I think, deserves almost as much praise, to be honest. I think Back to the Future doesn't shine as bright as The Walking Dead in specific individual moments, but I think it's more consistently good than The Walking Dead is. Like I said, there's like some issues I feel like with Kenny and the Lily that are like more annoying than Back to the Future ever has, but whatever. Xenoverse is cool, but there are definitely some annoying gameplay aspects, so it has to end up in B. Very specifically, the annoying gameplay aspect. I like the song more. This is a song I particularly like more. Was there a raid? Yeah, there was a raid, Tim. When I'm doing browser moment, I don't have the UI set up for this as well. Like, sound alerts is set up here, but stream elements is not. I suppose I could just set that up. I generally never needed to, but yeah, that's probably not a bad idea. It's just that like usually it's pretty busy if I'm like showing something, but it's not like a big deal at all. Paste reference. Oh no, this is already here in browser moment. Why the fuck didn't that? Oh, you know what it is? I don't have it moved up. So I do have it here, I just don't have it moved up, that's what it is. Actually, alright, thank you for pointing that out. You know, it's because the window capture was like above it on the sourcing, so like it hasn't actually... That's what it is. Change legit knowing other messages in chat besides myself. I wonder if they have me blocked. And then still show the notification that they rated me. Yeah, the music might have drowned out the sound a little bit of the raid message, like in terms of like, because it plays, like, let's see, if I were to click over to, it might just replay this for a second here, and we'll take a look. Damn it, I didn't mean to fucking click that. Whatever, that was like the last song that mattered anyway. But yeah, if I click over here to this other tab where I don't change it, but if I just click on the BRB, it might replay it again. Oh no, it didn't. Well, alright, well, whatever. We're done with the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelio. Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelio. I was about to say. Classic. Soundtrack. What do we want to do for soundtrack? Yeah, we'll do Deja Vu and then we'll go to Ahead in Time. Oh, fucking, I told you not to play it. What are you doing? This is the NES game, Deja Vu, which has a fucking banger soundtrack. All these soundtracks have been bangers so far. Anyway, Xenoverse is really cool. It was a nice little change up, the fact that every other Dragon Ball game for a while was just replay the whole story, so it's nice to have like a bunch of what-if scenarios and like time shenanigan stuff. That was really cool. The only thing that's annoying about it, specifically that puts it here, is the fact that like having to grind for every single skill and such was just obnoxiously annoying for no reason. There's RNG drops, but the RNG drops aren't just RNG drops. Sometimes the requirements to get to them are like beat a certain boss within a certain limit, like time limit, like quickly, you know, sort of deal, or on a certain difficulty. But that doesn't guarantee that you get the drop, right? So it's already RNG there specifically, but more importantly, like even when you do the requirement the way that they want you to do the requirement, this is also my favorite song of the soundtrack, by the way. But even if you do the requirement correctly, it's an RNG chance that it will pop up the next thing that you need to do, which is like usually like another boss. So it's like an RNG chance to get to a boss that you kill, and then an RNG chance to get the drop that you need. And you can get repeats of like drops you've had before, so it's just like needlessly fucking complicated. Just to grind shit out. So other than that, I love Xenoverse. I did just recently pick up Xenoverse 2, so I do plan on playing that soon. Apparently it's better about this sort of thing. But yeah, with that, like there's no way I could ever include an A tier. There's definitely enough of a flaw that it was actively annoying as hell when I was in the middle of doing it. Until Dawn. Until Dawn is... See, Until Dawn is not a 10 out of 10 for me. But it is close. And I think the schlockiness works in its favor for the most part. It is really enjoyable. I mean, yeah, like... the only thing that really drags it down for me a little bit, and this would be this sort of thing that maybe puts it like... Hold on, let me skip this song. That's one song that shows up in like a sorry moment that's like kind of important, but... Okay, there we go. Yeah, I think the very, very end bit is not telegraphed as well as I would like. First of all, the don't move section, I think, is kind of like, there are some sections where like I'm not actually moving and it still moves it. I think they've fixed it in later releases, like the PS5 stack of Until Dawn 1 didn't feel like it reached that sort of scenario. But 2 also, I felt like there's a bit with the light, and what they're telling you is to trip it, but like, I didn't realize I had to wait, and so I ended up killing like 3 characters right at the end. Or I think 2 characters. I killed like 2 characters like right at the end in a way that like I feel like the game was unclear about, that I had to wait specifically for it. But, you know, whatever. Other than that, I think great setting. I like that, you know, it's like just like, I like the prank that led to the deaths initially, and then like, hey, we're all coming back, and the brothers kind of fucked up a little bit, and everyone's kind of like not seeing the signs because it's just they're like, oh yeah, of course he's kind of fucked up from last time. That makes sense. And then you know, all the kids will look at their dumb dramas, and all of a sudden shit starts going really bad. And then stuff starts going really bad when it comes to like the Wendigo. It's just cool. I like cool aspects of it. Until Dawn is obviously one of the best games made by Supermassive Games. It's a shame that most of Dark Pictures games don't really reach those heights. I think House of Ashes is better than Until Dawn. Yeah, I think that's probably... I go back and forth between them, but I think that I like House of Ashes more. And then Quarry's like below both of them, but that's neither here nor there. Easy enough trophy list. GTA 5 is cool, but there are some annoying trophies to it. Okay, so what is annoying about GTA? First of all, let me catch up with the rest of these here. We already did Can't Be For Nothing, Symphony of Horror trophies. If it just said Symphony of Horror, it actually would be like A tier for a name, but because they added trophies at the end, it's kind of weird. Los Santos Legend is pretty good. That's like, yeah, solid S tier. I mean, the picture isn't that great, but like whatever, it's just like solid S tier. Birth by Sleep, just adding the word master at the end of these is fine. Very standard, probably like a C tier, maybe like a low B tier. All Victorians are great for Bully. That's definitely like an S tier, especially with the picture. Alien Isolation, just having the name of the game, I think is, it's okay. Like it's like just a step up from the other shit. So like, you know, like it's probably like a D tier, I guess. Maybe like a very low C tier. What If is a decent name. That's like a C tier. Full Moon is a great name for The Wolf Among Us. That's like A tier at least. Key to San Andreas is like a it's like an A tier, I think. New Frontier, again, that's just the name of the game. It's whatever. The Intrepid Crash Bandicoot. That's an okay name. That's like a C tier, I think. Lord of Iron Wrath is a good name. That's like a solid A tier at least, maybe S tier. You know, we'll just say S tier. Fuck it. It's good. Anyway, back to where we were before, GTA 5. Let's actually look at the trophies real quick for that. So there were a couple... the thing is, some of these trophies are kind of annoying, like post-game to try to do some things, like the Strangers and Freaks were fine, but like doing some of the... what's a good example? First of all, some of the online sucks because it sends it like... I think this is the PS4 version here specifically, but like they turned off bounties for the PS3 version, which was lame as hell. But otherwise, like for the PS4 version, it's been fine. Some of these that are rather annoying actually are like... It's hard to know which of the Under the Bridges and Knife flights you've done, except for like I think they have their social club that tracks the stuff, but like it's kind of cumbersome to get to that, and I think that it doesn't really work anymore. 200 million across all 3 characters is very annoying unless you're specifically like cheesing the fucking the stock market, and to cheese the stock market effectively, you're waiting until the very end of the game to even do those side missions, so it's not exactly great for that. The Giflom stuff in the desert was annoying. The waste management, I actually had fail on me, I think on the PS5 version specifically. No, the PS4, no, it was the PS4 version. Like, I had to replay the game through about like a third of the way through, because even though I did all 30 of them, for some reason the trophy didn't pop. So it was lame. Finding all the fucking scraps of paper and like the other thing. There's always collectibles in GTA games. They're just annoying as fuck, like the pigeons or like hidden packages or whatever. And, like this game has scraps of paper. Like, are you fucking kidding me? And like some alien parts or something. I don't know. Those are lame. So like GTA was never gonna hit the absolute top tier, but I did spend a lot of time in this game. We're not gonna talk about the online because the online didn't really matter too much for the. I mean, there were trophies associated with it, but like the crux of the online stuff really comes to the DLCs later. So it is good, but there's annoying trophies, so it gets put there. Kingdom Hearts. Now I'm gonna have to look specifically into which Kingdom Hearts games they are, except for Dream Drop. Let's take a look here. So we're at Birth by Sleep, Chain, Kingdom Hearts. Okay, these are specifically, I believe. Okay, so we'll go with Birth by Sleep first. Birth by Sleep is I love Birth by Sleep, but also I'm not gonna lie and pretend like Birth by Sleep doesn't have some kind of lame in the middle parts that are a little bit more forgettable. But like, I think it's just minor flaws. Because like, man, I love that shit. I love playing as these characters. I think it's a great story. I like that it's one of the stories that actually ends in failure. It's like Kingdom Hearts never gets to do that, and it's just great that they finally get to. The secret boss fights are really like the only major flaw, I think, in terms of like the serious figure is just like actually broken as a boss. Like it's cheap and bullshit, and Venus Remnant's also just cheap and bullshit too. But I like the mini games. I like Ice Cream Beat. I know there's a lot of haters of Ice Cream Beat, but I love Ice Cream Beat. I think the fucking, what is it called? The volleyball game, like the fruit ball is just okay. The racing game's fun. I like Command Board. A lot of people hate Command Board, but like, I'm a Command Board stan. Alright, these songs kind of start dying near the end here. Let's do a different soundtrack. What do we got? Let's just do a Head in Time soundtrack. In Time OST. We didn't leave. Okay, so last time I streamed, I did actually listen to quite a few of these. But maybe I'll just do. I can't do the main theme again because that actually got claimed on YouTube. I forget if it's the title screen or the main theme is one of those two. Definitely did. So we're gonna skip that one. But we'll play a couple of these tracks that I know are. Oh, this is weird the way it's set up. It's very odd. Why is it set up like this? Yeah, it should be just like this. It should. That's weird. Whoever made the other playlist there sucks because they included tracks that weren't like from different uploaders instead of just including them all from like the official topic channel of the person that actually made this soundtrack. That's weird. We'll do Welcome to Mafia. So we'll do just a couple of these and then I'll continue onward with the soundtrack where it was particularly. Where is it? Scooting Through Mafia Town. We're gonna do that one. Yeah. Banger. Okay, games. Yeah, so Birth by Sleep. Banger, absolutely. Now let's go, what's the next one here? Chain of Memories. Is this PS3 or PS4? This matters a lot, actually, for PS3. PS3 Chain of Memories will definitely have flaws, because the 1.5 version of PS3 for Kingdom Hearts games, so this includes Kingdom Hearts 1 and Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories, Chain of Memories, difficulty trophies did not stack, which means you had to replay the game on every single difficulty, no matter what difficulty you started with. So like this one's Chain of Memories. Chain of Memories, yeah, we're gonna include that one as like really annoying trophies. I had to replay Chain of Memories 6 fucking times just to get all the trophies. That's excessive. And Kingdom Hearts 3 was also like was also very annoying for that. I had to replay 3 times. Kingdom Hearts 1 definitely gets higher up on the list though, and there's no way for me to distinguish between these two, but I'm gonna know off the top of my head. Kingdom Hearts 1 is mostly a great game, but it kind of falls apart on Proud a bit because I don't feel like it's structured well for that, because the bosses just kind of like keep away the entire time, which isn't as noticeable when you're playing the game on like standard. But it's just like frustrating. Like almost every single boss feels like that. Like Jafar is like that for both versions. Ursula's like that to an extent when she starts spinning away. Like, obviously the bosses don't need to just stand there and let you hit them, but like, I feel like in Kingdom Hearts 2 there's a lot of bosses punish you specifically with like, you know, counterattacks, and I feel like that's a good way to do it. That's a better way to do it than like, haha, I'm in the area where you can't hit me now. You know, that feels a lot more lame. Especially when they becomes like kind of just health tanky, and like they just spam like super moves. Like Riku, like some of the later Riku fights are kind of bullshit in Kingdom Hearts 1. Like that attack he does where it's just like invincible, and he just spams that shit over and over again. Like that's lame as fuck. But that's only like obviously you can just level up and it won't be as much of a problem. But still, I do have a lot of love for Kingdom Hearts 1 though. Like the nostalgia obviously is there, but like in terms of like the music's great. The ways in which it's incorporated with the story are a lot better than the later Kingdom Hearts games for the most part. For Kingdom Hearts 1, there's a lot of cool hidden shit in Kingdom Hearts 1 that doesn't appear in any other game, in terms of like the postcards and the various hidden chests that don't count as like chests on the like hidden journal shit, on the secret journal, whatever, Jimmy's journal, etc, etc. There's just cool stuff like the Tarzan sliding minigame. Like this is a lot of cool shit. But yeah, the game kind of is a little rough at times with like the camera, and like some boss fights are just a little ridiculous. The combat gets way better as the games go on, so like it becomes less of an issue. It does suck that we lose the platforming, because we lose, like, Kingdom Hearts 1 had issues with platforming because the platforming wasn't that good. And then they removed the platforming for like a very long time, which is like not the answer that they should have done. They should have just made it better platforming. And I'm glad that like now we're at the point in the series where like platforming is back in it. Like Dream Drop really paved the way for that. Obviously Birth by Sleep did to an extent too, but like really Dream Drop was like, okay, platforming is like back, baby, let's go. And then Kingdom Hearts 3 continued that trend. But yeah, what are we doing next? Kingdom Hearts 2? Kingdom Hearts 2. It was already a great game, but like with all the extra side content you get in terms of like the fucking data fights and such, it's just like not even a question. Kingdom Hearts 2 is in, you know, Lingering Will and such. Kingdom Hearts 2 is easily like S tier. Like it's not even. It's definitely a 10 out of 10 game. Again, like I mean, yeah, there's less platforming than Kingdom Hearts 1, so it's a shame. But like platforming in Kingdom Hearts 1 sucked, so it's like I get that. Yeah, just amazing game, great story. I like the Roxas prologue. Some people don't, and they're wrong. Their opinions are literally worth less than my own opinion. They're not worth as much. Like I'm not like a huge Roxas stan or anything, but like I like the prologue. Like Roxas, I don't even know if Roxas is really necessarily like top 5 favorite characters for me, but I do like Roxas a lot. And I do think the themes that his character's like arc brings to it, in terms of like accepting that, giving himself up to you know, to like so we can actually start the game. So, you know, the story, because he's not actually supposed to be a thing, and then, you know, obviously Kingdom Hearts 3 has its own sort of resolution to that as well, but like it's cool. Like there's a lot of really cool themes of that, and making Roxas actually an actual fight in the remix version was crazy as well. Dream Drop is slightly not as good, but I think it is better than half this stuff. The Dream Eater stuff is a little excessive. Yeah, we'll put it like up here, I guess. The Dream Eater stuff is a little excessive. Other than that, I think it's a solid game in pretty much every way. Also, one minor complaint, I guess. If you're in the middle of a boss fight and you drop, that sucks. They shouldn't make you drop in the middle of a boss fight. That's like a bad mechanic, actually. Like, that's actually like an actual flaw in the game. Other than that, pretty solid. Yeah, sorry, where are we at now? Bully. Love Bully, great game. Very minor flaws, can't even really think of like a huge one off the top of my head. Yeah, we're here. I replayed this game so many times as a kid. The only thing I wish, and this isn't a flaw of the game, but it's a flaw of like the release shit, we never got Scholarship Edition on PS3. I own Scholarship Edition on Wii, and I have played it all the way on Wii, but I've only played that like once, maybe twice at most. So I've never actually played Scholarship Edition past that. I do own it on Steam, but I heard there was a bunch of like issues with it. But then apparently semi-recently they patched it on Steam where it's actually like kind of decent again. It is a shame that PlayStation never got it though, because like Xbox 360 also got Scholarship Edition. which I know it doesn't include like a whole lot. It's like, oh, here's some new stuff for like the winter section. Here's like 4 new classes. But to me, like that's awesome. Like, yeah, I want more of this game. So it's just, I would buy this game again if they include Scholarship Edition as like a, you know, like hey, we're just re-releasing it for PlayStation. I would buy the fuck out of that. Fallout 4. Everything sucks now. Sorry, I have to leave it somewhere every time when I'm dragging it up because I'm on a touchpad. So I can't like scroll and grab it at the same time. That's just not feasible, so I gotta leave it down. It's a good game. I don't think it's a great game. There's a lot of fun with it, but I feel like a lot of the RPG elements get kind of stripped back. Like, everyone knows the meme of like, you get, you know, yes, no, or was it yes, sarcastic, no, and then, you know, ask a question or something. And yeah, it is a little like kind of one note like that when it comes to a lot of the Fallout stuff. They definitely upped their game when it comes to the companion quests, though. But it is a shame that that had to lose some stuff on the in the meantime. I also think that them making the voice protagonist was kind of weird, and I think that's the reason why it got severely limited in terms of like what you can respond with. Especially because like some of the times you would choose something thinking it sounds one way, but it's read a different way. So if you were to say something like, first of all, the fact that it doesn't actually tell you the exact words you will say. Like, it just gives you, like, a summary of what you're going to say, but sometimes the summary is, like, not right. Is dumb. But yeah, even if it were to tell you exactly what you said, like, sometimes the inflection of what you said doesn't sound the way, like, you think that it sounds when you hit it. And it, like, breaks immersion in a way that these role-playing games, I feel like, shouldn't do. But yeah, I mean, the controls are obviously a lot better, and there's some cool story stuff for 4 as well. But I think it's the weakest of the 3 stories overall. I think there's some aspects of it that are definitely the strong, like, a strong note, for sure. Rival. Like stuff with 3, and especially even New Vegas, but it just doesn't reach that high. What do otters eat anyway? I don't know what weasels eat, but I assume otters eat like fish or something, so probably fish. How you doing, Horizon? Welcome in. You know, when we hit 100 platinums, we'll earn the we'll earn our next platinum $4.99. How about that? Or how about, because it's gonna start kicking up a lot more as we start getting to double platinum. So maybe we'll wait till like, what platinum are we at right now? Game of Thrones is platinum. Actually, hold on. What is platinum 50? Platinum 50 is Crash 3. Yeah, so at platinum 50, we'll earn one of those platinums. We'll quickly swap over. Kingdom Hearts, this is a 1.5, 2.5, which in this case is Chain of Memories. So I will rate this one differently due to the fact of, like I said, 1.5 PS3 edition had the issue of, like, difficulty trophies not stacking, so you had to replay the game on every difficulty. So if we're talking Chain of Memories like normally, where I don't have to do that bullshit, it's like... it's honestly, like, it's above Dream Drop. I love the game. It does get annoying with, like, okay, cards breaking constantly, especially when you're farming with Riku to hit 99, like, that's infuriating, but it was way more infuriating on PS3 than it was on PS4. And, like, that doesn't affect most of the gameplay, obviously, that only affects that one single trophy that you're doing, so... But yeah, I didn't like the card system as a kid when I played the PS2 version the first time, but it grew on me after a while. And now I very much enjoy it. Crash 4 when, you know, eventually, alright? Time. It's not about time. Nah, alright, we'll get to it eventually. Oh yeah, I forgot I was gonna skip through more of the Had in Time soundtrack I'm playing in the background here. Alright, let me skip to like a song more that I like here. Here, we'll skip to this one. Because like I said, we were playing this more like recently, so I've heard these songs very, very recently, so I'm just gonna skip through it a bit. I'll let like all the new songs play when I eventually get to them, but for now. We got all the way to the birdhouse. That's crazy. Last time. Eventually. It'll happen. I think the next, like, game like that I would play is Celeste, actually. That's kind of more on the, like, more immediate list. Which is obviously not the same, but, like, in terms of, like, hey, here's a hard platformer. Like, that's kind of the vibe going into this. Alien Isolation. I don't really play horror games, and it's not because I'm scared of horror games, it's just because, like, I don't know, horror's not really a genre I care too much about. Like, I don't really watch a whole lot of horror movies either. I've seen all the Alien movies up until, like... Sorry, I've seen like the first 4 Alien films and then Prometheus. I haven't seen anything past that, but I've seen some of the Friday the 13th, some of the Nightmare on Elm Streets. I saw one of the Final Destinations. I think it's the Final Destination I saw, which I don't know which number that is. Of course, you know, studios like to fuck you over by renaming things or naming things stupidly. Shout out to Mortal Kombat 1, which is not Mortal Kombat 1, but is instead the reboot, but not actually the first reboot. That's just called Mortal Kombat. Fucking. I always like to bring up that example, but there's plenty of examples like that. I mean, Red Dead 2, even though it's a prequel, like being called Red Dead 2, like that shit kind of grinds my gears too. But it's like either you don't have to even do a named sequel. Like, I mean, I think it's kind of lame that Crash 3 is called Warped, but not called Crash 3 Warped. But there's a 3 in there, but you don't actually say it. It's like, I mean, okay, like, I mean, commit to it or don't, man. Especially when it's like later, they're like, okay, here's Crash 4. It's like, I don't know, there's been like 20 fucking Crash games at this point, but like, okay, hey, we're making this the official Crash 4. It's like, I guess. Like, okay, I get it. Like, people don't like, people accurately assess that Crash Wrath of Cortex is not that good, but like, I liked it. What, D tier? Oh, sorry, it's not actually D tier. Hold on. Sorry, that's me. I'm on trackpad, so I gotta like scroll this up. It's not D tier. Sorry, I got caught talking about the game, so I let go of it. It's not D tier. This is like S tier, easily, actually. Yeah, that's about right. That's about right where I'd put it. I don't think there's like a shitload of like replay that we do constantly with this, but I love this game, absolutely. Yeah, the point being that like I think this is a good representation of like continuing off of the first Alien film, and obviously with keeping respect to like the other Alien games. It definitely does that a lot better than, say, another Alien game we'll eventually get to, which is Colonial Marines. But fuck that shit. You need to be banned for Hero Stream for that take? No. See, it's all fun. What music this be? This is Had in Time. Specifically, this is the electro swing version of the Trainwreck level. Yes, I love Had in Time. That's definitely, like, spoiler alert for Had in Time. That's easily gonna hit S tier. Arguably, I think Had in Time is actually, like, if we're being honest, like, take away the nostalgia, I think Had in Time is probably a better game than Jak and Daxter. I think that Jak and Daxter, especially if you count DLC, like, if you're counting, like, Death Wish, like, there's no shot, like, Had in Time is definitely better. But, and also the soundtrack's really good, too, but, I do like Jak 1's soundtrack quite a bit. I think Jak 1's a bit funnier. Specifically, Daxter's funnier, and some of the other characters are funnier. But and there is some humor obviously in Had in Time, specifically like the some of the stuff with the Mafia goons, like the old bird, you know, who like the peck thing, like that's funny. This little Snatcher, like the vast majority of the shit with Snatcher is really good. With the penguin guy, there's a lot of funny stuff with that too. Okay, we already talked about The Walking Dead, so that goes here. Finally, we're getting to the points where we can start putting repeat plats down. Life is Strange. Life is strange indeed. It is... I can't put it in good game. It's not a good game, but it's very enjoyable. Maybe we'll call this enjoyable instead of good. There, that's a way for me to include this in the enjoyable tier. Like, it's because I can't sit here with a straight face and tell you Life is Strange is a good game, but like I like the writing. It's so fucking stupid, but like it's such an entertaining series. Specifically, Life is Strange 1. The writing gets a lot better for True Colors, a little bit in Double Exposure, and definitely in Reunion. But you know, this was. Probably smarter to just buy extra for a bid and play that though. Play Had in Time soon, I think. Yeah. Next time it goes on sale, I'm gonna yoink it and make it my next game. Keep meaning to get it. I own that game physically because I waited to buy it eventually when it came out on, I think, Fangamer. Really weird though, because like the second DLC is not on disc, even though they came out way later, which is annoying as hell. So it does have like Death Wish and the ship / like iceberg kind of level, but it doesn't have a Yakuza. The cat Yakuza, the Yakuza. Weird, because the first time I played the Yakuza thing, I actually had never played a Yakuza game as far as I'm aware. But then the second time I played through like a little bit of it, I finally got to be like, oh hey, that's cool. Like now I understand that reference in the context of like having played the game. Yeah, fantastic game. I think if you enjoy platformers, it's obviously much more, so compared to Hollow Knight, for example, right? Like, Hat in Time relies much more on platforming because it's like 3D space, of course, in terms of like avoiding hits and such. But yeah, if you enjoy platformers, I mean, Hat in Time is fucking goated, for sure. Also, okay, one last thing with Life is Strange. Max and Chloe are both terrible people, but for different reasons. Like, Max is just like a serial ghoster, like she's really bad at communicating. And Chloe is just like always blaming everyone for everything. And they're just toxic as fuck. Like, I know there's the phrase toxic Yuri, but like, Jesus Christ. They both need to work on themselves, and I get it, they're in high school, so like I don't expect them to be like amazing people. But I think that's fair to like criticize it for that, but you know, like... It wouldn't matter as much if the writing was a bit better, you could actually still work that into the plot, but otherwise they're just like... Oh, you stole from like a... Like Chloe trying to get you to steal from fucking like... disability fund or something, like come on now. Wolf Among Us. Wolf Among Us... do I put it above The Walking Dead? The thing is, I think I had to put it a little bit below The Walking Dead, because I thought it was kind of annoying, like... Some of the stuff I got chastised for in The Wolf Among Us. I understand why they're like a little whatever about it, but like, finally I was... people being obnoxious the whole time through, and I finally just killed one of them, and they're like, oh, you know, I can't do that, and it's just like, I don't know, man, like, this guy shot me like multiple times. It's like, at a point, like, I'm just gonna kill one of those guys. Like, I don't care anymore. But man, I mean, it's really, really hard to beat, like, the very emotional ending scene in The Walking Dead. Even so, I think The Walking Dead has a couple like lower points than The Wolf Among Us, but I think that The Walking Dead has like a few higher points, especially like the ending bit. Haha, ending bit. We didn't mean to make that joke, but you know, we made. That's just like, holy shit, this is like such a gut punch. Anyway, back to San Andreas. San Andreas is what GTA needs to be for, you know, most of the GTA games. Like, GTA 3 sucks ass, but Vice City's good in a lot of aspects, and San Andreas is like pretty goated, to be fair. There are some annoyances, especially when it comes to trophy hunting aspects, in terms of like how much is really needed for the 100%. Like, there's some things that are just like, alright, do I really need to do this triathlon? Like, the triathlon really just kind of drags things down a little bit. Overall, it's not like a that big of a deal. Of course, with the GTA, you know, we'll put it in minor flaws, I guess. Because at least there's always a thing with the GTA games that's just like, the collectibles are annoying. Hopefully none of that's catching on the mic. Apparently, everyone's having a fun time right now. Being loud and obnoxious. Yeah, but there's too many collectibles for its own good for San Andreas, to be fair. But like, I don't, even though that does fit the description of B, I think the game itself is so enjoyable that like I can overlook a good chunk of it. But it does not, like, it puts it just below S, like barely, I think. I was gonna skip some more songs. Hold on. Yo, shout out to the Snatcher song, let's go. New Frontier, a lot of people shit on New Frontier, but I actually like New Frontier quite a bit. I like Javi and his group. Obviously, like, stuff with Gabe is kind of annoying. So, like, you know, there's issues with that, and I think some of the writing with... Especially near the end, I think is ridiculous with, like, the one lady, the nurse lady, but otherwise, I think it's mostly fine. It doesn't piss me off as much as The Walking Dead Season 2, which is not on this list for the reason that it never had a platinum. But if I were to rank The Walking Dead Season 2, like, I like the first 3.5 episodes a lot. Actually, probably 3 and yeah, about like halfway into episode 4 is like where it gets annoying with the Sarah stuff, especially because like obviously it's fair for some characters to just like croak either way, but like it's really annoying the way they did that one. And the entire plot with the Russians, everything with the Russians is like ridiculous. The whole like Jane Kenny thing was completely fucking forced entirely in a way that just was absolutely ridiculous. Jane is a psychopath. I mean, so is Kenny, obviously. Like, it's fair. Like, there's a lot of really good critiques of Kenny that I agree with, but like the way in which you bring out those flaws was done in such a psychotic way from Jane that it's just like, I can't take your side with this at all. Like, there's no shot I could ever take your side with this. Like, that's some psycho shit, dude. What are you doing? But yeah. So, that's probably a good spot to leave it. Specifically, like, B tier. It's enjoyable, but I have some issues with it. Wait, this is Chain of Memories? What the hell was the other one, then? Oh, the other one was Kingdom Hearts. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter either way, because, like, either way, like... fucking 1.5, 2.5 shit. So if this was Kingdom Hearts... Sorry, this would... So if that's Chain of Memories, we'll put that one here, then, I guess. And Kingdom Hearts 1... Again, I think there's some flaws with it that I think are worthy of discussion. I actually probably would put it... I think put it, like, right like Kingdom Hearts 1 shit is. We'll put it above it. Like it. Of course, there's no way to tell because of the exact same picture, but I know at the moment that I'm doing it, at least. Crash 1, that's like an easy F tier. Yeah, let's rearrange some of this stuff. For now, I'll put these back where they matter, but I don't want to keep having to scroll down the whole time here. So it seems good for now, for that, and then I can just scroll up when I need to. So at least I don't have to scroll the whole way every time for this. Game of Thrones is cool, but yeah, there are some annoyances with it. Hey Rock, how you doing? Okay, I can do VIP. Hey Rock, redeem VIP, we're gonna make him VIP. Goodbye to Rafiki, who had it previously. Doodle-dee. I get the feeling I'm gonna have to cut a couple things out of the recording in terms of people being stupid in the background, but we'll see. Okay, now we can skip another song here. So this is where we left off on last time. This is the very next song that was actually part of the OST. So we're gonna let the songs play from here, instead of like skipping around a bunch. I'm great? Good. Good to hear. Anyway, so yeah, Crash 1 is like a solid... where the hell would I put Crash 1? When I think of Crash 1, I don't really think... Like, I can't immediately think of flaws, to be honest, so I think it's probably going to be pretty high up here. Like, some of the flaws I can... Okay, there's only like one minor flaw. Like, some of the... well, I guess there's a couple of minor flaws. Some of the speedrun aspects of it can be annoying for, like, the relic... time relics, especially for platinum times, which are not required for the platinum, but I did do every single platinum relic time in the game. The one with the lab is too tight a time. The rope stuff is like annoying. The jump physics in Crash are like different for this than the original game. What is it? Like you fall quicker, I think it is what it is. Like you go up a little bit higher, but then you fall quicker. Like it's something about it is like the physics are slightly different. So you end up whiffing some jumps that I probably wouldn't have whiffed in the original version. And there are some issues with... It's a very minor thing, but there's like one of the levels in like one of the native area, like hut kind of areas, whatever, like with the spikes, the wooden spikes. But yeah, in terms of like the spike areas where like, what is it? The fucking the flames of those, like there's like specifically one where it's 3 fire sticks in a row, and the flames are so high that they go higher than the actual visual aspect of it. The hitbox is higher, and so it's almost like guaranteed to get hit every time unless you get the exact right thing, like timing of it. And the reason that matters is because the timing doesn't reset every time you go back to like the beginning of the level. Some things will go on a rhythm as you like continuously reset the level like normally. In a way that's just like really annoying to like time it out, because there's just certain times that are just not viable doing it that way, which I think is kind of a lame way to do it. Crash 2 rates a little bit lower for the reason that the ice physics are really bad on the new version. I don't remember if the old version had it like that. So there's enough of a minor flaw that like I would count it, but otherwise like Crash 2 is a banger for sure. Warped, I gotta be honest, Warped I don't like as much, just in general, so I'd go like a little bit lower, not by much. Yeah, I probably like the Fallout game more than I like. Yeah, that's about right. That's about right there. But, yeah, just the vehicle, like, it's a nice change up, but, like, I'm not really a fan of, like, a lot of the, like, levels as much. Like the motorcycle one, or, like, I think the Coco levels are cool as its own separate thing, but, like, I don't know, like, the plane one I didn't really care about, and the motorcycle one I don't really care about, and, like, the jet ski one I don't really care about, so it's just, eh. I don't hate them, but they're just there, I guess. Okay, what is this Kingdom Hearts? Let me find out what this Kingdom Hearts 1 is real quick. It might be Kingdom Hearts 1, haha. It's Birth by Sleep again. I mean, whatever, we'll just... So that one actually we'll put in repeat here. So that's a repeat, flat. Okay. I'll let the ad break go, and then I'll swap over and we can actually earn a platinum. But I'll keep talking about these for now. Batman, I'll be honest, the vast majority of this stuff I don't actually remember from Batman Telltale Season 1. But I do like that you could play as actual, like, Bruce Wayne for a bit. There's a lot of games that don't really focus on Bruce Wayne, Playboy, kind of sneaking around type shit sometimes. You know, the cover story that he can do to, like, infiltrate certain aspects. And so that's cool. So I don't know, I'd say it's an enjoyable game. I'd definitely put it below Game of Thrones. This is Watch Dogs 1. I have issues with Watch Dogs 1, but I enjoy the game for the most part. We'll probably put it above G. It's hard to, I mean, because these give different experiences, so like it isn't always like accurate day to day, but like generally speaking, they try to be the right place. Watch Dogs has a couple problems. So problem number one is Aiden Pierce is like has the fucking personality of like a used up napkin that you threw in the trash, because like he's just like, also it's been left out in the sun afterwards because the trash fell over. It's just like a used up crusty nonsense. Because he's just like a fucking boring nothing character. And he has a nice tragic backstory to work with, but like he's such a fucking void of charisma that like he's a lame character to follow as like a protagonist. Every other character around him is much more interesting. They don't have to be quirky to be good, obviously. Like they don't have to be like Geordie Chin or like what the fuck is his name? It's T-Dog, but like what the hell is his actual name? I can't remember it. But you know, it doesn't have to be like that sort of quirky. I mean, you could easily just be like you could be like the partner that Aiden had at the one time, where he's still like, you know, he still has his like motivations and he's a bit of a grumpy fuck, but like he's, you know, still feels like an actual kind of person sometimes. But the main problems I have with Watch Dogs, I've already made a video on it on the YouTube. I'm sure if you just search up the word Watch Dogs on my channel, you can find it. But essentially, there's like two plot holes. And one plot hole is like the game starts having like news reports that people are finding out that you're like the Fox or like the Vigilante or whatever. and then later, like after that point, you're doing a mission to like silence someone who's like gonna tell people that you're the vigilante. Like the news report already happened, so like obviously something got fucked up in the files, and that got put forward like too soon. And second, the whole plot revolving around like who put the initial hit on should have been found out in 30 seconds when it's obviously like. I guess I won't mention it because you said you still need to get the. Oh, you still need to get the online stuff for Watch Dogs, so you have played. Okay. But anyway, it's very obvious who the person is from the get-go, if they did any research, because it's someone who... Okay, how am I gonna do this? Let's just do... I'll hit the 0 button, or I'll hit the 9 button here to put a smug face, so the smug face will be the spoilers section, so if you don't want to hear spoilers, just like wait 30 seconds. Okay, sorry, I got interrupted again. Today's like a big day of getting interrupted here. But here, so I'm gonna hit the 9 key. It's gonna put a smug face on my character. So if you do not want to hear spoilers on Watch Dogs, I'll even pause the music here. If you do not want to hear spoilers on Watch Dogs 1, be sure to mute for like the next 30 seconds while I have a smug face on, starting right about now. Okay, so like, Aiden should know immediately who did the hit, because the person that did the hit is like the one that owns the hotel that that they were trying to break into, and they know it's about him trying to break into the hotel. Why would you, even if you don't know for sure, like maybe you throw it in like a red herring sort of situation, how would you not immediately at least suspect that person first and foremost? And it's obviously, so it's like, oh, it's Lucky Quinn. No fucking shit, he owns the hotel. Like, and they held it off until the end. It's like such an odd, like it should be like a secret owner or something, right? Like say if you like happen to own the stakes through like some dummy like shell corporations or something, or like some guy who like works, like, hey, this guy actually works for me and like launders money for me. Like there could have been a way to like make it work pretty well, and then they just don't, or like have him just like have them think it's him to start with, and then have them throw it off the trail by like something else, like a red herring. Anyway, always grinding my ass about that's like such a huge plot hole. But anyway, back to music time. Hooray! So that's always grinding my ass about Watch Dogs 1, but otherwise I think it's pretty good. Anyway, let's go back to pausing the music. Does anyone want us, now that the ad is done, let's earn a fucking trophy, yeah? Ladies and gents, let's move on over to the game audio. We will earn one of the 2 platinums right now to get myself up to... Should be able to hear the audio. Yeah, there we go. Okay. We're gonna earn one of the 2 Black Ops 1 Platinums right this second here. Shout out to PS4. We will not get both of them right now. I'm trying to stagger them out for releases, but... Here we go. So we should just have to type in Zork, and then that should be Platinum. Eaten by a Gru, and... wait for it. Platinum, baby, let's go! Yeah! We did it! Trophy, woo! So now we're at $4.99. If you can believe it, we just have to do that exact same thing for the PS5 version. But we will hold off on that as I do more trophy hunting talks and nonsense. That does mean that I can now officially delete the PS4 version off my console, so I actually can save a little bit of room there, so that's nice. I will keep the PS5 version because I plan on playing the game still way past the point of having the platinum, but that's neither here nor there. Anyway, back to trophy hunting times. Hooray. And music times. Let's turn the music back on. Let me actually update my PSN profiles while I'm at it too. So this should shift everything down by 1 on the list because of the fact that it's 1 new platinum here. Yep, now it's updated. We have 499 platinums and 19,998 trophies total, so we just need 2 more trophies and 1 more platinum, which of course would be the Zorg and the other thing. Anyway, back to browser moment. So yeah, if I refresh this page, Crash 2 should move down by 1. Yeah, there we go. Cool, cool. Minecraft story mode. It was fun. Shout out to the voice actor of Ellie being in this game. It's just an okay game. It's enjoyable. That's all it needs to be, I guess. And this is a secondary stack, so we're gonna put this up with the repeat stacks. I suppose I should probably put the repeat stacks down, especially because we're getting close to actually needing repeat stacks. We're gonna put them just above S tier, because then it's a little bit easier to get to. I don't remember if this Jak and Daxter Platinum was different in terms of trophy hunting. It doesn't look any different. In terms of names, 100% clear is a dumb name, so that's like whatever, D tier. Chip Off the Old Block is okay, I guess. It doesn't really scream Minecraft story mode to me, so that's, I guess, like a C tier. Invincible Crash Bandicoot I thought was pretty good. I'm Batman is a good name for the Batman trophy, that's S tier, obviously. We Had Fun, Didn't We is okay for Tales from the Borderlands, that's a B tier. King of Liberty City and Kingpin are good names, good enough, so those are like A tiers each. Don't You Have Anything Better to Do with a platinum annoying dog who's Toby Fox is an S tier. It's probably the most S tier of S tiers outside of I'm Batman. Graduation Day is an okay name for that. It's like B tier. More Powerful Than You Think for Fracture the Hole is like a solid C tier for South Park. The Grail is okay, C tier probably for that. Bring on the Storm is a decent name. It's like a B tier. And then we'll talk about the other ones later as we go through. Let's keep going through. Hooray! Anyway, yeah, I don't think nothing's really different about this Jak stack, so we're just gonna go to we're gonna put that back to repeat plats. Tails is good. I think Tails is better than all these so far here. Yeah, that's probably about where I'd put it. It's better than New Frontier. I don't think it's better than Xenoverse, though, or like really anything else on this side, but it's a cool story, for the most part. Where was that? Kingdom Hearts. This is Kingdom Hearts 2, yet again, same thing, nothing really too different. There are some annoyances with Kingdom Hearts being at 60 frames for the PS4 releases. Certain attacks are like a little bit worse in the sense that, like, because they're 60 frames, they shoot faster than they're supposed to, and so that fucks things up. The wizards of Kingdom Hearts 1 are like that. Both Kingdom Hearts 1 and Rechain Memories are like that. They shoot quicker, and so it's harder to, like, you take more damage from them. Because you're gonna hit more, you're gonna, like, sunlock more often. Likewise, the Vexen Ice Crystals, I think, from Rechain and definitely in Kingdom Hearts 2's Data Flight are like that as well. Which is mildly annoying, for sure. But yeah, though, it's like such a minor difference. GTA 3 is a bad game. It also has annoying trophies. But it's better than Terminator Salvation, I'll give you that. But like GTA 3, like it's good for like what it was at the time. I even played it at the time, even though I shouldn't have. But like it just controls like shit. Like everything about the game controls like shit. The driving sucks. The fucking shooting sucks. The missions are like unreasonable in terms of like the damage they do to you. The fact that they have shotgun Italians, the famous shotgun Italians of GTA 3, where like they literally one-tap your vehicle from one bullet. Even when you're driving a tank, they two-tap a tank. Like just a guy on a street corner with a shotgun two-taps a tank. Like, are you fucking kidding me? And it's like, oh hey, do paramedic missions, but you don't do them right away, then you've pissed off every faction of the game. They definitely took those criticisms to heart, because Vice City was a lot better about that, where like enemy faction stuff, they'll come up to you and like start like, you know, like start fucking with you. Same thing with San Andreas. Before they totally start shooting you on sight, they just kind of like be like, you know, hey, why you here, sort of shit. Push you, kind of be like, hey, get off our turf type shit before they start attacking. Vice City still has some of the annoying like package stuff, and some of the definitely the trophy for like the take the cannoli type thing was really annoying. They fixed this in the it's like a thing. Essentially, what you have to do is you had to break your way out of like the containment of the first area immediately, because this game counts any bullet that's shot as part of your accuracy, even if you're not the one to shoot it. So just random NPCs shooting each other and missing fucking ruins your accuracy. You have to get like some crazy fucking score, and so essentially you break out of like the marina area, take a helicopter, and like find hidden packages until the point that you get like the shooting helicopter, and you like shoot a vehicle that blows up like a truck, and just keep shooting the blown up truck over and over again to increase your accuracy. And this takes like hours to do. And because my accuracy was a little bit bad because of some NPCs, it took me, no joke, fucking like 8 hours overnight, rubber band type shit to do. So yeah, it definitely has some annoying trophies, even though the gameplay is better. But they fixed that later on. San Andreas, this is just like a repeat stack, so... Undertale, speaking of Undertale, we were talking about that a second ago. Undertale's S tier for sure, great game. The trophies for like getting the money are like a little whatever, but that's just Toby Fox like trolling people, like being like, hey, I don't actually like trophies achievements, so we're just gonna create some like bullshit ones. But the song they do play in the trophy area, the very first one, Mysterious Shrine, is like a fucking bop for sure. But yeah, otherwise I think I really like the characters in the game. The gameplay is fun. The color palette, you know, slash art style is like great. The story's really resonant for a lot of aspects. Surprisingly deeper than you think it would be. The fact that you can like make different choices in terms of like how you want the gameplay to go is neat. It's just a good time. Good game. Batman, this is a repeat stack, so we're just gonna throw that in the old repeat section. South Park, that's a repeat stack. Watch Dogs 2. The thing is, Watch Dogs 2, I like some of the gameplay of Watch Dogs 1. Like, I like the digital trips of Watch Dogs 1 a lot more, and I did like the drinking game. Everyone hated the drinking minigame, but like, I fucking love that drinking minigame. I even did that shit back when it was like harder. Like, they patched it to make it easier. I didn't need it. I'm built different, alright. But it was fun. But yeah, Watch Dogs 2 is mostly a better game. I don't like the way the story is like. The story's less serious, but it's like weird because the characters will just go around murdering people, even though they try to act like they're kind of perky Chungus type characters. So that's kind of weird. Like a weird disconnect, but overall, like the story was fun to play at least. I 100% that. Oh, Watch Dogs 2? Yeah, I did too. I even did the showdown trophies like legit back in the day. It was fun. I mean, it took some tries, obviously. Like it wasn't like a fucking shot in the park or not shot in the park. What the fuck is it? Shot in the dark. But like I was thinking, like there's a different phrase I'm mixing with that. It wasn't like easy. Like it wasn't just like immediately the easiest fucking thing ever. Essentially. So I'm like messing around. I gotta put timestamps here and there and make sure that people in the house yelling at my dog right now to stop biting people isn't ruining my shit. In terms of audio later back. But yeah, Watch Dogs 2 is a lot of fun. Watch Dogs 2 also has much better servers than Watch Dogs 1 in terms of the online. The online's like janky as fucking Watch Dogs 1 these days. South Park Factory of a Whole, I think it's worse than South Park, but A, I don't like superheroes as much, and B, the grid combat's just kind of whatever, but like I think it's still a really, really solid game. I wouldn't put it that much lower. Like I would still probably... I think enjoyable. I'd put it like slightly, like not even a full tier down, even though it is a full tier down, but like because this is more towards the bottom of A and this is towards the top of B. But yeah. Homefront, The Revolution. I thought it was enjoyable, but there are some issues with the game. A lot of the issues got fixed through updates, and I think the DLCs actually makes it a lot better too in terms of the story, but the way I played the game, I felt like provided me more enjoyment. Like there's these things you can do where you can unlock these towers and they essentially tell you where everything is on the map. You go off and check them off one by one. I specifically saved those for last, and I felt like the game was much more enjoyable because I did that, because I got to like really experience like sneaking through these areas and shit. And yeah, because when the game dropped initially, like this game definitely had a lot of issues. There's one trophy that was broken I couldn't get, where every time you tried to stop like a compound thing and blow it up, it would immediately spawn in enemies just as soon as you touch the thing that blows it up, avoiding the trophy where you have to do it without being detected. There was just no way around it, no matter how many people you fucking cleared out. Really dumb and annoying. They eventually fixed that, and then also this game really had a huge issue of like every single autosave without fail would lag you for 10 full seconds where you could not move. Every single autosave. Every time. And so they fixed that, which is great because that was a shit show actually. Order 1886 is a mid game. It is such a mid game. It's not a bad game. It's a mid game though. And even though it has some aspects of it that are interesting, they sequel baited the fuck out of it. I bought a game at launch and was heavily disappointed by the performance. Most areas were running at 20 to 50 frames per second. Couldn't bring myself to play it. Really wish I did though. You're talking about Homefront? Yeah. To be fair, I like the original Homefront, but yeah, it had a lot less identity. It was very like, this is just a Call of Duty clone kind of thing, whereas I felt like the Revolution did quite a bit there. Take your mid and put it up your ass. Good, great game. The Order? No. The Order was really pretty. Like, so like it was a. I understand why they made it a launch title essentially, or like close to launch if it wasn't exactly launch. I think it was actually launch though. Like, it is a gorgeous game, but like, it had an okay idea going for it. But I don't know. There's just like a lot of meandering about, especially when you're going for collectibles. Where it's like, oh hey, walk down this alleyway, and you're like the slowest fucking walk you've ever seen in your life. It's like, why'd you even put a collectible here? Or like, hey, we put in what appears to be a stealth section, but like, it breaks 2 seconds later. Like, in the sense of like, oh, we decided you were allowed to use a crossbow for like 20 seconds, and then now like there's no stealth anymore. It's like, why did you even pretend like there was any stealth here? Like, it's so stupid. Like, there's a couple sections in The Last of Us that arguably do that too, but they're very minor sections for the fact that the vast majority of the game you can do in stealth. Whereas, like, I don't know, The Order was just like 90%. Even when you would do the thing stealthy, like, it still forced you into combat, like, as if you didn't. It's like, fuck you, man. But yeah, I also, like, it really burns my ass when a game sequel baits. Like, not in the way that, like, oh, hey, we finished this, but there's still, like, some unresolved threads that, like, naturally could be completed in another, a sequel. The fact that it felt like the ending of the current game I was playing was cut off. You know, like Ghosts, for example. Call of Duty Ghosts did that, too. A much worse... Like, a worse game than obviously, Order, for sure, but, like, just make the fucking ending. Like, just spend the next, like, especially because the Order was actually pretty short of a game. If it was a much longer game, I could understand it. But it was a very short game. Like, what, like 8 hours to do it? And it's like, there's not really a whole lot to... I don't know, like, it's cool as an art piece. You know what I mean? Like, there's cool, like, aspects of it. Like, I feel like the concept art fucking really slaps for that game, probably. And, like, there's cool, like, aspects that you walk through. But I feel like... if we're going with, like, weird, like, hey, we took, like, the 1800s and, like, did some really cool shit with it. I feel like Dishonored would do something like that, but like also has good gameplay. You know, like consistently throughout. It has a story that actually, like, obviously the graphics aren't as good in Dishonored, but like, I feel like in the gameplay aspect, and obviously the gameplay aspects are different between those two games. I'm not saying it's like a one-to-one comparison, not even close, but like, I think Dishonored does way more with what I would want to do with that sort of era than The Order ever even gets close to doing. So yeah, it's mid as fuck. But you're allowed to be wrong. Asylum and City. Yeah, that's about right. They're pretty close to each other. I think City's a much better game, especially with Catwoman stuff, but again, I'm not counting DLC for this. But City's a better game, but also it includes all like the weird side stuff in terms of like combat modes, which again, I'm not counting a lot of those to be fair, but like, that is annoying as fuck. But in terms of like just the main game alone, all the collectibles are way excessive on City, but it's a better story overall, so it gets a little bit higher up. Life is Strange Before the Storm, it's cheesy and not as good as the first Life is Strange, but I did like the talkback mechanic, probably like right at the end of enjoyable. I like the characters, and I like seeing the stuff with Nathan before he turns into a fucking psycho. Jack 2, we're putting that back to, of course, repeat plat. Jack 3 is also a repeat plat. Alien Isolation is also a repeat plat. Finally, we can start getting to the damn repeat plat so we can keep this shit going. Marvel Guardians of the Galaxy. You know, there's like several properties here that I've started watching just because I played it as a Telltale game. Game of Thrones, I only started playing because of that. Walking Dead, I only started watching because of that. Or yeah, Game of Thrones, I only started watching, is what I meant to say. I watched the Guardians of the Galaxy movies because of this. But looking back, it's not as good, to be honest. It's like right at the end of enjoyable. There's obviously a repeat plat. This is the PS3 plat, specifically this one, but I had to go back later and like do another playthrough to clean that up. Likewise, LA Noire is a repeat plat. These are not auto pops, although auto pops will be put here eventually. But for now, like the vast majority of these I end up replaying anyway. My Name is Mayo is funny, but like let's be honest, it's pretty mid game. Arkham City is a repeat plat. Mr. Misage is slightly funnier than My Name is Mayo, but still mid game. Life is Strange is a repeat plat. Jack X Combat Racing, banger game, way better than Jack 3. I think as a kid I enjoyed much more like grinding every single card to max level, but you really don't need to do that, and honestly it's a lot more tedious these days than I thought it was. But Jack X is really fucking solid. Enjoyable, the story's pretty good. It's just really fun gameplay. That's really all that matters at the end of the day. Like the gameplay's fun as fuck. Wild Arms 3. Speaking of which, someone was trying to harass me to help him out in Wild Arms 3 because I used a community redeem to make him play it. Wild Arms 3 is not an S tier. There's no way it gets S tier. Do I put it A tier? The thing is, in terms of number, I feel like it's between A tier and B tier. So I think I'm going to put it like top of A. Because there are some really fucking annoying aspects of Wild Arms 3. Specifically, like, the fact that you can't find an area unless you're, like, you have to actively search the map the entire time, but even if you search the exact spot, you won't find the area unless an NPC has told you about it, is like, criminal. Like, you should be in jail for that. That's a ridiculous fucking feature. Like, are you kidding me? And there's some annoying stuff, like grabbing and running being the same mechanics, so like when you're trying to do some puzzles, you sometimes just bump your character off the fucking map. It's annoying as hell. Some of the side quest stuff you gotta do for EX keys are a little bit like tedious in terms of like how much you have to go back and talk to some random person in some random fucking town that you don't like. It makes sense when you're progressing through the game and you're doing some of those things because it's like, okay, I'm naturally going to this new town now. I can talk to someone. There's some of them where you have to like retread back to a place you've previously been to do that. And like, how are you gonna know that unless you just happen to know that? Or the game just is like forcing you to do it over and over and over again. Feels like a real time waste at times. Also, yeah, the story is like, I like the story, but like the writing is just fucking way too overcomplicated, more than it needs to be. In terms of like the names of like functions and like systems and such. Like the Hades library system needs is ruining Filgaia through the extraction, it's like, fuck man, I don't like, what? Like, you could get the same information across, even in, like, it's one thing if, like, the sciencey character says that or something, but, like, it's, like, every fucking character. I know, to be fair, a bunch of those characters were scientists, but, like, Jesus. It doesn't bother me as bad as it bothers from the stream review does, but I do recognize it. Also, yeah, I didn't realize how much... I knew you refight bosses a lot more than I thought you did. Which I knew, like, Janus you would... I didn't remember Asgard fighting that many times though. Or the three scientists over and over and over again, so. Battle War Ascension, hooray. Battle War Ascension is good, but not as good as Battle War 1, 2, or 3. And the fact that I had to pay $10 for an online pass is lame as hell. Because that's like to kill used game sales. Like if you bought the game new, you would have got it, but otherwise you gotta pay $10, and it's like, that's lame as fuck. Otherwise, I mean, it's a fun game. It's not as fun as some of these other games, but it's enjoyable. Yeah, seems about more right there. Yeah, okay. Nier Automata. Cool game, like the fact that there's a bunch of different endings is cool. Story is very neat in terms of like identity and existence and such, without getting too much into spoilers, of course. Obviously, also hot girl, neat. But yeah, it was enjoyable. I enjoyed it. Batman Season 2, I think I remember a lot more about Season 2, so like it goes up higher just by nature of me actually remembering what the fuck is happening there. But, I mean, they're about the same level. It is lame near the end, I feel like no matter what, it like gets ruined and it doesn't feel satisfying that the ending bit that they advertised is like, oh, you can shape how Joker is. It doesn't feel as satisfying near the end. At this list so far, what's a game you wish you liked a little bit more? Maybe a game that you really liked and saw its potential but didn't live up to it? Like, in terms of the ones I've already rated, or you mean like out of all 500? Because, like, so the way you rated so far, game you wish you liked a little bit more. Let's take a look here. It definitely wouldn't be an S tier game, obviously, because otherwise it's like, hey, I like this game already. Mr. Misage, you know. I mean, maybe... The problem is a lot of these games I do like. It's just that, like, there's little aspects of them that are, like, annoying. But if I had to choose one, maybe oh, hey, do you like this more? It'd probably be something along the lines of, like... I mean, Jak 3 is, like, an obvious one, I guess, in the sense that, like... I like the other games so much more, overall. The only reason Jak 2 is as low as it is because I recognize some of the very obvious, pretty much objectionable flaws. Or pretty much objective flaws like the game has. Otherwise, in terms of just how much I like the game, it's easily like way up like around here somewhere. But Jak 3 is like the only one that's just kind of like, oh, this just kind of like disappoints me. Like Lost Frontier is at least one that I'm like, okay, yeah, this game just didn't really seem to care about like the series that much, so I can kind of write that one off, but I can't write off Jak 3 the same way, so it's just kind of like disappointing. Hitman Go and Lara Croft Go. I think I like Hitman Go slightly more, but I don't know. They're enjoyable, but they're like bottom tier enjoyable. Rocket League. If we just count the platinum, I'll be honest, I don't remember the platinum of Rocket League off the top of my head. Oh yeah, let me rate some of these other names real quick. Little Help from My Friends is a good name for Guardians of the Galaxy. That's like A tier, maybe high B tier. King of the Road is a good name for that. That's like a B tier, maybe like B plus tier. Legend of the Gaia is a great name for Wild Arms, of course. I mean, it's kind of lame sometimes that if all of them say Legend, but like it's good enough. I think it's like an A tier. My Name is May. Whatever, it's just the name of the game. We already talked about those. Champion of the Gods is a good name for God of War. That's like an A tier. And the Glorious Mr. Misaki. That one takes the name of the game, but like puts it in like kind of a funnier context. So I think that one actually gets like a B tier for me. Final Words is okay. For Nier, that's like a C tier. I'm the Knight is a good one for Batman, that's like an A tier. Agent 47 is good for Hitman Go, it's probably like an A tier. A True Adventure is fine for Lara Croft Go, so that's like a B tier. Virtuoso is fine. It's just okay, it's like a C tier, I guess. Platinum Blades and Dark Corners. I don't know if this is like a song reference, because I know Dishonored 2 specifically has like where they're doing the reference to Hollywood Days, Hollywood Nights, Dunwall Days, and Karnaca Nights. So I don't know if this is like another like Bob Seger reference. Platinum Blades and Dark Corners. If it is, I don't know it off the top of my head. But yeah, I mean, obviously as song references go, because I like song references, but obviously Dishonored 2 is like S tier for me. Beat Grader is good for Spider-Man shit, that's like a B tier. Just calling this one the final season is almost like calling it the... Yeah, I think it's actually worse when you don't include the name of it if you're just going to call it the final season, so I don't know, probably like still F tier. Small Child, Big Trophy's good for Had in Time, we're about to talk about that one in a second, that's a solid A tier, I suppose. Anyway, let me talk about Rocket League real quick. No, I didn't mean to open this as a separate tab. Why are you doing this? Or sorry, I didn't mean to open it as a separate window, rather, is what I meant to say. Yeah, if we talk about the main game, here's the thing. I'm not good at this game, but this is a fun game, and overall, I was able to do all this shit with like a second controller. But I imagine this is harder in like the main game. It's fun. It's a very fun concept. So I definitely don't hold it against the game whatsoever. That I'm bad at it. So it's a very enjoyable game. Probably worth even saying it's down here. Again, even though like I personally would not put this as like my A tier in regards to like just the fun I had, I think the game has enough of a quality to it that like it feels wrong to put it lower than that. Because like any sort of problem I have with the game is not really actually a problem. It's just that I'm not that great at it. This is a secondary stack of Dishonored, so we'll just put it back up to repeat plats. Kingdom Hearts 3, I don't think it's as good as Kingdom Hearts 2, but I think it's still a lot better than people give it credit for, so I think I would... This is what? This is Birth by Sleep here? It's better than Birth by Sleep. One of the main problems I had with it, they fixed through an update. Essentially, there was like a missable... there was a missable person to talk to when it first released. That was kind of bullshit, and then they fixed that. The lack of Final Fantasy was a little weird, and also the secret boss, like the original secret boss, is bullshit. Obviously, they fixed that with the DLC, of course, which I still need to play Remind. But as far as the base game goes, it's good, but there's a couple little flaws there. Yeah. Dishonored, if we're not counting the Dunwall Trials, which I think are mostly good, but there's some really bullshit trophies. If we cut out the DLC, I mean, this game is like easily S tier. Yeah, right before Bully, I think, is a good place to put it. Fucking love this game. It's just really fun gameplay, like the fact that you can... So many different options for stealth, and options to kill or not kill, incapacitate, ignore the people entirely. Move them differently with like certain like possessions and stuff like that. Let enemies kill each other, like rats kill enemies, so whether you summon them or whether you just like let that shit happen. Story's cool, the movement's cool, like it's dope as shit. Great game, solid game, S tier easily. Hey Bakaya, how you doing? Say that I think that's like Platinum 91, I think, for that Dishonored. Spider-Man was a lot of fun. Enjoyed the game, thought it was a great story. Where do I put it? Yeah, probably about like right here. I think now that I'm thinking about it, I probably would want to put Sleeping Dogs a little bit higher. Well, let's just put it in between there for now. Especially the ending scene of Spider-Man 1 I thought was really, really strong when it came to... Like, the fact he lets himself get stabbed for a moment to do the thing he needs to do at the very end there, like, feels so Spider-Man, and also just, like, that scream he does when he gets hit is, like, first of all, the impact looks fucking gnarly, and the scream with it, it's like, I feel that. And then, like, the whole, like, scene when he's, like, talking with the character afterwards, especially when the character knows who Peter Parker is, and it's so fucking done well, man. Like, I like some of the story in between too, don't get me wrong, like some of the stuff with Rhino was cool, like the weird acid trippy section was dope, and the Kingpin stuff at the beginning was nice. And it's just, I mean, there's a lot of good moments of the game, but like, yes, there's just, like, that ending really always hit me pretty well hard. Just woke up. Wake up. Something, a little makeup. Why'd you leave the keys on the table? There we go, that's a 777. A song that I actually don't know all the lyrics to, so that's cool. Fake fan, of course, of whatever the fuck it's called. Self-righteous suicide. I cry when angels deserve to die. What the fuck is the name of the song, though? I like the meme edit of that song where it's just like, it's an alarm clock and it just says, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. So stupid. Final season's great for The Walking Dead, although I do have some critiques. I think if Violet gets captured, that's like some bullshit. And I also think the Minerva stuff, she just has a crazy plot armor at her end bit. which is like fucking ridiculous, honestly. And some of the stuff with James is a little much. Well, also AJ's like just a straight up fucking psycho, so like he does have somewhat of a point. Overall, I enjoyed it a lot, but like yeah, there's a couple things that I'm just like, I don't know about that. Chop Suey, that is. Damn it, that is the name of it too. Son of a bitch, I should have known that. I'm sorry. Fake fan. Had in Time. This is the music we're listening to right now. It's Had in Time. Had in Time, like I said like earlier, I talked about it earlier quite a bit, so I won't reiterate too much, but arguably this is actually a better game than Jak and Daxter 1. Especially with DLC in mind, but if you just count the base game, like, it's still amazing. Definitely a highlight for platform games for me. Like, one of the top platform games of all time. Banger music, great art style, story is, like, fun, collecting things feels nice. The variety of the levels and the characters and such are cool. Different mechanics. The badge aspects of like changing what your character can do are neat. Which is something that Jak and Daxter actually doesn't have specifically. That's kind of neat. It's like having the aspect of changing what your character can do. Like, for example, Hollow Knight obviously does that as well, but yeah. Spyro 1. I didn't play the original Spyro 1 on PS1, or any of the Spyros on PS1. I played Enter the Dragonfly was actually my first game, which the game runs like shit, but I enjoyed it quite a bit. Good, solid, enjoyable platformer. I don't think it's as good as Crash Bandicoot, but I think it's pretty solid. Yeah, that's about right. Where I'd probably put it. These would change on the day. Like, for example, Spyro could easily be like a few spots higher, a few spots lower, but I'm just gonna... The ones I'm really trying to get is what they're like, specifically if it's still gonna be an A tier and shit like that. Minecraft Story Mode Season 2, I don't remember too much about Season 2, to be honest. It's pretty forgettable. So we're gonna put that in mid-game. It's been a hot minute since we put something in mid-game. Yeah, I'll put it lower than that, I guess. Game of Thrones is just a repeat plat, so we can throw this up top here. I'll check chat in a second. So, because I only have, like, this is on a laptop, so I have to constantly check back and forth. Just to let anyone know. Late Shift. I actually, for an FMV game, there's actually a few FMV games I've tried. This is, like, my favorite one of the group. It's pretty solid. It's obviously very short, which is unfortunate about it, but other than that, like, it's fun. It's fun to, you know, because it's like one of those choose your own adventure type games as an FMV game, which is dope as hell. So yeah, I guess it's minor flaws that it's short, otherwise it's just like, yeah, that's good. There's an argument I could see where it's like lower a little bit. Because really, I enjoyed Wild Arms 3 way more than Late Shift, but Wild Arms 3 has like way more fucking problems with it. And now we're finally at Platinum number 100, Dishonored 2. Some of me is more nostalgic. It's weird that I'm more nostalgic about Dishonored 1, in a sense, due to, like, part of it's just like, I don't know, it's the first experience with that. Not really with that type of game. Like, I've played some stealth games before, or at least games with stealth aspects, but like that type of stealth game where it's just like purely stealth and nothing else. I feel like Dishonored was like the first one for that for me. Like one of those. Well, I guess Hitman Absolution really was, but like I don't know, something about like the first person aspect of Dishonored really hits a lot more. But yeah, Dishonored 2 is a way better game. Or well, Dishonored 2 is a better game. I like the difference of the characters you can choose and like the ways in which they're like different in terms of their dark powers, their, you know, outsider powers. The new city is nice. The new enemy types of it being rats and being blood flies is really cool. The story aspect of it is neat. Being able to see Corvo at the start of the game use his actual powers, like being able to see that in a cutscene aspect, is dope as shit. Because you always see it from like your gameplay aspect, where you get to experience the slow down time normally, but getting to see it like in the real time of another character's perspective is so fucking cool. Yeah, Delilah's a cool villain. Definitely better than some of the other villains from the first game. They having like one overarching villain, overarching? I think so. Villain is like, I think stronger than having a bunch of random ones that like aren't that strong. Like I think the last villains are pretty good about Dishonored 1, and I think as individual levels they work for what they need to be. But they're like, as a package overall, I think they're a little bit more forgettable than Dishonored 2 stuff. Death of the Outsider, great. I think it's a great addition, like, to this, like a capstone to the series. And the fact that, like, you can actually choose what happens to him. Obviously, the death means more than just one thing, rather than just straight up killing. It's cool that you can do some shit like that. Yeah, increases the lore. Obviously, based on the Dishonored 2, like, engine and, like, you know, like, obviously, what'd you call it? Aspects of the game? Why am I not thinking of the word? Elements of the game? Assets? Assets is the word. There we go. But yeah, pretty good game. I'd put it lower by quite a bit. Well, yeah, it's probably more towards, like, minor flaws, because there is, like, the first half of the game I don't really remember too much of Death of the Outsider, but I do think it's a fucking banger, so it deserves to be pretty high. CSI Fatal Conspiracy. This is a bad Telltale game. This is a bad game. It just controls like ass mainly. Like, I've played Telltale games where I don't really care for the source material. Obviously, Minecraft's a good example of that. But like fuck, man, come on. The load times are terrible, and the fucking puzzle solving was like a little annoying too. This is slop. This is our first slop game. This one. The other games were at least games, but this is like the first cash grab. It's not AI specifically, but it says AI or cash grab. The midnight games. Obviously, if it was like Midnight Club, that'd be different. But like these midnight games, it's like Midnight Deluxe, Birthday to Midnight, 38 Midnight or something. I don't know, like fragments, 38 fragments of midnight. Like these are slop games for sure. This is the only time I've actually paid for slop games though, like this. So like it's unfortunate. I would go back and remove these three games. Obviously, there's two here right now, but I'll find the third one eventually. I would remove these. How you doing, Red Blood? Sorry, I had to swap in between. This is only a laptop. I don't have a second monitor, so I have to swap between the two tabs constantly. Say shit. But yeah, what chaos you got? Power Rangers Jungle Fury was the best of all time. I grew up watching a little bit of Power Rangers. I liked it. There was a N64 game called Lightspeed Rescue that I played a lot. That I enjoyed the shit out of. I don't know about that specific game, but yeah, maybe it's fun. Power Rangers, what do we got here? Go Power Rangers. Then we click on Power Rangers and okay, is it not like a PlayStation game? Oh, sorry, is it not like a PS4 game? I guess I should say. It could be like a PS2 game or something. But yeah, I mean, if it's anything to base off of like the one Power Rangers game I played, then yeah, they're probably pretty good. If I had to guess. Anyway. Let's swap this over here real quick. Let's see, Completist? For a second I thought they misspelled completionist, but it says completist. That's the name of that. That's fucking weird. Truest Self I like, but not that much, so I think it's like a C tier. Completist is a terrible one, that's like a D tier. Done is a terrible one, that's like a D tier. Actually, fuck that, that's an F tier. As much as Hellblade is like a great game, we'll talk about it in a second. That's Trophy Achievers, kind of whatever. I do like the image for it, but like it's whatever. That's like probably an F tier, I guess. Ripto's Remorse is good. That's like a B tier. Platinum Midnight's lame. Secret Prize. It's like a D tier maybe. All the Goat. All the Goat's okay. That's like a C tier rather. This one does the worst of actually what I hate. Where it not only says the name of the game, but just says Platinum Trophy. So like it feels like they put extra shit there. Total Shocker is like that one's kind of generic and lame, so that's like a D tier. I like this one though, because even though it says Platinum Trophy, I like that the parentheses say, "Thanks for your money." Thanks for your money, suckers. That's good. That's like an S tier one. Sorry, I guess I think the music, yeah, the music paused for a second because if you don't click on the tab after a while, the game is like, or YouTube is like, "Hey, did you actually want to keep listening?" It's like, yeah, that's probably why. It's like music. It's not an actual video. You don't sit there and watch music. Especially when at least if it's like an equalizer thing, or sorry, a visualizer thing, or if it's like a lyric video, or if it's like an actual music video, you would watch it. But you don't sit there and just watch like a still image of the album that plays music. Like, fucking kidding me. Anyway, let's go back to the rating and stuff. Hellblade's a great game. Apparently they consulted a bunch of people for like what it feels to be schizophrenic and shit. I think it's told exceptionally well, and yeah, there was definitely some worry about like, will this actually reset my game if I died too many times? It's obviously very short, but I think it does a lot with the little time that it shows up for. I'm excited to play the sequel, although I think... Is the sequel only on Xbox, or did it finally come to PlayStation? I don't recall off the top of my head. New tab. But yeah, welcome in. We do trophy hunting stuff here. If that wasn't obvious, that me rambling about bullshit. Oh, there's a PS5 stack. I didn't know there was a PS5 stack. Oh, okay, so the sequel did come out. Okay. It came out last year around this time. That's crazy. I need to get on that then at some point. ToeJam and Earl, shout out to me modding in the ToeJam and Earl Discord server. It's fun. Yeah, it's enjoyable. I'd say it's enjoyable. It falls in the enjoyable tier. Yeah, probably right about there. I never played the originals. I do own 1 and 2 on Steam. I do need to try them eventually. It was fun. The online was a little buggy though. I do like that because they had the original concept art of this game as it was coming out was one I didn't like that much, and I'm glad that they changed it up to the style that they have now for it. Spyro Rito's Rage. I think this is better than the first Spyro. If this fucking tier list would let me move it over, thank you. Strangely enough, I don't think Year the Dragon is as good as 2, but it is better than 1. So we'll put those like right next to each other, I guess. Untitled Goose Game. It's short, but it's sweet, man. The game was a lot of fun. The fact that it's short means I'm gonna have it like in minor flaws. Not that like every short game would be like that, but like especially when the price is lower. But it's not a game like you go back and replay a bunch. Where some of these, like I would replay the fuck out of a bunch of these games. I do like just being a menace to society is just immediately enticing. Yeah, right with that. I bet I know who goes to that before I check. It's probably Coach Sam Chan. Oh, it's not. Wow. Damn. Can't believe it. Yeah, the mechanic was goated. Made you think. If I could, I'll do a tier list once I hit 100. It's fun. It's fun to do tier lists. For me, what I've been doing is I've been clicking, like right-clicking on these and then just like saving them. So like I open new tab and then I just click into this and then save it, and then this would be like Platinum. You know, I just type in, you know, the number of what the Platinum is. So in this case, it's probably like Platinum 106 or some shit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, it is actually 106 exactly. Hell yeah. I know how math works. Hooray. When we get to 200 Platinums here, which will be a little bit quicker as we get more and more like auto pops and stuff, in games where I don't have to talk too much about these, we'll do the 500th Platinum finally on stream. Goat Sim, Flappy Goat's obviously annoying, but like, I'm glad I did it. And in fact, even in the PS5 stack that doesn't have Flappy Goat, I actually did it live on there. Again, like even though it didn't give me any sort of like trophy for it. So I'm correct, obviously. I don't like Goat Sim 1 as much. It is enjoyable, to be fair. It is an enjoyable experience, but... Let's put Booga. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty better. I don't like the more unstructured like aspect of Goat Sim 1 compared to Goat Sim 3. Like I think Goat Sim 3 is the idea of Goat Sim 1 done much better. Obviously there's some goofy, like, hey, we let in goofy bugs, that's fine. But I like the much more structured aspect of Goat Sim 3. Outer Worlds, I think, it's not as good as the Fallouts. It was pretty enjoyable though, for the most part. Did I like it more than Skyrim? Yes and no. Yes and no. I do need to play the DLC though, and I do own Outer Worlds too, so I will eventually get to it, but yeah. Minimedon, I believe this is a secondary stack of Minimedon. No, I only talked about it until Dawn. Minimedon has some issues. Also, there are some annoying gameplay aspects to this. The hard-to-head playthrough, there's like, even if there is, and I think they might have finally fixed it, but when I played it, if there was like 2 heart options and you were on your head playthrough, you could not choose a heart option at all. You had to let the timer run out and choose nothing, and it was like some weird shit. And I think that's not good game design, like at all. So that was like annoying as fuck. And then some of the how long it takes the characters to figure out what's happening is a little much. Also, some of the collectibles being kind of hidden off to some of the sides was like in side paths that you can only take either with co-op or with the what is it, Creator's Cut or whatever the fuck it's called. Was annoying. Director's Cut, whatever the hell the other path side is of it. They fixed that for later games though, for the most part. Besides the quarry, but we'll get to that eventually. Maybe I'll do like the first 250 platinums this stream, and then we can make it like a part 2 or something. I don't know. Hopefully we should start picking things up here as we get to the era of like additional, like here's the, because I didn't play like every single PS3 game I did again for PS4, but like I played a lot of the PS4 games for PS5. Yeah, probably about there. I need a copy of your tears. Yeah, I could send it over if you want like these specific ones, but and you can obviously tailor it to the way you have it. Because I have like obviously B, C, D, F, repeat plats, slop, and the games I cheated on to get the platinum. But Trover is like better than High on Life, which we'll eventually see on the list here. Short and sweet, really, is the name of the game on this one. Pretty funny overall. Again, the placement of these probably changes wildly depending on which day I do these, but like in terms of like where in these type of settings, but I really try to make sure that as long as it matches in these. Yeah, it's just consistently funny, which is nice. Life is Strange, I believe this is Life is Strange 2. Life is Strange 2, I hate this game, honestly. It's like mid as fuck. Oh, this is the song that plays when I get bits. The roll the slots sound from Ahead in Time. Do 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 do. I'm not used to hearing the whole song, to be honest. Anyway, where is that? Life is Strange 2. Yeah, every single ending just feels like just a complete fucking downer, and I hate that. And especially because like it feels like there was a few off ramps where our characters could have just been like, I don't know, man. It just feels like a torture fest of the characters the whole fucking time. Especially when like, no matter which way you take, in terms of, I think it was episode 2, maybe it was episode 3, but like, you still have the situation with like the bomb thing, like, or the explosion thing. I don't remember if it was exactly a bomb, but like the explosion thing, and it's just like, I don't know. It's just like, fuck, man, seriously. Also, the writing, like, I don't know, it's really bad at the writing of this series. It is a lot funnier with Life is Strange 1, but with Life is Strange 2, it's just kind of like this is a repeat plat. So that's one. We're gonna put the repeat plats down below here because we're gonna start actually needing them. Like for example, Maneater is a repeat plat. Subnautica. This is My Name is Mayo 2, which we're gonna put in the same. I think My Name is Mayo 2 is slightly better than 1. But yeah, what do we got? Repeat plats. I'm trying to look through the ones that are very obviously repeat plats. That. This is a definitely you not only cheated the game but yourself plat. I just used console commands after like 20 minutes. I talked about this a little earlier. I played 20 minutes of it legit, didn't really like the game, and I was like, well, I'm already here and already earned a couple trophies, I guess, so let's just jump around it. As a repeat plat. This is a repeat plats. Repeat. Where is Yakuza 4 is when it like okay, yeah, it's definitely a repeat as well. That's a repeat. We did cheat arc. And I especially cheated arc because my dad had played the fuck out of that game, and so it was really funny for me to constantly be able to tell him like, oh, you don't have the plat yet? Oh, I got the plat. So I just constant commands around it. So for a while, like, that was the little bit I did between us. Hey look, there's Golf with Your Friends, a game I played last night with friends of the stream, Ritos and Birch Mist. And Brafiki. Bratz, that's a repeat. Jojo C. Yeah, there was the era of Telltale, obviously, earlier. And then we hit the era of Outright games where I would just, again, I owned Gamefly, so I was able to just rent a bunch of these games. Peppa Pig's a fucking repeat. I'm trying to do the ones that are very obviously repeats in terms of they're right next to each other. That seems like obvious ones I could just do. This is Man Me Down again. I know that's a repeat. Likewise, I know that Little Hope up here, that's a repeat. House of Ashes. TMNT. Some of these end up being repeats that I went back to, like for example, these are two different Peppa Pig games, but I know I went back to both of them eventually. That's a repeat. Dead Island's eventually a repeat, but I'm trying to figure out where the fuck I did Dead Islands. So the PS3 version was the repeat specifically. Drunken Fist is a repeat. Car Wash is a repeat. There's a repeat. Puzzle Journey bullshit's a repeat. Halloween Puzzle's a repeat. The thing is, most of these aren't even auto pops. I don't think any of these have actually been auto pops yet. I think I've actually replayed every single one of these games. Oh, sorry, Fortnite was an auto pop, to be fair. Except for I had to do a tiny little bit of extra shit, but every other one of these games I had to do in full. So it's just the 2 stacks of Fortnite, I guess. Oh, here's the other stack of Fortnite. So I don't know if that caught on the mic. Here, let me see if I can. This bed's a little creaky, so no, I didn't. If it caught on the mic, no, I didn't fart. I'll own up to it if it happens, but it didn't happen this time. Artful Escape's a repeat. Nor Play With Your Food's a repeat. GTA 5's a repeat. There's that Birthday at Midnight game, that's a slop game. This is the part I was hoping for, that we just get through these. I'm kind of skipping ahead a little bit just to get some of these out of the way so that we can start and the list starts looking less fucking ridiculous in terms of how long this is going to take. That's a repeat, that's a repeat. Unpacking's a repeat. I did not do a second stack of new Tales from the Borderlands. That's down here, but I'm gonna talk shit about that game when we reach it, I guess. Doki Doki repeat, Call to Sea repeat. Technically, these Sly Cooper games are also a repeat in terms of Sly 1, because this is Sly 1, 2, and 3 right here. But the trophies are slightly different for this. And we can talk about that when we get there, but... Repeat. Repeat. Devil in Me, that's a double. Did double devil. Where the hell is the second Hunt Showdown stack? This is the other PUBG one, I think. Oh, here's the other Hunt Showdown one. That's a repeat. That one is actually an auto pop, because there's no way to avoid the auto pop. What else? Dragon Ball FighterZ. This specific stack is a repeat. Stumble Guys. This is a repeat. Stumble Guys. I think this Hello Neighbor is a repeat of the other Hello Neighbor. I do know I have a Hello Neighbor repeat, but I don't know exactly where it is. We'll start clearing out some of these, and then they'll be I could fuck with this a little bit more here later on. So we'll put the repeat plats a little bit higher up now, so that I can actually scroll through some of these a little bit more effectively. And maybe we'll put the slop games a little bit lower. Just because there's not going to be a bunch of slop games, but there will be like a few slop games here. Speaking of games that are not slop, though, Battle for Bikini Bottom is a banger. I didn't play it growing up. I did buy the PS2 version finally after a while, hearing so many good things about it. I got a third of the way through the game, and then it got announced that they were making Rehydrate, so I was like, okay, I guess I'll just wait. And so I waited and I played it, and it's a banger. Absolutely. Honestly, though, I think besides the fact that Tom Kenny's voice is a little rough on it, I think that the next game, the next SpongeBob game, not Titans of the Tide, it's the third one, this one right here, Cosmic Shake, I think is actually better than Battle for Bikini Bottom by just a little bit. But yeah, we're no longer going in order anymore, I'm just kind of jumping around the way I want to do it. Astro's Playroom, banger. Absolutely. Nice little celebration of PlayStation history, along with just being like it was a good tech demo, as well as just like, holy shit, like this is fun for gameplay, you know what I mean? Like, it's just a solid platformer. So I think that probably put it like around like the halfway point here. Yeah, probably right around here. Astrobot will get higher though. Astrobot's like, hey, we like realize this concept to its fullest potential. Bugsnax is great. A lot of fun. I don't really know if I'd say even necessarily minor flaws. I just don't think it's like the most amazing game ever, but like it's definitely a great game for sure. Yeah, probably, yeah. Man-Eater was a lot of fun. There are some annoyances with it though, so I'd probably put it like a little bit down. Like the first area you're put into for Man-Eater is kind of bullshit. In the sense that, like, what do I say? It's a very shallow area, and there's like these crocodiles that just do a ridiculous amount of fucking damage, so it doesn't really feel like it comes onto its own, essentially, like Jaws Unleashed does, until you get like a little bit further into the game. Specifically, one of the most annoying aspects, if you're fighting too close to like the surface, your character keeps going like surfacing and then like not surfacing, so like the camera gets fucked up on trying to track shit. So that can be rather annoying. Sorry, I'm just catching up on some. I was catching up on some that showed up on my Discord, on Discord real quick. Anyway, yeah, okay, this is a repeat too. I forgot to put this one up there. Damn it. This one wasn't auto-pop though. Like, I specifically bought the DLC just to auto-pop this. Just because I bought the original Spider-Man game, I think. What is it? I bought Miles Morales used, is I think what happened. So I bought the thing that came with like the $10 upgrade, because I was like, oh well, you know, like they didn't really get money out of me for Miles Morales, obviously, so I don't mind throwing $10 their way, because it was the first Spider-Man and Miles Morales were very good games, so it was worth it. Speaking of Miles Morales though, where the fuck is it? Where is Miles Morales? I know one of the Miles Moraleses is like here, but where the fuck is the other one? I don't think Miles Morales is as good as Spider-Man 1, but I think I like Miles more as a character, to be fair. I just didn't think his villain was as strong, personally. There were some good aspects of it, for sure. It's just like slightly less good, in my opinion. Like, if 1 was like a 10 out of 10, which is not for me, but like it's close, I guess. It's like a 9 out of 10 probably. Maybe like an 8.5. Then, so yeah, if we were to say like Spider-Man 1 was like an 8.5, then I'd say like Miles Morales was probably like an 8. Like, they're pretty close to each other. I don't know what the fuck it is, though. Let's do some slop, I guess, or cash grab. In this case, we'll just call these cash grabs, I guess. Because this isn't AI, but like, these are just overpriced, all these fucking... So that's Peppa Pig, this is the other Peppa Pig, this one's a repeat stack. Yeah, S tier Peppa Pig, of course. This one I started just renting things. Yeah, this is definitely you not only cheat the game by yourself for the Aladdin and Lion King. To be fair, the games are like purposely made hard to make you spend longer times playing them because they just like wanted to justify the fact that you paid like 40, 50, 60 bucks for this game. So that was true for back in the day shit as well. Yeah, these are, I mean, the problem is they're just all overpriced. If these were all like $10, it'd be fine, but like, or even like 15 maybe at the highest. The only ones I think that are actually good from this catalog whatsoever when it comes to outright games are going to be specifically, I think Ice Age Scratch Night Adventure was actually alright, like a solid platformer. That still puts it up about mid-category, but at least it's like a solid platformer. Whereas like the rest of it, and then Adam's Family was kind of was alright, I suppose. The rest of these are pretty what the fuck ever, to be fair. See, the problem is with some of these, I've like redone them already. Like I went back and did like a second stack of these. So in this case, for example, this is a repeat stack. Because what happened is I rented these for the PS4 versions, and eventually they came out with PS5 versions, which means I had to like fucking re-rent them the second time. So yeah, some of these I got like a secondary attempt at them essentially. Race with Ryan, yeah, that was whatever. This game was just okay. I mean, it's whatever. The problem with this game is, in a situation like this, the game is just like what it is. But obviously it's a very quick platinum, and you kind of buy this game just for the platinum, but it's actually like a fully made game. It's just that the trophy list means that you finish the game trophy-wise before you really like do most of the game. Because this is just kind of like standard NES, like go right and shoot shit type of games, like a Contra or something. Also, let me take a drink because my throat's dying live on there. Okay, well apparently I'm out of water, that's cool. That was the last little bit there. Yapping has killed me, unfortunately. I wish these were near each other. I should have put them near each other, even though they're not exactly timed out right for the fucking thing. Haha, outright, but because that's the name of the company. But like, that's not the joke I was trying to make. This is a repeat stack as well. Ronan County was enjoyable, pretty fun, short and sweet, but like, they're just like, hey, what if we had Katamari, but like, instead of making a giant item, it's just a giant hole we make to suck in more items. So it's like kind of like a reverse Katamari, and it's like that's all it needs to be. It's all gameplay. It doesn't, as far as like, in my opinion, it doesn't really have any issues with it at all. It's short and sweet, and just does what it needs to be. Dig Dug's enjoyable, but I mean these are kind of just like quick in and out type of games that you play, like the original arcade type of games. So Dig Dug, Galaga, Pac-Man, and Ms. Pac-Man eventually. Hotel Transylvania 3 is also like slop cash cash grab, but like also like it would be F tier because like that game pisses me off. This is one of the reasons why I don't play longer power ranking games anymore, because it just like I don't know, like there's just a lot of grinding in this part, and it's just like it kept fucking up something because like the controls aren't the best in the game. Like one of the like little minions you control kind of glitched out for something, and it's just like fuck, man, this is irritating as hell. I think these are the same games. S-Fear, Spy Racer, Rise of Shifter. So going off the idea that those are the same games, we're gonna put that in like repeat plat territory. Little Hope is like Little Hope goes to bad game, and it's unfortunate that it goes to bad game because I think 95% of it's a really good game, but the twist actually ruins the whole story. It's one. It's also like you gotta repeat shit 5 million times to trophy on it, which is a little irritating. Which is true of like a lot of these games, to be fair, by super massive games. But yeah, Little Hope would be so much higher if they just stuck the land. Like the ending that it looked like it was without the twist is so much more interesting than the ending they actually went with the twist. And I know they telegraphed the twist like ahead of time, but like it was just so much more of a cooler idea. And honestly, House of Ashes is kind of like that too, but like the idea that the twist ends up making it is just slightly less exciting, but like it's still very exciting for the most part. Like I think instead of aliens, they're vampires. I think is the idea of House of Ashes, and it's like whatever, fine enough. Like who cares? It's good enough, I guess. Peppa Pig. Cash grab. Cash grab. This would also be F tier. This was like the last one I actually really hated. Because I hated Hotel Transylvania 3, so it made me start thinking like not doing these longer ones, and House of... Or what is it? The fucking DreamWorks Dragons Legend of the Nine Realms was very much like, I'm just never going to play any game that's longer than 4 hours from them ever again. Bluey. Blue is fun in the sense that like I had COVID when I played it. Also shout out to me having COVID when I played Bratz, so like those are the fun little time capsules of YouTube videos I have, but otherwise they're pretty whatever. Monopoly Madness here is... I'm pretty sure that's Monopoly Madness. See if I can find that real quick. Yeah, it's Monopoly Madness. Monopoly Madness is some bullshit because it's like, you have to get these bonuses. Even if you do the things for the bonuses, it's an RNG chance of what actually shows up as the bonus at the end. As like, I think it's like a couple bonuses you get per thing, but like, you make progress towards a bunch of bonuses, and so it's just like RNG whether it pops up, so like... It would otherwise be a mid-game, but yeah, because it has really annoying trophies on a mid-game, it definitely goes D tier. Oh hey, there's the Bug Snacks auto, or yeah, the... Sorry, it wasn't an auto pop, but like I had to replay it, but at least I think it did. Maneater was an auto pop though, from what I recall. I think I replayed the main game for Maneater, but I think the DLC I auto-popped because there were some issues with the DLC popping for people. So when I did it legitimately on one stack, I made sure to auto-pop that for the second stack. Speaking of auto-pops though, Fallout 4. There we go. We've been skipping Fortnite quite a bit. We should probably talk about it. I still play Save the World daily. I love Save the World. It's a shame that Epic doesn't seem to give a shit about Save the World for the most part. It took ages for them to make it free. They never finished the final story for Twine Peaks at all. They just were like, fuck it, it doesn't exist anymore. Even though they do occasional like story bits, it's slowed down considerably over the years, like in terms of like seasonal story stuff. The adventure stuff was kind of a neat idea. Them removing trading, I think, was not a bad idea, but I feel like it was too little too late at that point. They made the game slowly better in terms of like some of the aspects of it. Like survivor missions ending early once you finish the objective. I think that should also be the case for the fucking the radar missions, but other than that, like they've made some decent changes over the years. But yeah. I play this daily still, so honestly it should be higher up if we're gonna act like it's still enjoyable. I mean, some of the trophies were bullshit though, like it was some really fucking annoying ass trophies. Like the build trophy you will never get naturally, you have to earn that. I played the whole game from start to finish legitimately, including like the extra side missions entwined that no one gave a shit about. Every single one of those missions, I was still only up to 200,000 building, as opposed to the 500,000 that you have to do, so it's just like, that's just not feasible. It's like through a normal fucking gameplay setting, you have to cheese it. I think this Fall Guys one is this one's an auto pop, but the other two I'm gonna have to talk about differently because Epic Games took it over and then they got like a new stack of it, and then it's just like, so one of them auto pop and the other two didn't. Fall Guys by itself is like a solid, it's like a solid A tier. I mean, am I gonna pretend like I did the 5 wins legitimately on the original stack? No. I definitely used it because every now and again, like every like couple seasons, it seems like they would add a mode that would break the 5-win trophy in such a way that you can earn it in like a private match. I definitely did that in one of the private matches for sure. They have since released maps where like everyone can qualify, and so like I've definitely done the 5 wins in a row legit, like 5 million times past that. But like, obviously when you make it a lot easier, no shit. But yeah, very enjoyable game. The original stack was. I still never got the full 2B outfit. They didn't re-release it when the game went free to play because I guess the license ran out with Nier. So I have the top of 2B, but I don't have the bottom. I never will, and it's frustrating as hell. Explosion. I'm not good at bullet hell games, but it's enjoyable. Like, I love the little art style of the paint splatter when you do shit. Oh, there's Miles Morales. Okay, yeah, I already talked about that earlier. Obviously, I think it's just slightly less enjoyable than the other Spider-Man, but I think it's so good that it's totally worth being in at least the same conversation. Yeah, yeah, probably about there, yeah. Little Nightmares 2. I can't rate Little Nightmares 1 because it didn't have a platinum. At least that stack didn't have a platinum. But, Little Nightmares 2 is pretty good. I think it's better than pretty much every way. The only thing I don't think is better is, like, what would you call it? There felt like there was more direction on what you're doing I almost said Life is Strange, in Little Nightmares 1, in the sense that, like, constantly trying to escape a ship, whereas, like, I don't know, Little Nightmares 2 kind of just felt like you're just doing things sometimes. But definitely, like, the teacher's easily the creepiest fucking character from the entire series. By far. You know, I like the more, like, horrifying aspects of these characters that aren't, like the janitor, for example, in 1, as opposed to just like, oh, here's like the chefs aren't really scary at all to me. Obviously, that would be scary in real life, but like it's just like they're just guys, really. Whereas like everyone else from Little Nightmares 2, and then the geisha woman, and the janitor of Life is Strange, and Little Nightmares 1 are just like creepy, like love your core monster things, and that's cool. Where did I drop that off at? Because I don't think I put it in the right spot. Probably minor flaws, but I enjoyed it quite a bit. Just, I mean, very occasionally I'd run some bugs, but it's not like a huge deal, and I don't think it's like the most amazing. There we go. Minor flaws are great, but not top tier. Now I feel a lot better about having a bunch of shit in this stack. Good. We're trying to skip a bunch of... We're gonna want to talk about all the Yakuza, like, back to back to back. Shapeshifting Detective, FMV game, but I don't think it was good. It was really mid, so I'm put it at the bottom of mid. There would seem to be no consequences for you shapeshifting at all. Like, like for the first half of the game, I thought I had to be really tactical for it. But yeah, it was just kind of like a boring ass game. Bunny Raiders is pretty... It's pretty mid, to be honest. It's like a Smash TV type game, but like not as cool as it could have been. This is AI Slop, the puzzle game. Halloween 1 is also an AI Slop game. Animal Drop is... I don't think it's an AI game, but it's definitely Slop. Cash Grab, like it's just like a lame... I wanted that one free off of Twitter one time. Someone was doing like a Twitter like and follow this account and retweet for like that sort of shit. I'm like one of the established accounts that do that, and I end up winning this game. So that was cool. But it was very quick and easy plat, and it's just like forgettable nonsense. But hey, I want a free plat. This is... I think this one's paid now, but it was free at the time. Like it was free for a very short amount of time, so I got that, and it's literally like a 30-second platinum. Like it's Road Bustle Online. It definitely counts as slop. AI, or it's AAA Dynamic Scenes, another AI slop game. This one's a repeat plat. Arguably, I should put the repeat plats of the slop games in the slop game territory, but like whatever. 20th Century Beauties, that's a fucking AI slop nonsense. The only reason I play some of these is just because they're free and they only take like 30 minutes, 60 minutes, you know, hour and a half, like sort of, like it's usually really fucking quick. So it's just like not even, like sure, okay, I'll let number go up if it's free. Like I don't want to pay money for this, but number go up, I guess. Bunny Raiders, this is a repeat plat. Shout out to PETA. Oh, PETA. I'm gonna tell him to join VC. We might get a call from someone that's playing a video game here soon, so I'm just gonna chill in a VC, but like continue doing this. Anyway, other games this is kind of cash grabby. It's an okay game, to be honest. Like, it's not terrible, but yeah, it's probably worth more than it should have been at the time it dropped. Like, this doesn't deserve to necessarily be right next to, like, the actual AI slot, but these are free games, too, so, like, the calculation's a little bit different. King Redux is just okay. I don't think it's specifically slop, but, like...
Low slop.
It's just whatever. Welcome in.
Welcome in.
Yeah, I'm trying to cut through some of these like later games real quick. Anyway, I was trying to do them all in one group so that I don't have to talk about them near the end here. But what is your problem?
Where's the mothership?
You're supposed to kill 20 things in the sky.
Yep, did that.
And then the 21st one is supposed to be a mothership.
It wasn't. It did this cutscene of like something makes a scream, calling like the mothership, and then I did another fight and it was a regular UFO. I did another fight, regular UFO. I went and talked to Roswell. He's like, oh, we gotta find the location of the mothership. I went and looked for the mothership, and it's still UFOs.
I don't know what you would have to do differently. Because you've done all 15 towers.
Yeah.
You've killed the 5 in the sandcraft, that's why they spawned in the air. You killed the 20 in the air?
It did a call.
I feel like...
This looks way bigger. Is this it?
Well, if it's larger, then probably.
Oh, it is it. I had to talk to him twice?
Oh, that's fun. One of those. Yeah, come on, it's like RPG classic sort of situation. You have to fucking spam the talk multiple times. But
he technically had 2 dialogue trees. So he had green text, so when I spoke to him, I clicked the green text and I finished the conversation that way. And then I went looking for UFOs for like half an hour. And then that time I didn't read the green text. I just went through the dialogue tree properly. That was it. So.
Before you leave, relevant to the discussion, Wild Arms 3 got B tier. It's enjoyable / either annoying trophies or some gameplay aspects are annoying. It's right at the top of B tier. For reasons such as that. Anyway, glad you found the mothership. Worst case, I'll be in stream in like an hour and a half, like at most. So have fun treasure hunting. Unless you already left. You already left, didn't he? Yeah, you already left that son of a bitch. Cool. Alright, anyway, that was friend of the stream Ryudos playing a game that I'm gonna have to watch the first few hours of him playing. Back to my nonsense, though. This is Dayless Jake Hunter or something. I didn't like this game at all. Like, I can't give it F tier because at least, like, there was a try. Like, to be honest, here, we'll just... We're just gonna get rid of F tier. F tier doesn't need to exist. Yeah, slopper cash grab, like... Because really, like, the reason something ends up in F tier is just because it's fucking trash. Actually, we'll do AI, comma, slop, comma, or cash grab. Just because, like, I could foresee a situation where I hate a game that was free and not made of AI. So it wouldn't be a cash grab because it's free, and it's not AI, so it can't fall into AI, but it is slop otherwise. Fucking Giganosaur. Alright, let's go in there, and then I'm gonna put the other one in fucking repeat plat time. Delivers the Moon I did twice, but it took a while because like one was free on PlayStation Extra for a little bit, and then the other one I had to actually run through GameFly to get the PS4 version. So we'll take the PS4 version and put that in a repeat. We're gonna put repeat back down now that we cleared out a little bit of the fucking shit here. It makes sense there'd be a bunch of repeats because I mean, no shit, I fucking platinumed. I have platinumed 500 games, so I have repeated Platinums, you know, like I've played Platinums multiple times. I'm not gonna count the Definitive Edition as too much different from the other ones. Even Vice City, technically, like, because I did one of the stacks of Vice City because I rented the game but didn't have like a free upgrade for shit. Vice City was very... what's the word? Like, they fixed one of the issues of Vice City, and that is the fact that like having to go out on the map and do the shooting thing for like fucking 8 hours, I didn't have to do as nearly as long, which was nice, but I don't think it's enough to really justify talking about it differently, to be honest. Los Mars, Lost Frontier, second Daxter we'll just put in there. Grease here, Mel Helsinger here. This is a repeat of the other one, although this one's more buggy. That's like the new Jack and Daxter stacks. Ping's a repeat. Ping's a repeat. That's a repeat. 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 This pinball one's a repeat. Toy Story 3 is a repeat. Well, this Toy Story 3 is technically not a repeat, but the other one is. No. Repeat, repeat, repeat. Slide 2. I need to do slide 3. Like the 2 stacks of slide 3, which I haven't done yet. Fucking Worms Rumble, can't wait to talk about that. That's a repeat. Terra's a repeat. We'll count one of the Modern Warfare 2, even though this is remastered. It is a little bit different in the sense that, like, they removed Spec Ops out of this. But, like, that would just mean I wouldn't talk about Spec Ops. So I do think it makes it worse, I guess. So, it is a repeat, but, like, if I were to rate it, I would put it lower. Like, say, the original Modern Warfare 2, which I guess I'll just put this up here in a second, probably be like an A tier. But then this Modern Warfare 2 would be like a B tier, essentially. So, This music's getting crazy. I remember there's a specific challenge you have to do on Death Wish with this specific song playing in the background. That's just like fucking so hectic, man. It is like a solid A tier, but somewhere around there, probably. My name is Mayo 3. This is definitely like a... This one's worse than the other My Name is Mayo games, so this is probably like a... You know, we'll just put it in the bad game tier, whatever. It'd be top of bad game, just because, like, it is mid, but, like, also, they added in this really annoying trophy at the very end where you had to walk, like, 10 miles, and it's just, like, it felt like they added this, like, super overly important aspect to it, like, trying to make it, like, talking directly to the player symbolic type of shit, and it just, like, doesn't really work in a My Name is Mayo sort of format. Like, we're just kind of, like, come on now. This is the fucking Mayo game that I click a mayonnaise jar like 5 million times. Like, let's not pretend like this is anything different than what it actually is. So there's that. PUBG. PUBG's gonna go here. We're gonna put the other PUBG. We will rate, even though the other PUBG is literally the exact same fucking game, I am gonna rate it differently because, like, the amount of bullshit I deal with it. Technically, I had to deal with some bullshit here too. I'll just talk about that there when we get to it. 6. Oh, now they're gonna tell me that I can't listen to music. Go on. Yes, keep listening to the music, thank you. How about this? Once I get through all the, like, repeated platinums and stuff, and, like, some of these, like, slop games still. Like, there's a few more slop games, but most of this is just, like, I'm cleared out repeated trophies. Once we get through that, maybe I'll get the other, like, the 500th platinum, I suppose. That seems like a good time to do it, I guess. And then we can, like, be invigorated back to do the rest of these talks, games with, like, the knowledge that, hey, I have 500 platinums now. So Mist goes up there. Honestly, let me just, like, fucking rate Mist right now. I hate Mist with a passion. Like, the loading time should not be this fucking abysmal for a game that is playing on the PS5. I understand. I really understand that there's, like, limitations when the game initially came out, but, like, and I understand it's being emulated, but, like, fuck, dude. Like, come on. Use a little bit of the PS5's power to, like, actually load at a reasonable amount of time. Like, I'm not asking for, like, lightning speed around the map, but, like, the amount of waiting you have to do on just loading screens is fucking ridiculous for that type of game. And it's a really large what the fuck am I doing type of game, too, which is incredibly frustrating in its own right, rather. But, like, Jesus, man. Like, come on now. Are there 3 stacks of Bunny Raiders? I might have done 3 stacks of Bunny Raiders. I don't recall doing 3. But maybe there was also, like, a PS4 version as well. Or sorry, like an EU. Yeah, there was. Okay, so there's 3 stacks of Bunny Raiders, which means there's 2 repeats of it. Interesting. Yeah, so PS4, European... So I use a European PlayStation account sometimes to, like, download European, like, free games. So that's why, like, certain stacks are done more than twice. Go Sim Remastered is pretty much the same thing. There's just no Flappy Goat, but I did Flappy Goat anyway, just as a flex. Like, a second time, because it's like, fuck you, I'm just gonna do it anyway. Monopoly, this is new Monopoly. Twice, so, for that. There's some Minecraft, but I think I'm gonna have a difference between, like, this Minecraft. See, the thing is, yeah, between this Minecraft, and then the other Minecraft, which I think is further up here somewhere. Actually, where would it be? This is Minecraft, this is... Okay, no, this one. So these two I will count differently. these are definitely the two you cheated not only yourself but the game tiers. Because auto pops are fair game. I don't think that counts as cheating personally. Some other people feel differently, and I don't know. You're allowed to have that opinion, I guess. But it's within the like PlayStation has that for a reason as a built-in feature. But these are definitely, I just loaded up a trophy world, so like these are 100% I cheated. You know what I mean? Which is allowed within Minecraft's system, of course, but like I didn't earn these trophies in the way that they were clearly intended. Okay, let's put those up a bit, and then we'll do some more like flop ones here for a second. That's some bullshit right there. See, a game like Noir, Play With Your Food, is not slop. I'm gonna have to put it here for a second as I scroll up, but like, it's not slop whatsoever. It is kind of an interesting game, but I can't say I really enjoyed it too much, so to me it's kind of a mid-game. But I do like what it's attempting to do, at least. Even though it's just not a game for me, obviously. I don't know where the fuck some of these were placed otherwise, but we're just gonna assume that as long as I don't see the same picture twice, that these were placed correctly, hopefully. Oh yeah, this is the garden between, so this is like a double stack, so that goes there. I think I got most of this shit, finally. Coffee Talks, another stack. Black Ops 1, these are like double stacks. Of course, I don't have one of these technically yet, but we will by the end of the stream. They did make Lollipop Chainsaw a little bit, like, the chainsaw blaster thing was a little bit easier, but otherwise it's mostly the same plot, so I don't think it's different enough for me to really, like, go out of my way to discuss it. So, we won't do that. Red Dead, this is like, there's no online, so it is fundamentally different. But essentially, like, the way I would rate Red Dead for PS4 and PS5 is I would just, like, Red Dead 1 would probably be going up to, like, S tier, maybe, like, top of A. But, without the online, it drops down to, like, a B tier. Because as much as I didn't even play the online, really, until I did trophy hunting aspect of it, I just don't fundamentally like the idea of, like, removing a big chunk of the content that actually was decent content, you know what I mean? Like, if you want to remove some, like, bullshit that no one cared about, that's one thing, but, like, come on now. Like, the online is one of my favorite bits of The Last of Us. So even though, like, The Last of Us Part 1, I guess I would count as a repeat plat, but, like, yeah, it's just lame to, like, remove shit like that. But yeah, I mean, there's some minor nuances about Red Dead 1, but, I mean, it's just like, it really deserves to be S tier, like, come on now. Okay, what have we got here? What else? Since I already talked about, well, okay, we'll get to that when we get to that, actually. Medieval's a fucking repeat. Alone in the Dark 2 is a repeat. Also, Alone in the Dark 1 would be pretty low, too. It's going to be above Myst, but honestly, not much above Myst. It's this kind of similar-ish type of thing. It's obviously not the same series, not even close, but, like, similar type of idea, but yeah, the controls are ass. At least the story's a lot more enjoyable, so... Yeah, probably like here. Fucking Destiny 2, I don't even want to think about Destiny 2 ever again. Destiny 2 is a lot of fun, but, like, Destiny 2 is, like, frustrating in how obtuse everything is to try to find out information on to play the game. Anything lore related, anything, like, item related, it's just so fucking annoying to find out. The game is just funnest when you actually are either playing with someone that knows what they're doing, or you, like, finally know what you're doing after looking it up forever and just, like, going out and playing it. That's when the game's fun for Destiny 2. Like, just going out shooting and, like, doing raids when you have an idea of what the raid's like, that's when Destiny 2 is at its fun moment. But when you're not at that, it's just beyond frustrating for anyone to try to get into. So in that sort of sense, Destiny 2 definitely will not hit anywhere near S. It will not hit anywhere near A. Really annoying trophies on a good game. Like, it's probably about where it probably deserves to be. Well, it's like not a mid game, and the trophy. Because it's not really annoying trophies on mid game. I don't know if I'd call it good. It's like somewhere between good and mid. But yeah, I think probably like top of C seems about right. There's a repeat. Music drive. Almost done with the repeats at least. This is a repeat, this one, then we'll do the slap one afterwards. I don't know which order that these Ace Crypto Dogs are, like which one is DC Pets, which one is like the first one is like, I usually try to do the first one is like the slop one, and the second one is like the repeat plat, but it doesn't really matter I guess at the end of the day. As long as it's very obvious. This is definitely slop. This is a free game, but this is definitely slop. Slop here. Stumble Guys isn't slop, but especially when it's free, but like it's just okay. It's just like a worse Fall Guys, really. You know, just mid-ass game. Well, we're speaking of other games like this. Right now, I'm focusing on games that were just like fucking irritating as hell. That's slop. So something like Worms Rumble, which is actually an okay game on its own, but like the fact that only sweats play it and the trophy hunting is like so fucking like leveling up is so ridiculously grindy that this Worms Rumble would never. Like, this is a bad game. It's really annoying trophies on a mid game is really what it is at the end of the day. Golf with your friends is pretty fun. After a while, you pretty much just have to look up certain hits, but this game's a lot of fun. But yeah, it's like there are some irritating aspects. Some holes just kind of feel ridiculous, but I respect what it does overall. Somewhere around there. Maybe not exactly there, but somewhere around there, I guess. I don't think what they do with the Definitive Edition really makes GTA 3 like stand out enough for that shit, so we're just gonna put that up there. Star Wars: The Clone Wars, this one's a repeat, the second one here. So I'll move its ass up here. The second one for Demolition is a repeat, so. These other Paw Patrol ones are repeat. Subnautica, I cheated that one. Like I said, I'm just trying to get like some of the like who gives a shit ones out of the way, so I could actually because I talked quite a bit about like ones I actually quite enjoy. So now we're just kind of like going through like the middle section of just like getting out the ones out of the way, so I don't have to worry about these. Too Extreme is, you know, the PS1 era, as much as it was very important that like we had to get all these like 3D games out of the way and shit, and like some of the, you know, just the next era of gaming, 64-bit type of yada yada. When it comes to Too Extreme, like games like this from that era, there's just a lot of them that are just like actually bad, like they control like shit. As much as I like the concept of Too Extreme, and it was kind of enjoyable to play a little bit, but like it just, because of the fact that it controls so poorly, I don't think I can put it any higher than D rank. Saw 2 is worse than Saw 1. I had to pay $100 to get this, but I'm not holding it against the game because like it wasn't $100 at launch, but I assume it's probably 60. It could have been 40, but I assume it was 60. Either way, though, Saw 2 is very, it's very mid. So I'll put it in mid, but it's like underneath Saw 1 for sure. Oh yeah, we gotta do, hold on, I forgot to fucking put Twisted Metal 2 secondary plat under repeat plats. Vice City. Like I said, I'll put the other Vice City in repeat, even though technically it's not really like that same type of repeat. Last of Us Part 2 remastered. There's no reason this needed to be remastered, but like whatever. We'll just put that in repeat. I know I haven't talked about Last of Us Part 2 yet, but like I said, I've been skipping past like a bunch of these to get to the point of honestly, some of these should be put in cash grab. Like Last of Us Part 1, a remake, or a remaster of a remaster. Like it's not like we just ported it, like we fucking made like a whole big deal about it. That almost feels like it should be put in cash grab to me. but we won't. Family Feud is definitely, we're putting that in cash grab because man, what a fucking business. Well, I guess it functions for the most part as a Family Feud game, so we'll put it in D tier, but like the online aspect was really annoying. I specifically had to I had to connect for 10 online games, but the connection wouldn't work, so like I had to talk with someone, have them connect in such a way that like you could tell it connected to someone, because there's like some sort of loading bar that changes, and then they had to leave the game immediately so that it would actually try to load the game in. And what would happen is it couldn't find the player, and so it would put an AI player against me. Then I'd have to win against the AI player, because the alternative is it gets stuck in that load, and like that we found somebody but we're not going to try to load the game yet, it would get stuck in that forever if I didn't do that. So like I would have had no problem going against people 10, 20, 30 times, you know, loading it, but it just never happened because the game servers on that game is just completely fucking dog shit. Ubisoft servers for Family Feud, actually a lot of Ubisoft servers are really bad for like some of these games that are not their cash cow games. And even Watch Dogs 1 has really bad servers these days. So yeah, that's definitely a D tier game for sure. What do we got? Neva, this is a secondary stack here. Dead Island 2, this is a secondary stack. Sorry, actually I did this out of order, this one. This is the secondary stack here. Avatar Island, I think, I put one of these in... This is different from Peace Out Avatar, so that's AI Slop. Magic Secrets is AI Slop. Dating Stories, the second dating, or this is the first Dating Stories, but the second one, that's like a repeat plat. Outlast Trials, that's a repeat. Twisted Metal 3 is here, so that's a repeat. Let's see, cash grab. I mean, technically the Terra one was a bit of a cheat, but the problem with the Terra thing is like, yeah, it's like kind of cheating, but it's not. Like, I didn't do console commands, I just used like, the game gave away like a free... Yeah, I'm not gonna count it as cheating. Fuck it, we'll count it as cheating, even though it like wasn't. The developers of the game gave away like a, hey, here's like a thing because our server's shutting down like as soonish. Here's like a bunch of like free, like get yourself to the max level immediately and like a bunch of this other shit. So like, I didn't really play the game the way it was out, and I never would have with that sort of like how long it took, and the game just was okay. But I don't think it was a bad game by any stretch. It's just like okay. This is a repeat plat. See, the thing is, there would be a repeat plat of Edith Finch, but the PS4 version does not have a platinum. So only the PS5 version does. Some of these I came back to later, so I think there are 2 stacks up I did, I just don't know where the second one is. There's one here, and then there should be one like further back somewhere. Oh, there it is. Okay, so this is a repeat plat up. Because there was like a delay when I didn't have premium, so like I kind of just didn't Whatever. Okay, medieval is definitely like I cheated the game, 100%. Puzzle Galaxy, that's some slap bullshit. Where's the other Ghost Sim? Okay, so this is the repeat Ghost Sim. So I did Ghost Sim twice. I still need to do the last DLC for both Ghost Sim stacks, but that's a future me problem. This was slap. Oh, this is the repeat slap, actually. Or is it? There's one game that was Dora, and there's one game that was like Nick Jr., and I don't remember which one's which. Okay, no, this is the balloon one. So this was Nick Jr. then. Gabby's bullshit goes here. Oh, did I accidentally put dating beauties in each of these? Sorry, they should be in different tiers even though they're both bullshit. Okay, I think we're down to like the rest of the solid games for the most part. I think these two games are the same, so this is like a repeat. To be fair, there's a lot of repeat games that are really good. Like, I'd say like half of these are pretty good. At least, maybe more than half. Like two, well, yeah, I don't know, probably about like half. But the problem is like, there's no point in me like commenting on them again. If it's just the same exact platinum, like there's no like difference in the experience. This pinball game is just okay. It's a pinball game with like backgrounds or PlayStation games. It's not as cheap as some of the other pinball games I've played, so like I don't know, just like it was mildly enjoyable. We'll put it at the end of enjoyable. That's a repeat, I guess. Conan was definitely like I used console commands one, cheated not only the game but myself. There's not a whole lot in the you cheated not only the game but yourself tier, but there are, you know, there's like a few. This is 9 games, I don't know if we hit 10. But, you know, that's not even like, that's not even 1%. Or sorry, never mind, that's only 2% of my total platinums, so. Whatever. That's some slop. Etchy one. I think this might be a repeat. Unless... Is it? No, I talked about it earlier, I think is what happened, but there's not actually like a secondary stack for it. I think I'm finally... Ooh, no, Flockout. When did I get Flockout? Was that another game? Was Flockout the game I won for free in Camel Drop? How did I get Flockout? Did I win 2 games for free? Or was this just a free game? I can't remember for the life of me. Oh. There's a repeat Chicken Police here somewhere, but I'm not sure where the first one is. There's the first one. Alright. So that's a repeat. Okay, repeat. Are we good on the repeats finally? Can I, like, move on with my life? The Barbie one slop, unless I already put one in slop, but I don't think so. Cash grab. Sorry, it's not all slop, it's just like some of it cash grabby, which is kind of like slop. There's a little bit of a difference, I feel. This War Theater game was... I guess this War Theater game is kind of a cheat in the sense that like I just repeat the same quest over and over and over again for it. I guess if we're being honest, if we're really being honest, like if we cut it back, where is it? Where's Rocket League? I did cheat Rocket League in terms of just using a second controller for most of the trophies. I think it's fair to count that you cheat yourself, or you cheat not only the game but yourself. I think the rest of these are pretty solid. He said multiple times, knowing that there's probably like a Mortal Kombat 11 or something he forgot to do. Oh, there's either My Little Pony. Okay, so this one's regular, and then this one's a repeat stack. We already did Hello Neighbor 1. I'm kind of curious where Hello Neighbor... Or sorry, we already did Hello Neighbor 2. I'm kind of curious where the other stack of Hello Neighbor 1 is. Because I know it's somewhere. My Name is Mail. This is a repeat stack. This is just a remake of the first game. This is one of my favorite songs from Hat in Time, by the way, and the song I'm playing right now. Fucking straight up banger. Oh, that's right, that's another cheating stack. Like jumping around and shit on the FNAF game, Help Wanted, the first Help Wanted. Apparently only the PS4 stack lets you do this, PS5 stack does not, which is why I never played it. Okay. Please tell me I'm done with what I've done here. Crow Country, alright, that's another one. In terms of a repeat stack. I don't think following a guide necessarily is like cheating the game. I think you very specifically just have to skip portions of the game in like such a way that's... Because Crow Country was a game I skipped portions of the game. Because I don't really like that style of gameplay, but I find it way too clunky, which is good because it matches like what the era of the game is, but like I don't like that gameplay personally. This is just a mid-chess game, to be honest. Obviously it's a very easy platinum, get in a couple of minutes, which I don't know why they made the platinum like that, but like the actual it functions as a chess game, so like that doesn't make it a bad game just because it has a bad trophy list, or it has a super easy trophy list. This is the other Hello Neighbor right here. Okay, cool. So this is the repeat Hello Neighbor. Sorry, because they use different images sometimes, and that fucks me up. This is the repeat Hello Neighbor. Let me talk about the first Hello Neighbor real quick. Dog shit game. Controls like ass. Nonsensical puzzle aspects. Slight bit of intrigue in the story that they don't really do a whole lot with. Just, yeah, bad game. Bad game. Hello Neighbor 2 is like slightly better. Controls the slice bit better. It's like, yeah, that's probably about where I'd put it. Hello Neighbor 2 is like the bottom of fucking C tier, and you know what? No, fuck you, actually. Actually, fuck you. We'll put Hello Neighbor 2 at the top of D tier, and we'll put Hello Neighbor 1 at the bottom of D tier. That's how we'll do that. Okay, I think finally we're done with the repeats. I'm just double checking, but like I think we've finally done it. Because everything else here appears to be... Oh yeah, nah, fuck, a Watch Dogs repeat. Watch Dogs 1, so that's a repeat because I did the PS3 stack finally. I bought a copy of it. The Quarry. There's 2 stacks of Quarry here somewhere. Damn it, we're not done yet. We're almost done with the repeat stacks. This is Black Ops 2 here, which we're not... Even though it only says Black Ops, it's cut off because of the way the fucking thing is. But Quarry, where's the first stack of the Quarry? I think I played it after Devil in Me, so it should be like... Should be somewhere around here, isn't it? I thought... Oh yeah, here it is. This one just says the word The Quarry, whereas this is like the picture of the Quarry cast. This is a good song too, Peace and Tranquility. Thing is, I mean, yeah, this is like a cash grab to an extent, but like, I think it actually justifies itself enough to be like a mid-game. Personally. It's definitely better than Saw 2 though. I don't think it's as good as the Scrag game. Sims was another game I cheated, that's fair. We just use like, you could download families from like their community server shit or something, and they would just like do the things you needed them to do essentially. Okay, so we're a little bit past 2% of the cheated games, but I don't think we hit the whole 3%, so we're fine. Quarry, let's talk about the Quarry since I just mentioned it earlier. I mentioned it actually a couple times. Essentially, great game, really schlocky, done on purpose. Over the top character stuff, really cool werewolf nonsense shit. Packets are all creepy fucks, which is fair. Really cool campground stuff. Some of the music choices were a little weird. Overall, I think a pretty good addition, like third place in terms of Supermassive Games output, so I'd probably put it... Like, I enjoyed it, yeah, I'd probably put it, like, near the top of enjoyable. It's definitely above Anime Done by, like, a good amount. Let's put it at the bottom of A. Fuck it, we can put it at the bottom of A, that's fine. Okay, one last one. We did Riptide here, but then there's Definitive Riptide. So Definitive Riptide here is going to go to Repeat Plats. No, I think finally. I think I am finally done with the repeats. Oh, I never put Mortal Kombat 11 to repeat back up, actually. Okay. The thing is, the Definitive series might as well be a repeat, because it's just a repeat of all the fucking other versions, so... It's not, but it is. Now, the only other ones that would be, like, the Jak and Daxter ones, but there is a little bit of a difference I need to talk about with those, so, like, that's the only reason those weren't put up, but everything else should be. We're just gonna assume everything else is good, and if I find one as I go through, then I'll just do it. But anyway, this is a good time now, before I do the rest of these, to finally get that Platinum, 500, let's do it. Just as the song's about to end too, here, let me pause this song. Once it gets to the next one here. Collapsing Rift, I don't even want to hear that song. There's some annoying challenges that were set up for that. Okay, back to game. I forgot to mute the audio of this game, so this has been like very quietly playing in the background the whole time. But anyway, let's get the last Platinum. We'll be up to Platinum 500, everybody, hooray! It's time. Looking down at my arms. Left, right, left, right. We have broken free. We run to the computer. We hold square to use the computer. Scroll up once, it lands on Z immediately. You tap the X button once, Z is in the computer. You tap right 5 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a 6th time, a 7th time, and even an 8th time. You tap up twice. You're on O. You hit X. ZO is in the board. We're milking this for all it's worth, ladies and gentlemen. We tap left 5 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're on the R, we hit the X button, we're at Zor. All we need is the K, and the world is ours. We hit down on D-pad once. Then we hit right on D-pad 1, 2, 3, 4 times. 4 times. And then we're at the K. We tap the X button. It says Zork. 2 button presses to the right later for the D-pad, we're hovering over Enter. It is time, ladies and gents, for Platinum 500. The Enter button, all I gotta do is hit X. And... eaten by a Gru. And... Platinum, baby, let's go! And now we take a look at the amazing aspect that we have done. 500 Platinums is the 20,000th total trophy. We planned the fuck out of that. We did it. Oh man, I'm so excited. The past couple of weeks have been like annoying to try to set this up, but I'm glad that it's finally set up there. Absolutely. 500 Platinums, 20,000 total trophies. Hell of a milestone. I gotta update this on PSN profiles real quick. Yep. That's crazy to see. I love that. Finally. So I'm just basking in the fucking moment. That's been a long time coming, to be fair. I'm waiting for the Jak and Daxter sound effect to play. For, like, earning that finally. What is it stuck on anyway in terms of the stream tracker? I didn't even notice that before. Collect all trophies, Caretaker. It must be stuck on some other game I recently played. I don't remember what Caretaker was specifically. Oh. That must be, was that Neva? It must be Neva. Yeah, it's Neva. Okay. Well, it's, cool. Alright. Now let's go on back to, actually, first of all, 8-Ball String Bing Bong. Are you excited that we finally hit 500 Platinums?
Yes.
Cool, thank you, man. Would have been disappointing if you had said no. Or if you had said I'm Bing Bong or something. But let's move on over to the browser moment. There we go. Back to talking about games. Now we're gonna get through the rest of these real quick, or at least we're gonna try to. I don't know if we'll get through the rest. Let's do some like easy ones to at least get them out of the way. I think for now I can finally put the repeat plats up to the top of the screen, I believe. So that I can actually format the rest of these in a way that's not annoying as hell to me. Likewise, I think that we can move up the F tier properly as well. I can always put them down later when it eventually needs to be, but this is good for what this is here. Let's do some obvious ones. Actually, yeah, first I'll start with Konosuba. I like the writing of the Konosuba game. I think that, like, it's one of my favorite animes. So the writing's good, but, like, the gameplay of it's actually ass. So it's a mid-game, unfortunately, as much as I would like it to be. Higher up, I suppose. What else we got here? Toy Story Mania. I'm trying to get some of the mid. Oh yeah, I forgot to hit play on the music. Fuck, where did I put Toy Story? I dropped it when I was trying to. There it is. Toy Story Mania is having. So I said this before, I'm not talking about it like on the other thing, but essentially, actually a lot of these things I suppose I've said in some other streams, but like Toy Story Mania is the type of game that's very what's the word? It's cool because it matches the actual ride quite a bit, but otherwise it's pretty forgettable. It's kind of near the bottom of mid-game tier. It's very repetitive is the problem, and I mean it's nice to have like more options, I guess, and they do dress it up a bit and some of the different things you can do, but it's just a lot for not really a whole lot of. Like, you know, it'd be like if Mario Party was just the same, like if it was like a go-kart minigame, but then they just changed the background the whole time. Like they just took the Mario Kart idea, but like it's like Mario Party, and then it's just like the Mecha Marathon, not Mecha Marathon because that's the spinny wheel one. What is it? Slot Car Derby? I think is the name. You just take the Slot Car Derby and just like make different tracks. And it's like, no, like this isn't fun just because you repeat the same thing 500 times in like different skins. Like there needs to be different aspects of this. One Punch Man was also. One Punch Man was mid because it just with grindy really. It was on the verge of being a good game, and then it just was like way too grindy for its own good. The Walking Dead and Survival Instinct is a bad game. It just the number one thing about it is the control's really bad. The stealth is bad too, like which is kind of what you need in a Walking Dead game. And character stuff is bad. Like everything that makes Walking Dead good is like not present here at all. So, like Norman Reedus is in it, Michael Rooker's in it for like a little bit, and those are like highlights, but it's far in between. Honestly, most of the shit's not really that good between them anyway. New Monopoly, this is like the definition of just enjoyable. You know, hey, do you like Monopoly? Then you'll probably like New Monopoly. If you don't, then you won't. Simple as that. Advanced Warfare was pretty mid. Not terrible, but mid. This is Advanced Warfare. Ghost was also really mid. I'd say Ghost is worse. Ghost as a story is definitely worse. Actually, yeah, Ghost is just worse than Advanced War. Well, the extraction mode, at least that's the one that comes with the base game, is actually pretty good for Ghost. Way more than I gave it credit for, but like the main game kind of. See, I guess I'll put it above Advanced Warfare, but like it doesn't really deserve much higher than that. Escape Dead Island, pretty mid game. No, it's a bad game. It's a very bottom of mid game. How about that? Because the combat's terrible. Like the art style is really cool, but like it's a video game, so like the gameplay it doesn't need to be like the best gameplay ever. And if it was just like a little bit worse than Dead Island, it'd be fine. I mean, that's essentially what Dead Island Riptide is. But like, it's just like so fucking like stiff for gameplay. And it's like that's pretty much the only reason you go to Dead Island is for gameplay. So like, if the gameplay is bad, then what the fuck are you doing? Speaking of Dead Island, at least the original here, it's definitely enjoyable with some annoying aspects of like the suiciders are annoying in both games, and the fact that they one hit. Areas just getting destroyed as like you progress too far into the story is kind of a bummer. Losing items if you throw them is terrible, especially when they're like unique items. Some of the collectible stuff is a little annoying too. Overall, I like the game, but like there's some minor issues with it. Riptide's just kind of a mid game. This honestly should be at the top of mid game because it's almost to being enjoyable, and there's aspects that are enjoyable, but it's just kind of like a worse Dead Island 1. Meanwhile, Dead Island 2 is like way fucking better than all of them, although the story is worse just because the ending is like... There's like no ending, like they pretty much just didn't do an ending for Dead Island. So it's worse in that aspect, but like we'll include it as we'll put it just above Dead Island 1. Because the combat is way better. Yeah, that'll be fun. What else we got? Venba's a really cool game in terms of like the different like Indian culture. Hey, we moved to Canada, when like the difference of raising someone in a new country that's different from the country of our roots, and the way in which they have to deal with, like they have to navigate life in terms of assimilating the culture that they're already in, as opposed to not being assimilated to the culture that they came from, and like the push and pull between like the parents and the child from that, along with like the cool cooking aspects that make up the gameplay. Like it's very neat. So this type of game absolutely deserves to be in. Honestly, like I mean it's very short, but like I think it deserves to be A tier. Like it's solid for what it is. It's a very, and it like teaches you about some food that like if you don't really know about it, because I haven't tried a whole lot of Indian food. I mean curry, but like a lot of fucking people make curry, so it's not really like too. Obviously there's different types of curry, but like there's some cool shit there, and like some food that looks like it's pretty good, and we definitely want to try at some point. There just doesn't have to be really any Indian places near me specifically, so. Okay, what else? Okay, Devil in Me. Devil in Me is worse. We already talked a little bit about it. The main enemy is like cool in what he's doing, but like it feels kind of plot armory sometimes, the way he survives shit, like the fall, for example, and like some other things. And I don't know, I feel like people could take his ass if they really tried. Like, I don't know, he feels like almost to the level of like Jason of like taking damage, and it's just like, come on now. I liked it better when it's like the cunning of like, oh, the different house traps and stuff, and like they can't get to him. Like, it's a lot more effective when he's like not there physically with them, where they could have just easily fucking attacked his ass or something, I don't know. So it's better than Man of Medan in most aspects, but I think not enough to really bump it higher on the rest of the list of the other things. And I already talked about Little Hope, obviously, but if we were to talk about the last game, House of Ashes, which I did talk about a little bit already, but just to capstone it, essentially, is that House of Ashes is a banger, and I mean, maybe it helps that it's also the only game where I actually had everyone survive to this. Like on the natural blind playthrough. But more so, I think that I like the story, I like the Slim addition to it, like having someone on a different side, like on an opposing side, but still has to work with, like that's good shit. I like that a lot. And like his allegiances between like the general that he's like pretty much forced to help throughout it versus like when he doesn't really want to because he just kind of wants to, like, yeah, whatever, I got a kid and I just want the kid to live his life and, you know, I'm like done here. Sort of shit, and that was cool. The era it takes place in is interesting because there's not really a whole lot for that sort of era. I think it's definitely the strongest of the games outside of Until Dawn, so I'd put it like near the top of... Do I like it more than Until Dawn? I might. Yeah, we'll put it a little bit above it, fuck it. Speaking of Until Dawn, there is actually a second stack of Until Dawn, but I don't know where the fuck it went. The PS5 stack. So it should be somewhere here. I don't know, I guess I'll find it. Oh, here it is. Sorry, there's one. Every time I think I'm done, there's one more. Every time, these ones will keep grabbing me just because, like, due to the fact that they changed the fucking picture for it. Anyway, Hitman 3, it just improves upon the games more and more and more every time. So it's like, hey, did you like Hitman 1? Here's Hitman 2 that has all the Hitman 1 maps plus all the Hitman 2 maps. Obviously, Hitman 2 had some issues because of the whole, like, we bought the rights back to our shit. So, but we didn't have the budget for, like, cutscenes and stuff, so that was a little jank. But, like, the maps were... I think the maps were actually the weakest in Hitman 2 as well, but, like, there were still some fun aspects of it for sure. Hitman 3 is just, like, crazy good. Dubai is amazing. Yeah, because if we're just not counting DLC, so we're not counting Hitman 1 or 2. Dubai is amazing. The Murder Mystery Mansion thing is such a cool gameplay idea. What were the other ones? The train was kind of lame, but whatever. The Vineyard Mansion thing was kind of cool. Especially more so it's like story-wise than the actual location itself in terms of coolness, but whatever. The area in China with like the data center was like really fucking gorgeous, and just like some cool aspects like the infiltration that you don't really get too much. I feel like there's a map I'm missing off the top of my head, but I can't fucking recall it. Oh, we had the nightclub. Oh god, I would have been so annoyed if I forgot about the nightclub. The nightclub is such a cool mechanic of like having to track down the targets like that, and the fact that there's 10 of them, and the fact that they're like, you know, like why they know who Agent 47 is, and the fact that like you only have to do 5 of the 10 and then they pull back out and they're like, you know, fuck it, like we're just losing too many people, we're out of here, sort of shit. Like different things you can do with that, like, especially like the meeting aspect, like because they want to meet him and they know it's a trap, but like they still fall for, I mean it's kind of late that they still fall for it, but like, it's cool. And like one of the enemies has like this like sixth sense sort of thing to try to track you down a little bit if you're too close to the area, like just because he's an agent. It's cool. It's really cool. So Hitman 3 is where did I put it? Oh no, did I drop it somewhere accidentally? Oh okay, I dropped it in A. Honestly, that's some S tier shit. I don't even have to worry about it. Yeah, that is some straight up S tier shit. Yeah, keep putting it higher. Keep putting it higher. Yeah, right about there. Absolutely. S tier. Kidding me? It wouldn't be a 10 out of 10 because yeah, the train level is like lame as hell. I mean, I like how the way the train level ends, but in terms of being like a full level, like it is easily the weakest of Hitman 3. And I mean, Hawke's Bay is arguably weaker than the train, I think, but like all the Hitman 1 maps blow that shit out of the water, not counting the fact that like obviously there's like the cardboard fucking boat shit that all the games have, but there's like the downloaded free shit, but though, you know, the cardboard shit doesn't actually count for like the level total, to be fair either, whereas Hawke's Bay and the train do count for the level total. Okay, Telling Lies was another one I cheated. I forgot. There's one last cheating one. I played it legit for like 20-30 minutes. Didn't really like it. Felt like it was too annoying having to rewind all the way to the beginning every time for some shit. So it's just like whatever, I just started using the thing to look up all the phrases I needed to. We talked about Tomb Raider earlier when someone came in and rated who we played Tomb Raider. I feel like the main story of this was kind of forgettable, to be honest. Like, I remember the beginning, when, like, shit really goes bad, and then, like, a bit with the ends, and then, like, I feel like the middle section is just, like, I don't remember shit about it. But the gameplay's fun, so, like, put it at the end of enjoyable. I think it's higher than this stuff. And the fact that you could do the online with essentially yourself for the vast majority of it was really interesting. Surprised on that. Maybe a little bit too grindy on the online, but it wasn't too bad. We talked about Ghost Sim 3 earlier. We'll just reiterate that it is better than Ghost Sim 1 by like a mile. Quite funny. I enjoyed the gameplay of it. Only minor aspects were annoying, otherwise, like, very solid game. Yeah, right about there. High on Life drags near the end, or sorry, near the middle rather. I almost said everything but what I was actually trying to say. Funny in the beginning, funny in the end, drags in the middle. When they added DLC, even if you're not playing the DLC, it increases the requirements for the main game. Like twice as much for a lot of the challenges, which is not great. So, I mean, it's like enjoyable, but not like there's some issues with it, but I don't think it's enough to count as like a mid-game. You know what I mean? Like a mid-game would be like this. It's bang on balls. There's like some mildly funny aspects of it, but bang on balls is just like, hey, dude, you know the meme of like, essentially these golf ball looking characters that have their entire body is just a country's flag as a face, and so they do like stereotypical things with that, tell some stories. It's like vaguely interesting. But yeah, it's like entirely mid as like an experience. The trophy hunting actually aspect of it is actually really bad too. Like, it doesn't even ask you to do most of the playing, you just have to do something while you're playing. Like, it's not like, hey, beat this level, it's like, hey, fart on this character, because it's like a farting mechanic, and it's like a stupid. But, whatever. Crow Country. Can I already talk about Crow Country? Did I put Crow Country in the... I'm trying to think of where Crow Country was in terms of, did I already put it up in the repeat plats, or did I... Yeah, it's right here. Okay, cool. Crow Country is not my deal, personally. I like what it represents for things, but for me, it's just the controls. The controls could be better, man. Sure, I guess. Why not? Let's see what we got. So if we go in this order that I'm gonna do, Twisted Metal 4 is definitely like... Twisted Metal 4 can be like the top of bad, I guess. Well, honestly, Twisted Metal honestly should probably be mostly mid for most. Like 3 I think is the best by far. Even though this looks like it says 2, but it is in fact 3. Yeah, that's under enjoyable, probably like halfway into enjoyable, I guess. But then, like, Twisted Metal 1... Where is it? Twisted Metal 1 is, like, just difficult because the controls are ass. So it is better than 4, but not by, like, a shitload, to be fair. Maybe we'll put it up a little bit higher, I guess. Yeah, probably like right about there. Well, no, if it's Twisted Metal 1, we'll put it like a little bit more down, actually. Yeah, like that. And then... Twisted Metal 2. Where the hell? There it is. Oh, this is the song that plays on the when I. Nice jam. Thanks. Yeah, I've just been playing the Tad in Time OST. This is actually the song that plays when I get raided. Specifically, I can point out the part that actually plays as soon as someone raids me. It's a gif of Yakuza 0, specifically that plays like a Majima doing some like combo shit. This is called Death Wish. This song plays when you do the boss fights for Death Wish. But yeah, at the start of this very next part right here is where like the raid would come in right now. And yeah, that's about where it cuts off. Yeah, this is easily my favorite song from the Hat in Time soundtrack for sure. Absolute fucking banger. What was that? RoboCop. Here's the thing. I liked the first RoboCop movie. Never seen the other ones. To me, it was like a mid-game. But RoboCop fans seemed to like it much more than I did. I just thought it was like pretty standard middle of the road shit. Like whatever. Sure, I guess. Where the fuck was Twisted Metal? I had Twisted Metal 2 and I completely fucking whiffed where I was putting it. I like started to move it. Yeah, it should not be under this. It's way too hard, but it is. It's better than Twisted Metal 1. But yeah, it's like still in C tier for sure. The difficulty's fucking crazy though. So I think the only game that's actually like on the enjoyable tier for Twisted Metal is 3. But I respect what they do, especially with later games that I've played that I really enjoy, like Monster Jam. I think the PS2 game Monster Jam Maximum Destruction is an amazing game. That game it was definitely heavily inspired by Twisted Metal. I think Crossout to an extent is. And I've put like thousands of hours into Crossout. It's a free game. Doki Doki. It's lame that Doki Doki got censored on PlayStation for the blood aspect, but otherwise it's really cool. I'll put it in the middle here because it is enjoyable, but there is some aspects that are annoying in terms of the trophy hunting. Like trying to get like one of the secret pictures that you need for it is just RNG where you keep reloading the game on like the second act sort of shit over and over and over again till you eventually get it. That's just tedious for the sake of being tedious. Jumping Flash is very... We're saving a lot of the good games, by the way, which obviously you can tell there's a bunch of these good games here. Jumping Flash is fine for what it is, but the controls are rough. It's definitely an early PS1 game, let's just put it that way. Star Wars Demolition, it's like Twisted Metal, but like, in some aspects not as good, but the novelty of it being Star Wars kind of carries it a little bit more, even though I don't really care too much about Star Wars. I do think it is... Probably, we'll put it just below Twisted Metal 2, I guess. High Guard was fun for what it was. Some of the trophies were mildly annoying, but like, it's enjoyable. We'll put it like partway through enjoyable, I guess. You know, it's funny, we can't put X-Defiant because there was no Platinum for X-Defiant, but I did do that. What is this one? This one was There's a Gun in My Office. I mean, it's a mid-game. I'm not gonna lie, it's a mid-game. For the price, it's not too bad, but like, it could have been better. There's some aspects that are a little weird. I don't think it's a bad game by any means. Great game, Rat Shaker. It's amusing and it's cool, like horror aspect sort of game. So short but sweet, absolutely. Little Nightmares 3. It's worse than Little Nightmares 1 and 2 by certain aspects. It's definitely the weakest of the 3 for sure, which is a shame. Because where the fuck is Little Nightmares? Little Nightmares 2 is up here, so Little Nightmares 1 had some enjoyability to it, so maybe I'll put it like near the end of enjoyable, but it's not like that crazy enjoyable. Cyvar was a little too expensive. It's not a cash grab though, it's just I'm not really into bullet hell games, so it's just kind of whatever. Like here? Yeah, sure, why not? not really an indication of the game being bad or anything. Minecraft, I like games with more structures, and Minecraft really isn't my deal, but like, I respect what Minecraft does. It is kind of fun with like a more structured sort of gameplay in the sense that like, I did this in the tutorial world, so like I was doing all the shit, like running around the map, doing every little thing that I needed to do for it. And sometimes it is fun playing with friends, but like, yeah, I mean, just, it's not for me, but I'm not blaming Minecraft, it's just, some games just aren't for you, you know what I mean? And it's okay. Toy Story 2 is good for what it is. Like, the 2D, or sorry, the 3D aspects of it are great, but yeah, it looks like shit and it controls badly. So, we'll put it at the very top of C tier. Because it is enjoyable to an extent, but it is janky as fuck. Meanwhile, Toy Story 3, at least the one they used for the premium shit, this is the PSP one, so it's a lot more, like, linear. It's not as open as Toy Story 2, but it does control better, and it does a better job retelling the story. And it's, like, solid, just platforming, to be honest, so this would probably go, like, middle of enjoyable, I guess. For sure. Fucking All-Stars Brawl is just... It's okay. It's a game that exists in mid-game. We're just not going to talk about it, I guess. We talked about Cosmic Shake earlier. I think it's better than Alpha Bikini Bottom by a little bit. Not like a crazy amount better, but I think it is better. Question is, where the fuck did I put... Yeah, we'll put it like... Oh, this is the repeat stack. Hold on. Sorry, this goes into the repeat stacks. I had a feeling I was going to miss one or two more of those. Sly Cooper. Okay, Placid Duck. It's funny to rename your characters as the ducks, but otherwise it's like a fucking forgettable. It's really not even a game, to be honest. So it should kind of be put in not in the game territory, but like we'll put it at the top of that case. It's like, come on now. I also don't like that the DLCs are not like, they don't. First of all, when you buy the game, you don't get like multiple versions like you do with most games, where you get the PS4 and PS5 stack. And when you buy the DLC, it's not even transferable either. It's like you're just buying the DLC stacks individually, but the version I bought here with this PS4, a bunch of these other DLCs just kept not going on sale for this one specific version of the game. Like the older version, I guess, and it's like, that's kind of a fuck you. But whatever. Hearing about parking lots, I mean, it's mid, but it's like higher on the mid tier, I guess. You can, like, the story aspects are cool. Again, these are kind of like, some of these games were games that I got through Press Engine, so like some of that affects it, I suppose, in the sense that like I didn't have to pay for these games. So Dreaming About Parking Lots is one of those. Gun in My Office is another one of those. Rat Shaker is another one of those. Music Drive is another one of those, and I'll be real, it's like, it's not a good game. I like the music aspect of it, so I would rate it differently for that, but in terms of like the gameplay aspect, it's not good, unfortunately. But you know, it is what it is. Leisure Suit Larry, one of the funniest games I've played in a long time. Let's go with some of the funny games for a little bit here. Leisure Suit Larry is definitely one of the funniest games I've played in a while. But it's a little obtuse at times in some of the solutions, and there's a lot of backtracking, and it's probably longer than it needs to be, which Larry can't say about himself, of course, but you know what I mean? Like, it's funny, but like I kind of dread doing the next one because I heard it's even longer, which haha, funny. But like, I don't know. Shout out to Larry, Leisure Suit Larry. Wet Dreams Don't Dry, I guess. We'll just put it in the mid game category. You know, we'll put it at like near the bottom of enjoyable, at least, I guess, because I did laugh quite a bit. If we want to grab a game though that's like one that makes me laugh a bunch, that I really enjoyed, like that actually was enjoyable, would have been specifically Thank Goodness You're Here. Is like a top tier game, like absolutely. It is short, to be fair, but like it is like, I don't even see a flaw in the game, to be honest. It is, I'm counting at the bottom S tier, like fuck you, it's funny. Go play it. Absolutely. Coffee Talk is cool. I did rush through the game in terms of the story, but I did do all the things that they were asking me to do, so I don't know if it really counts as cheating. The reason I rushed through the first time on this one is because I was watching I had watched most of a playthrough of a friend of the stream, Beach Cool Exists, play this, and so I was like, I've already seen this story, so I don't really need to sit here and watch the story again. But I think it's a delightful game. I'd put it near the bottom of A. Coffee Talk 2 seems about the same quality, I'd say. In this case, I was like, well, I already watched the first one with that friend of the stream. I'd rather, watch them play the second one. And I did actually buy the second one for them at some point, so hopefully we'll see that in the future here for myself. But yeah, this one I just rushed through and I really didn't catch most of the story, to be fair. So I wouldn't count that as like you not only the game but yourself, but like it's definitely like I didn't get like the main aspect of the game that you, because I didn't want to, I guess, spoil myself for like when I actually experience it in like a group setting. But yeah, I mean, it's understandable why some people would feel differently about that, but it's, whatever, it's fair, I guess. Mystic Pillar is cool with the whole different culture thing. I think that the puzzle aspects are kind of just whatever. So I'd maybe put it near the top of mid-game. Co-op games. Let's do some co-op games. It's like classic We Were Here Expeditions. This was fun. Really enjoyable. I'd put it about like halfway up. I'm getting a little bit less loosey. I'm getting more loosey-goosey about like where I'm putting it in these. I'm just going to include them in the tiers here. But yeah, that was a lot of fun of a game. And the different puzzles, and I like when the puzzle in these type of games, like, you really can't just like solo it. I like that it really does require the other player. Likewise, It Takes Two. A lot of fun playing with friend of the stream Ryudos. Same thing with A Way Out. I think It Takes Two is like, I don't want to say S tier because I really should save that for like the really top tier games, but like it's pretty high up on the A tier, to be fair. New Tales from the Borderlands. This is D tier. I'm putting this at the bottom of D tier. Not only was this just as annoying as Hello Neighbor, but like finding guides for this sucked. The whole idea of a Telltale game, which this is not a Telltale game, but was like, built off of the previous game, which was a Telltale game. Like, they removed some characters that were fan favorites, of course, which is annoying. And then this whole idea of a Telltale game is like, hey, you fucking sit there and the choices you make should be tailored to your own gameplay. Whereas, like, the trophy hunting aspect of this is like every single little choice you make affects this skateboard meter thing, and you need those to be certain scores, along with certain scores in terms of like the relationship between all the characters to get all the different like 5, 6, 7 different endings. But yeah, just terrible, guys. Too much. I had to find it, and whatever guide I was using was like wrong on the thing, so I had to find a guide. So, like a acquaintance, I guess we'll say, in one of the trophy hunting Discords I was in, showed me a guide like from someone who's Brazilian. So I had to follow the guide in Brazilian, which meant that like I had to constantly have it to where it was whereas it was pausing the gameplay like at each dialogue option, and I would hear it in the video because like the actual dialogue itself is in English. But yeah, anyway, I fucking hated that. One of the worst trophy hunting experiences I've ever had. Worms Rumble is probably worse, but like that was rough. With Worms Rumble, and let me just mention that now that I mentioned Worms Rumble. Worms Rumble was like a case of where the fuck is it? Because it's definitely going to the bottom tier without a doubt. Where the hell is the other Worms Rumble? Did I already put it there? Oh, it's already at D tier. Okay. Essentially, you had to play the game. Yeah, I already mentioned. I guess the one thing I didn't mention about it earlier that I should mention is that like you couldn't double stack it, except for the fact that you could kind of. You had to play the very because it doesn't recheck anything, so you have to do certain trophies at the exact same time on 2 different consoles for that to work. Like you buy everything trophy, you had to do it on 2 different consoles at the same time. The earning the XP one for level 50 has to be done. You have to earn enough XP to hit that level 50 at the exact same time, essentially. So that was sketchy, because otherwise you'd be locked out of Platinum for like the rest of all time. So that was sketchy as fuck doing that for a double plat. Okay, back to funny games for a little bit now that we got the annoying games out of the way. I haven't gotten like every annoying game out of the way, but like most of the annoying games. Chicken Police was very funny. Like, schlocky in a sense, with like the dialogue, it's very on the nose with the fact that it's cliche in like a funny way. And the anthropomorphic heads that were on there, like, these aren't like furry type of like, haha, this is like a stylized chicken. This is just like a real chicken head put on top of like human bodies. Same thing with all the other animals like cats and such like that. Very interesting style to do it for it. And obviously it's black and white, noir, cops, yada yada. Like, I thought this game was pretty good. I don't really see many major complaints with it. It's pretty quick replay if you need to for like certain trophies. I mean, I guess for the trophy hunting aspect it's a little like mildly annoying, but like... I didn't... God damn it. I'm sorry your balls are broken, Tim. Yeah, it's a pretty good game otherwise. Tim, you missed Platinum 500. It happened. How dare you miss this right here. It's fair. I know you're busy with things in life and such. Congrats anyway. Thank you. Monopoly Star Wars. Let's go back to that real quick. I mentioned this in one of the other ones, but essentially, it's just weird. Like, I don't know, man. I prefer regular Monopoly. In this one, it doesn't really matter if anyone goes bankrupt. You earn these influence points by doing events every time you cross go, and then also, like, when you claim specific spaces. And whoever has the most influence points at the end wins. But specifically, you can only play this in groups of 2 or 3. So, very odd game. I like the idea of experimenting with the Monopoly formula. But that one was kind of like, whatever, it didn't really work out too well. What do we got here? Stick fights, janky as fuck, but it's a lot of fun. Play it with friends stream Johnny Mortem on Steam, and then I saw it was on extra for PlayStation Plus. We'll put it near the bottom of enjoyable, because it was enjoyable. The most enjoyable part is when you don't know when you play it fresh, because like every fucking mechanic of the levels, you don't know what's coming up next. It'll catch you by surprise, and the slightly janky aspects that are kind of done on purpose make it interesting gameplay where you can really get up, like, one up on people, like by playing mind games to kill them every level. Because you're just fighting your friend the whole time. Plus, it was really cool. I could put in co-op player and still play online to do some of those trophies. Having to play like on every level is a little weird though, and kind of hard to keep track of, but it is what it is. Deliver Us the Moon, Blow Up Some Mars, they're pretty atmospheric. I like the games. I think Mars is way better because of the aspect the character can speak and the story's like a lot clearer. So I think Deliver Us the Moon is more like a mid-game, personally. I think it was just okay versus like... Mars, which I think is like just at the bottom of like, hey, this was enjoyable. Astrobot, we talked about this earlier, so I don't really need to reiterate it too much, but yeah, this is like an easy S tier game. Like, I don't have to think about that at all. It just does what Astrobot does, but just like better, essentially. Especially with all the cool different characters you get to see, you get to dress up as some of them, like it's neat. Obviously DLC adds to it too, but I'm not trying to talk about DLC for the most part. What else? Some of these... Okay, we'll talk about Greece and Neva for a second. Stunningly gorgeous games. Platforming is pretty good on them both. Obviously, I think Neva's better in the sense that like the story is a little less esoteric. Obviously, they really build the companionship with the Neva character quite well, and also the combat just kind of it takes it like a step above, honestly. So. Plus the Prologue DLC adds a bunch. We'll put it at the bottom of the best tier. Like, if I were to swap this around a bit, I assume Astrobot's probably a little bit higher on the list. Like, probably more like here-ish. But yeah, it is what it is. Speaking of good games, Scott Pilgrim. The leveling system is a little annoying with it, but you can cheese that well enough. But very cool addition. Like, feels like it works well with the game/comic, of course. The music's great. The music's so good that they obviously brought them back for like the anime that they did later on, years later. Solid game. Halfway in. Good beat 'em up. Stanley Parable, another one in the funny game category. Good fuck you type of game in terms of like messing with the player the entire time. A little tedious with it. Obviously the don't play the game for 10 years trophy is a bit of a fuck you, but otherwise it's like you just do like change the clock around, or you're a psycho that waits the whole 10 years. It used to be 5 years on Steam, and I even waited the full 5 years and I loaded it up again, but I think because it was what was it? I think I had like a different, because it was a different PC, so it didn't have my file initially, so it didn't, I guess, know, even though it was on my Steam account, so I didn't get that one, even though I should have. Sure about is the best PS5 game to play on the concert? On the console. It's a hill I would die. That's fair. It did win Game of the Year for a reason, so that's reasonable. So, that's fine. Let's talk about Fall Guys real quick. So the annoyance of Fall Guys compared to like when the Epic Games took it over is essentially that I had to replay the game from full because it didn't recheck the stuff when you like it would recheck once for that one single auto pop, but then if you're playing like the other PS4 version, for example, it wouldn't do it. So I had to unlink my Epic account to replay it, and that's just like annoying as shit. Because it meant I couldn't play Save the World at all, or Rocket League, even if I wanted to, the entire time, or I had to constantly resync and unsync and all this other shit. And because of the way they changed it, some of the trophies would take over months because you had to wait for the free currency to get some of the things like the Battle Pass for the celebration and the legendary skins and such. So Epic Games made this trophy hunting a lot worse than it should have been, which is why it's rated a little bit differently here. Big Block's like a solid A. The only reason it's not S tier is because the platforming is like really annoying on it. So sometimes your character gets like stuck on shit when you're trying to jump, which is annoying when you have to traverse the whole map all the time. Also, it's impossible to see at night. Like, I know it's dark and you know you gotta work with people and lights and such, but like, I don't know, I feel like you could have upped the brightness by like 10% more. Like I said, this is the category for very minor sort of deals, so it's fair. Hey Zelda Jack, how you doing? I'm doing pretty well. We're just I'm rating all the 500 platinums I've gotten over the years. We just got platinum 500 on this stream actually, in terms of trophy hunting on PlayStation. So 20,000 trophies total. Shout out to almost 20 years of gaming. Good to hear that. Hey Leaf. I talked about Aliens, Colonial Marines. I'm not going to count DLCs even though they make the game a bit better. Honestly, it's not a great game. It may be just the bottom of mid. I'll save bad for like really bad games. Speaking of bad games, I don't know. This sucks because the combat's just terrible. Like, especially for a Dragon Ball game, that's inexcusable. It's just rock, paper, scissors. The whole game is literally just rock, paper, scissors, which is pathetic. So that's going there. Tekken 6 is really good. I enjoyed it. The crystal fighting monster was a little bullshit sometimes for the main game, but otherwise not too bad. The campaign mode was cool. I think it's a little bit too long, but otherwise it's fine. The Nightmare Train section is bullshit, but otherwise pretty neat. I think enjoyable. Yeah, I'd probably put it in enjoyable. Hey Tim, you remember that Ashley person that one time? I'm wondering what's up with them. Since you're here, obviously, since you were talking just a second ago. Yeah, streams. Oh yeah, streams going good. What stream schedule? I usually stream every like 2 or 3 days around the start time of the. Obviously, you can tell based on it's been about like 5 hours, so about 5 hours earlier than this time. Drunken Fist, that's another funny game. It's not really great in like the replayable aspect, but we'll put it just at the bottom of enjoyable because it was really fucking funny for like that hour or so I played it. Colossi has some interesting stuff, so I'll include it in enjoyable, probably like partway up, maybe past Twisted Metal 3, but like Like, it is a fun little puzzle game for what it is. Nothing groundbreaking or anything, but it was neat. Plus the story at the end, a turn that I wasn't expecting, and not bad. Oh, you assume she's well? Okay. Yeah, we just haven't seen her in here for a long time, Tim, but since you and I both know her, I kind of figured that, you know, maybe you'd seen her or something, but... okay. Let me go and, like, take a break real quick for something here. I gotta go for, like, about 10 minutes here just to grab some food and stuff. I want to finish out this stream, because I really don't want to make this its own separate stream, and because this would only take, like, another, like, 30 minutes max. So I'm gonna go and, we're gonna do a BRB. I'm gonna keep the music playing. But, yeah. Am I furry? I sure am, man. I returned. Let me swap on over here real quick. Smashed through a lot of tier ranking. I definitely thought you would be much slower, but you're getting through it quite quickly. Yeah, to be fair, so we're talking 500. I mean, I haven't counted these up yet, but also I have to wait for my fucking food to cool down, so... But once that happens, we're probably going to be eating while I do this, so... Fun times to be on. Get myself some chili. Yeah, this heat would fucking kill me if I tried to bite this right now. Temperature-wise, mainly. Anyway, if we count like repeat plats, I mean this is just all the repeat plats here, so if we count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, so there's 11 per, so like 22, 33, 44, 55, 66, 77, 88, 99, 110, 121, 132, 143, 154, 155, 156. So 156 platinums are just repeated platinums, which most of those are not auto pops, but a couple of them are, or you know, a few of them are here and there. But yeah, so I mean that's like about a third of the list, to be fair. Anyway, let me catch up on the rest of the chat here. Nice, my fur. So the name is Nira. Did I pronounce that right? Do you have a fursuit? No, one, that's like expensive shit. But two, I don't know. I mean, I like anthropomorphized characters. Essentially, that's kind of my deal. In terms of like my own OC furry characters, obviously the one you can see on the screen. If you're aware of Jack and Daxter as a, here I can scroll down to what Daxter looks like. Or I can scroll up rather. Let's do that. So Daxter is a character from the Jack and Daxter series. He is an Otzel, which is a mix of an otter and a weasel. Why can I not open this as like a separate picture? Weird. Anyway, you can see this asshole up top. So mine's obviously clearly based on that, which is named Orion, the alliteration of O and O, so Orion the Otzel. So that's cool. Should make your fursona yourself. I mean, I pretty much did. This was originally going to be a Daxter one, but then the artist I was working with mentioned the fact that, like... By the way, Tim, I think it's coming up here soon. But anyway, the artist I was working with mentioned that, like, maybe for like copyright stuff, maybe I should just make my own as opposed to using just Daxter, which I initially was going to do. And I don't think the thing was founded, in the sense that, like, I don't think I would have ran into any issues using Daxter. But I do like the idea of being like, hey, I can use this opportunity to stir my chili at least. But, so I don't know if that catches on the mic, the ASMR chili stirring sound. But, yeah, it's like, oh cool, yeah, I'll make an OC, I guess that kind of stabilizes the idea of being a furry, I suppose. I'm good. I don't need yeah. Luckily, I have an artist and her name is Ashley, who handles all my stuff. If I need any sort of like coding thing specifically, I also hit up another friend of mine called, do you remember his name, Tim? I remember his username, but I don't remember his real name. What was it? Oh, it's Seth, that's what it was, right? No, not Chef, Jesus, no. We don't talk about it. For a variety of reasons, we don't talk about Chef. Sorry, I just slurped there. I don't know if that cut the mic, but it was either slurp or all that was gonna fucking... It was gonna hit my tongue and burn my tongue. I could tell immediately, so I fucking let most of it fall back in, but I wanted some of it back, so I slurped. Man, he sure doesn't love his Italian cooking. He loves something, I suppose. Fucking chef. I can't believe he let his whole account... Like, instead of learning as a person, he just let his whole account get deactivated. Like, he deactivated his own account and then just left it there forever. Okay, let's try to power through something. Speaking of Power Wash, hey, that's a transition. Fantastic game. I think trophy hunting does this game a disservice, because trophy hunting makes you want to, like, go towards goals at, like, a, you know, optimized pace. But this game is really just to sit back and, like, just do shit sort of game. So I was getting frustrated, like, the first little bit when I was playing it, but when I just, like, let that shit go, then it became a more enjoyable experience. Plus, all the DLCs are pretty hype on this game, to be fair. Some of it's a little annoying in terms of having to clean certain things. Like, there's some angles that are almost fucking impossible to get. Especially for DLCs, but again, we're not counting DLCs, we're just talking main game. But even in the main game, there's a couple spots that are just kind of ridiculous. That fucking tower at the very end of the game is just, like... is frustrating. But yeah, this is a good, like, A rank game, I think. They fixed it, too. In the sense that, you used to not be able to continue, like, if you were with someone in a co-op game, only the host would get the story progress, trophy progress, yada yada. But since then, they have changed that to now everyone does, but it took a few years before they changed that. Okay. When I did the game, that was not the case. And so I'm not really going to count that as, like, positive from my own experience, but it's cool that that is now the case, because that is probably the ideal way to play it. Not just because it's quicker, but it is more for fun, of course, as most games tend to be. Would you ever touch No Man's Sky? Probably not. I'm not really into space shit. Like, even though I like Naughty Dog a lot, for example, that Intergalactic game, like, it's just like, oh, here's a space game, and I'm like, eh. Like, Starfield never really did anything for me. Like, I didn't play it, but, like, looking at Starfield footage, I'm like, wow, I'm not really... I have zero interest. Like, I don't think it would be bad, it's just not really, like, my thing. I did like Outer Worlds quite a bit, but I think that's... Outer Worlds had more of, like, the, oh, hey, this is, like, a Fallout New Vegas people. And also, we're doing, like a really crazy, like, comedic take on sort of things, right? As opposed to just, like, playing it straight as, like, a space sort of faring thing. Anyway, the person's gone now. Ashley and Seth are not real people, in case anyone else is wondering. People that do, like, advertising bots are like they just give themselves away from a fucking mile away. You know what I mean? It's so easy. It's so easy to know from, like, the fucking second message, sometimes even the first message. Like, in this case, let me scroll up and see. Yeah, by the second message, I could tell. You could tell. Now, of course, someone maybe that isn't as versed in this would read that second message and be like, no, that just looks like a normal message. It's more so in conjunction with the first message and everything else surrounding it. I don't want to give the game away because I like that these people give themselves away so easily. So I don't want to make it too obvious as to why that is the case, but it is very fucking obvious. Anyway. TMNT, this one is... Okay, we're gonna count this one as cheated, to be fair, because I did play the one legit, like the Game Boy game that I played as a kid. But the rest of them I cheated, because like some of these games are like flipping possible, like the TMNT, the, what do you call it? Like the NES one, specifically. And I did stream the arcade one. I did use rewind features, but I did play that one fully legit. Well, whatever, I played it through fully. I mean, obviously some people would be like, that's not legit, but like, whatever, fuck you, I guess. Oh yeah, I forgot I did a second stack at Epic Mickey, only because they gave away a second, like they gave away the game for free at some point. So, that's another repeat stack. Mortal Kombat 1 was a disappointment. I thought they were going in a new direction finally after the whole, like, multiple dimension time travel nonsense, which was fine for Mortal Kombat 11. I actually liked it quite a bit, but they should have just committed to it. It was disappointing. The second half of the game is just like fucking ridiculously stupid, in my opinion, in terms of story, and I really don't think I'm fighting games for stories. That's why I do Tekken and Mortal Kombat mainly. Because I'm not good at fighting games in terms of the actual gameplay, but you know, whatever. Mortal Kombat 10, however, would rate higher for sure. They're definitely enjoyable. And I like that the story from 10 continued off of like where 9 ended, where it was mostly just a recap of shit with like slight differences. 10 actually continued into like a whole brand new area that felt like it was pretty good. 11, like I said, I liked quite a bit too. I liked it more than Mortal Kombat 10. Because it really felt like, hey, we're like enough, like, because they brought rebooting essentially back into the fold with Mortal Kombat 9. Or into the fold, not back into the fold, into the fold with Mortal Kombat 9. Like now we're adding like an in-universe explanation of all this shit. Of why it seemed like Mortal Kombat 9 was so like focused, where we tried to change things but didn't really change too much. Now we finally broke that cycle. Like that was all cool shit, but they really just kind of dropped the ball on that afterwards. Injustice 2 is, the story is fine, but like all the weird gameplay choices of like geared shit's really dumb. And the cat call trophy's bullshit, and like it's just too grindy for its own good. So we're gonna put it in the, I don't know, below high guard, I guess. For a second, Tim, for just a split second, I thought that perhaps they were just a really awkward furry or something, because that happens sometimes. I mean, you know, the rate of furry and awkwardness, sometimes it's just social awkwardness, like, isn't like autism type shit, and that's understandable in some, you know. So I thought, you know, maybe, just in case, I'll still, like, be nice about this. But I was like 80% sure. The thing is, I think they are real people that do this for the most part. I don't think they actually are robots. I think they are real human beings, but they're just definitely advertising. Not always, to be fair. I think sometimes they are actually bots, but like, more so I just use the word bot colloquially to mean like this is a fake interaction, you know what I mean, regardless of whether it's a beep boop robot behind the thing or whether it's just someone trying to scam me out of money. Dude, chili is fucking awesome. We need more chili in this world. Anyway, PUBG sucks because, like, we're gonna put in bad game territory because crafting sucks and they broke the game for 8 months. They finally fixed it. The trophies would only count progress. for the single match that you're in, and then when that single match ends, the progress you made on it, any trophies disappeared, like went back to 0. So you can only finish trophies you can do in a single match. Which means trophies like get 1,000 kills or even get 100 kills are literally impossible. Definitionally impossible, like, it's not some skill issue, it's just like, it's just broken gameplay. But yeah, crafting doesn't give a fuck. Instead we're like, oh, we're going all in on AI for like updates and our workflow and shit, and it's just like, cool, can you maybe make your most popular game work? Like, that'd be nice. And even on the European stack, when I did the European stack with the PS4 one, they broke that for 6 months across every console. Not just PS5, but in that case there was no PS5 version, but like, they broke them on every fucking platform, which was the ghillie suit one, because they changed the way how the ghillie suit, like what, I think what slot it goes in or something, and it broke an achievement for half a year. Bunch of motherfuckers. Because honestly, the game itself, just the gameplay, would probably go up into like high enjoyable. But like, I mean, it's just such disrespect on shit like that. It's like, no, actually, I'm just gonna. It deserves D tier. This is mid. This is bottom of mid because like. The story, the things they change about the story of Jak and Daxter, and like the character interactions and stuff are worse on this. Dark Daxter is a stupid idea because it doesn't really work with the lore. Like, yeah, there are like dark makers which get corrupted, of course, but that's not what happened here. It's just treated as like, here's Jak 2 again, but with Daxter. It's like, that's not good. Also, the game runs like shit, and it would be like an okay game if it wasn't a Jak and Daxter game, but because it's a Jak and Daxter game, it's mid as fuck. Just shits all over the lore. I'm just gonna count these as repeats, to be honest, because yeah, there are some differences in the Jak and Daxter stacks, especially with Sly Cooper as well. I was initially gonna make them different. I've decided against it. There are like, in the sense of like, oh, you like have to do like some missable things. I guess they're not really missable, but like in the sense of like, you can do these things in the original Jak and Daxter stack, it's like do everything, like get all these Berserker Wars, get all these power cells, yada yada. In like that new stack, it's more so like, hey, what if you got up to this section in the least amount of jumps? So there's a couple of those, and I think it's actually better to be like that, because it like has some aspects of exploring the game in a different way than you normally would. But I don't think it's enough to justify me like talking about it at length as if it's like any sort of different. I think it's better to enjoy the version better. I agree. Because it's not like, it's enough to like, it's just cool. Like, it's a cool idea on someone. If I were to go to them, I guess, real quick. Like, travel the blue eco platform and 12 feet with jumps and guys at rock. That's what the one I was talking about just there. That's a cool idea. Reach the top of the Forbidden Temple without running out of blue eco. Like, it gives you an idea to like puzzle solve in this game a little bit more than you would have otherwise. Break 15 barrels. Very easy, but like, hey, maybe it gives you a chance to explore the map a little bit more. Break all the chests on the slide is slightly annoying, but like, it's through very easily. With a record time, that one's easy enough. Let's see Samos do better. Platinums Y and I know a friend of the stream named Samos, old Samos, who it just amuses me to see that I a lot of times think of him now instead of the green sage Samos. Collect the balloons, get the look towards Sandover Village from top of my goal in my citadel. That's cool. Like, I don't know, it's just cool, like, extra shit you do. Oh, hold on a second, I fucked that up. Sorry, I'm just eating chili in between. I'm gonna do a very minor BRB, like 2-minute BRB. Don't mind me, I'll be back. Okay, and back to browser. I'm back as well, making the shop scraps in the visitor. That's fair, Tim. I'll catch you next time I catch you. Where was I at here? Yeah, we got like one more song here, and then it's just a bunch of remixes, so I'm not gonna do all the remixes. I'm instead just gonna... I'll instead just cut it once it does the next song, and I'll choose like another soundtrack to do music for. Okay, let's catch up on some of these that I didn't actually do in terms of like names of trophy achievements. These are just speedrun ones essentially here. All roads traveled, lame name, the already like it's 2024. I guess because the game came out in 2024, it's kind of weird, but like whatever, we'll count like C tier, I suppose. Kind of a little random to see it. Top of your game, I like that one. For Absolution, that's a solid B tier. Neptune Spatula, that makes sense, that's an A tier, for sure. You've only done everything, that's a good name, that's an S tier name. Bug Snacks Master, that's... Hey, thanks for the follow. What is it? Shane Marston. Snap 500, nice, thank you very much. Yeah, we're just going through funny, yeah. We went through a good chunk of the ones already, but yeah, I was doing a quick one where I'm just rating the, this isn't for this tier list to be fair, but I was quickly rating like the names of the Platinum trophies, because I find some of them to be pretty cool and other ones to be kind of lacking. Like, I think Hero of the Storm is a really good one for Fortnite, so for Save the World specifically, so it's definitely S tier. That's kind of a lame name for that one, that's like an F tier one. I usually don't like the ones that just say Platinum Trophy, or the ones that just say the name of the game. World of Assassination is a little different, because, I mean, that is now what Hitman's called, but, like, obviously the game was Hitman 3 when it came out, so... understandable, I suppose. Thought about that one. Where It All Began was a good name for Yakuza 0. So that's probably like an A tier, because, I mean, it could apply to so many different games and situations, but... that wouldn't be S tier, but it's still pretty good. Kiwami is an amazing name, especially because it says several times in the game Kiwami means extreme. So calling it Kiwami is like a solid S tier. Every last one of them really fits the theme of Last of Us Part 2 quite a bit, so it's definitely S tier. There is Hope is the decent name, even though I don't like the ending of the game and why it's called that. So it's like an A tier. Be Yourself is clearly a play on Be Greater. And I like that. There's definitely two different mantras from, you know, one is definitely more Peter Parker coded, Be Greater, and the other one's definitely more Miles Morales, Be Yourself. So I like that, that's definitely like an S tier, sure. King of Everything is just okay, that's like a C tier, I suppose. Lame. Ultimate Fall Guy is just okay. Just adding the word ultimate into it's kind of like whatever. Sucks when they're just called Platinum, like in Arkham Asylum, missed opportunity to call it Batman. It's funny you mentioned that, and that is true. But I will say, the game you're looking at Platinum that has that are the Telltale Batman games, like the Season 2 called I Am the Night, and Season 1 called I'm Batman. Okay. Those are definitely the ones you're looking for. But in general, I agree with you 100%. Where was that? True Thievius Raccoonus, Unlikely Bandit, Master Thief. Those are good enough. Those are like B tier. Primetime content consumer. That's a not. I understand why I guess why they have the name for Life is or Little Nightmares 2, but it's kind of a lame name, so that's like a D tier. Friends Forever for Peppa Pig is definitely a solid fucking. That's a B tier. Like, I guess calling it Retro Gamer is fair for Galga and Dig Dug, but the fact that they're both called that's a little. Like, maybe you could have like specified retro and like Retro Digger, maybe, or like Retro Spaceship or Retro. You know, like I don't know, something that matches with it better. Okay, let me pause. Oh, this is the last track. This is the very last track I'll play from this, and then we'll move on to a different OST while we continue this real quick. All Done's kind of lame. It's like a D tier. Mask and Stripes Forever, I like. So like a B tier, I guess. Paw Patrol Legend, yeah, it is kind of just lazy putting Legend at the end of it. I'm using a lot of keyword to remove for those. Anyway, that's it for now. That'll put us up to page 8 on that. So, now we're going to page 7, but for that we'll go back to the tier list here. Just like a couple dozen more games, like 3 dozen more games, I think, then we're good. Slide 2 was another one I was talking about that's just like, just a repeat essentially, so we'll put that back up to the repeat platinums, because no point in me like talking about a game 500 times. Or 4 times, I guess, in the case of like San Andreas, when I platinumed that 4 different times. So this is slide 1, 2, and 3, and I know it's impossible to tell which one's which, but we'll just do that. Slide 1 is definitely a lot more, kind of, feels like a Crash Bandicoot type of, like, platformer, whereas slide 2 and 3 definitely, and eventually slide 4 as well, it definitely comes into its own as a series, once you hit that point. Personally, I don't like 3s as much in terms of the getting the group together for the heist. I don't know, I just don't like it as much as 2. I think it's still good. I think it's better than 1 even. And I think 2 is definitely better than 1. I think all 3 of them are better than 4, but like, yeah, just 2 has a lot of bangers in terms of like, I mean, it does suck that it's just clockwork again, to be fair, with the parts, and then eventually the end boss is kind of lame. But I do like the globe-trotting, like the Carmelita stuff with, you know, like the Constable or whatever her name is, and like the Spider Lady and the Leopard or whatever she is, like the cop. There's a lot of good shit. So in terms of like how I would rate them, slide 1 is like, slide 1's like near the top of A tier. These are rough estimates, by the way, in terms of like, I think I really tried to get them in the right category, but in terms of like where they stop is a little different. Slide 2 is probably, yeah, we'll put slide 2 at like the bottom of the S tier. It is pretty correct. Slide 3 is higher than slide 1, but lower than slide 2. So we'll put that like, yeah, we'll put it here. And slide 4 is lower than all 3 of them. Not by much, because I actually like the gameplay a lot more than people give it credit for, but I'll put it enjoyable, I guess. Okay, let's find a new soundtrack to play here. Because now it's just repeating old tracks, but with remixes. I might even have to mute that one, because I know like the main theme or something, or the title theme or whatever it is, got dinged on YouTube last time I uploaded, so it's a remix of the main theme, so that might be an issue. But we'll see. I mean, worst case, whatever, like, there's just ads put on my shit, I suppose. When I eventually do the YouTube upload of it. What should I do for a soundtrack for a video game? What's the next one to do here? Let's just do Jak and Daxter, fuck it. Hold on. Okay, I'm actually not going to start it. Well, we'll listen on each play. I don't like it as much. We'll let it play. Hey, Rafiki, how you doing? That's quite the tier list. You posting this in Discord? I feel like... I mean, I could, but... I can't fill all of them on one screen is the problem. It had to be broken up if I were to do that. I suppose I'm not opposed to the idea. Thank you for redeeming VIP. I guess we'll do that real quick. So you just stole a VIP from the Rock Protector who's in here over there. Oh, your name's already up here, so I didn't have to mess with it. Cool. There you go. Alright, you should have VIP now. Nice. Can you not save it as a link and post it that way? I might be able to, I'm not sure. I can look at that after. When there's like the save or download, I suppose that might work. But I don't know if this just saves like the format of this and all this shit, or if it actually saves like all the posts I did specifically. Tekken 8 is just like Tekken 6 but better. I like the story a bit more. I do like with the Tekken games, I mentioned this before in the previous stream, but I like that Tekken games have like all the characters speaking in their native language, and just like have like you'll just have like a Japanese guy speaking Japanese to some chick in English. You know what I mean? Like she's just speaking in English and everyone just understands each other. And this person's just speaking French randomly, and like it's cool. Like there's just so they don't have to dub it in a bunch of different languages. They just have everyone talking their own language. Really cool feature. I'm not sure where I put Tekken 6. It's on, oh, there it is. Yeah, I think I put higher than Tekken 6. Maybe a bit higher at those. Yeah, there we go. LS Trials is cool, but some of the trophies are really grindy in a way that's just kind of vaguely irritating sometimes. I put it near the top of like enjoyable. Like spending 10 hours in just night vision seems a little much. Like some of those you were just not getting naturally, you know what I mean? Specifically stuff like obviously the poison ones and healing and such you would especially when you play on hard difficulties, but just some of them it's just like, are you shitting me is what I'm trying to say, but you know. You have King and Armor King literally roaring. This is true. Panda and the fucking Kuma just doing their thing. Unpacking was just okay. It was enjoyable. Near the bottom of enjoyable, but it was enjoyable. I feel similarly about Lake. It's a cozy little game. These are just cozy games, you know, they're here for their few hours of fun, then you move on. You play as like a postal worker. Or your dad's a postal worker or something, you're like a big shot in the big city and you come back to help your dad for a little bit. And then you decide whether or not you want to stay in this like quaint little town. Now you got a chance to like get away from the big city life. Also, you can choose to romance either like one of these like lumberjack guys or like this one chick. So I usually call the game lesbian-like because, of course, I always go the lesbian option. Yeah, Lake is cool. Gardens in Between is like another like cool indie game, but this one with the puzzles is pretty unique in terms of like fast forwarding and rewinding the level in such a way to complete platforms is really cool. So it's probably like bottom of A tier, I think. That does sound like a decent option. We do like our pride moments. Yeah, it's always nice for options for people. I respect it. As you can tell, I'm holding off on all the Yakuza. I'm gonna try to talk about them all in like one go. We talked about PUBG earlier. I suppose I'll put this one in the repeat Platinums tier here. Yeah, we have like 160 games in the repeat Platinums in the sense that like I played the game through again than the vast majority of these. Oh yeah, I was talking about way earlier. I don't think it's as good as It Takes Two. I think they needed a little bit more to make the relationship kind of actually feel believable between those two, and like when it broke down, he'd be angry and shit. But I thought it was fun. It was enjoyable for what it was. Sure, I guess, whatever. Epic Mickey is frustrating from a trophy hunting experience, but is a really cool game visually. The music, the gameplay aspects, the amounts of which you can change the story from good to bad. So I think I gotta put it at the very top of this because it's not a mid game. It's really annoying trophies in a good game. Otherwise, it would go up higher, but yeah, it is frustrating trying to do the 8 like inner runs of shit, especially if you're trying to do some of the collectibles in the game that aren't technically related to the trophies, but it is a lot of fun to do like the pins and such, the concept art, yada yada. Which even if it worked flawlessly, doing all of those would take 3 playthroughs minimum to get all of them. And that's if you're like optimizing everything. If you're not, it's taking like 4-5 playthroughs. And one of the things that glitched out on me, and it glitches out every single time, so it's like I couldn't even do it even if I wanted to, which I didn't want to. Which was the real bitch of the matter. Very unfortunate. Yu-Gi-Oh! Legacy of the Duelist, Link Evolutions. The only problem with this is that I don't understand Yu-Gi-Oh! After Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. I don't understand like XYZ summoning, Link summoning, Pendulum. Like I don't. I'm just like an OG Yu-Gi-Oh! Guy. I think it's cool that they innovated on it, but I don't like the idea of like someone should never really win on turn 1 unless they get extremely lucky. Yeah, that's my feeling on it. So it's enjoyable, but like I don't know, about like halfway in, I guess. Full Throttle was cool for shout out to Tim Schafer. Classic Double Fine LucasArts entertainment shit. Never played it growing up, but this is one of Devin from the stream Regus' favorite games. And outside of like 1 or 2 puzzles that felt like they were a little obtuse, I thought this was a lot of fun. This world is really cool. Enjoyable time, honestly. Like, yeah, we'll put it at the bottom of like A tier. I don't really see too many issues with it at all. Life is Strange. We'll just do these 3 Life is Strange games back to back here. True Colors, I think, is written way better than Life is Strange 2 and 1 and Before the Storm. The emotion power thing that you can like read people's emotions is a bit weird. It gets better when you can actually influence their emotions, but again, it is kind of weird because it's like you can kind of just do that in real life anyway. But they're kind of, yeah, obviously there's like a little bit more of a power element than real life, but not by much, so it's kind of a little strange. But this game also just randomly had Arkanoid in it as like a playable thing, and that was dope as fuck. In the role-playing aspect of the game, like there was like a whole like run around town doing role-playing things was really, really cool. And yeah, the character motivations and stuff were really cool too, so we'll put it like a bit higher. Yeah, like right around there. Double Exposure is, in some aspects it's better, in some aspects it's worse. I think some of the stuff with Like, they didn't really do anything with that one cop that, like, disappears halfway in. That seemed like it was going to be a big deal. And also, this game has, like, an idea where, like, I thought what was going to happen, this is not what happens in the game, but the idea was, like, I thought it was, like, an alternate dimension Max. Like, from one of the fucking rewinds. Coming in, fucking with the main Max. And it's a lot less cool. When you find out what the actual twist is. And that character is kind of a little weird, especially a lot weirder in the next game, but... yeah, there's a little bit of issues, I feel like, here and there with some of that. But overall, I mean, I thought it was fun. I think True Colors is kind of better, but I feel like Double Exposure goes to more interesting places. So the way they write out the end of Life is Strange 1 is so funny, because there's so many people that would have chose that they saved Chloe in Life is Strange 1 just to get slapped in the face by, like, it essentially being a text here in this game. You essentially don't get the Chloe angle whatsoever until you get to Reunion, obviously. And this game is probably the best written out of all of them, to be fair. It seems to actually tackle some of the issues that the previous games have had. I would still count it under, like, be enjoyable, but it's gonna be higher up on the list. Even though it reuses a lot of shit from Double Exposure, I think that it does it in a pretty good way to continue on with the story, and I like that you can swap between the characters. It adds more depth in terms of, like, ways you can explore the same characters with different, like, you can explore the other NPCs with two different characters and, like, at different dynamics you wouldn't otherwise, and that's neat. And the whole aspect of the fire and, like, testing out, like, the different powers and shit, like how they work with Moses is really cool. So yeah, I think that's about where I'd be bunching them up together. Artful Escape. In terms of visuals, it's great, but in terms of gameplay, it's just kind of whatever. Yeah, like there, I guess. Maybe a little, you know, we'll put it higher. We'll put it below. We'll put it above Lake and above Unpacking. It is below Drunken Fight, or Drunken Fist, but that's just because Drunken Fist is really, really fucking funny. Road 96, though, in terms of indie game doing, like, you know, like, emotional story shit, Road 96 blows all this shit out of the fucking water. Fantastic game, cool that, like, your choices actually affect some of the shit. The fact that you're playing as multiple different characters, and then the ending, depending on how you leave the area, like, you're all trying to leave this authoritarian country, is, like, teens on the run, and it's, like, illegal to do that, so you gotta, like, try to play it smart about when you let people know or don't know. And you meet these other characters, again, like, at different points of the story with different characters, so you can explore different aspects of these NPC characters. And the ways in which you can leave, if you can successfully do so, are off limits the next time you try to leave, and that's, like, super neat. Also, yeah, the art style's pretty good, so. We'll put that in, like, A tier. Above Full Throttle, probably below Mortal Kombat 11, because Mortal Kombat 11 has a lot more, like, replay value. But you know how it is. Maquette. Maquette is a fantastic puzzle game. It executes itself, like, essentially as flawless as you can. You could say that maybe you don't like the story as much, and that's, like, whatever, but, like... Now, and do I enjoy playing this more than, say, like, Dishonored, Death of the Outsider? Individually, probably not, but, like, in terms of, like... It's a lot less forgettable. And even though it's a shorter experience, it is, like... Because essentially, it's this diorama in the middle of the map. And you can take a piece out of the diorama and bring it, like, with you, and that makes it smaller, because the diorama is up the map, and which you're self-included into it. So if you, for example, put a piece on the diorama, then that appears in the real world as a larger object. And so you keep, like, then you grab up the larger object, and then you put it back in the diorama, it becomes even larger. And you can do the opposite, where you take it out and it becomes smaller and smaller, and that's how you do, like, platforming type shit, and that's, like, cool as fuck. That's a really cool mechanic. Big fan. So yeah, that's like a solid A tier. Honestly, it's almost worth S, but, like, I'm really counting that for the games, like, I have a shitload of... Like, I don't know, I feel like it needs to do just a step beyond for it to be S tier. Carto is also, it just says art, I like that. But Carto, I mean a cartographer, where you actually pick up pieces of the map and swap them around in such a way that it actually changes the world landscape, is a very unique idea of puzzle. Like, unique puzzles are how you scratch my brain, so that's how you get up high on my list. Either that or like platformers, or if you do both, like you're right up there. Arguably, with Dishonored, as much as I love the stealth aspect, of course, which is why I also love Hitman, but like Dishonored is like, yeah, that kind of is like puzzle stealth, or puzzle platforming to an extent as well, so. So, you know, cool times. Tome is a quaint little game about taking pictures, and it's all black and white for most of it. Pretty cool, like the different aspects of like where you're aiming at changes, like the 3D dimension of it. It's cool. Definitely deserves its place about around where Bugsnax is, I suppose. World War II as a Call of Duty game is surprisingly better than I thought it was, so it definitely deserves to be above Ghost and Advanced Warfare. But the story was just kind of mid, so like whatever, we'll just put at the top of mid. Like, it did what it needed to do, I suppose, but we're looking for like a good Call of Duty story. We're talking like war, absolutely. Fantastic story, the zombies were great, the multiplayer was fine. I guess it was hard for me to really know for sure, because by the time I got the game, it was just full of hackers for the most part. But I had some fun with it, so yeah, I mean, it's higher up, we'll say, like. I like it more than Modern Warfare 2. I think Modern Warfare 2 Spec Ops is better than World at War Zombies, but at the same time, there's something about the Infinity War games I don't like how they handle for the multiplayer. So the multiplayer was never a strong suit for Modern Warfare 1, 2, or 3 for me. Which, I mean, that's just a me thing, really, but you know, it is what it is. Sure, I guess. We're gonna move Big Walk a little bit higher up. Killer Frequency, really cool game. Obviously, you just kind of sit in the chair for a lot of it, but the art style is great. The idea with the radio shit's cool, and the fact that you can change your character to be more sympathetic, or like just kind of like a radio asshole the whole time, is neat. The killer aspects, the fact that you can actually affect whether people live or die, is cool, which obviously affects the ending as well. The puzzle aspects of like saving the people are neat, whether you're solving like the actual mysteries itself, or you're just trying to solve like logic puzzles of like how to get them out of an area. Cool, enjoyable game. Star Wars: The Clone Wars. I don't give a shit about Star Wars. Maybe seen 3 or 4 of the films, maybe up to 5 of the films, like once each. Otherwise, it's mostly cultural osmosis. But this game slaps, so I imagine if I was a Star Wars fan, this would be even better. So, like in terms of a PS2 Star Wars game, like this is pretty fucking great. Besides the walking around sections with I think his name is Mace Windu, and then Anakin obviously is the other one. Those control like ass. Everything else, though, is pretty great about this game. Okay, we got the Light Inside the Darkness. You play as a Jewish family in Nazi-occupied France, which is obviously, this is a free game, by the way. The gameplay is rough, obviously, but the story is pretty good, so I think this... It's either like at the top of mid, or it's at the bottom of enjoyable. I think we're going to put it at the bottom of enjoyable. And they are making a remake of the game, where apparently like it's going to control a bit better, and there's more voice acting and stuff, so we'll see with that. But it was cool to learn some history that I wasn't aware of. I mean, obviously I was aware that the Nazis took over part of France, but like the collaboration involved with some of the people and like near the border was interesting. And you can probably guess the ending. If you know anything about history, you can probably guess the ending. But I was surprised that they like went with it because it was kind of just like a nice little. I don't know, like they didn't really pull their punches with this game. It wasn't like brutal or anything, but it was just like they played it straight, and like I respect that. Especially when you're in an era of like people denying like the Holocaust. Like, so like having a game like this is cool as like a teaching thing, and it's definitely less tone deaf than some of the other teaching things like the Fortnite, like Martin Luther King, or fucking. I think that was mostly fine too, but like I mean it's a little fucking weird when it's like in the Fortnite thing specifically. Like when you have to go out of your way to ban emotes because obviously people are being complete racist assholes with the emotes, it's like, okay. Maybe this wasn't the best, but I mean, I guess you could also make the argument too because it was Fortnite's such a popular game that you get more eyes on it if you do it in a popular game, so there's an argument to be made there for sure. Pac-Man Museum Plus does what it needs to do perfectly in the sense that it like recreates 14 different old Pac-Man games, but in terms of like the games vary wildly in terms of their enjoyability, so I gotta put it probably like towards the middle here somewhere. There's a lot of good Pac-Man games in here, including Championship. There was like, was it Pack and Roll? I forget which one. There's an arrangement one that was really good. Obviously the original Pac-Man, Pac-Man Mania, Pack Attack I think is pretty good, Pac-Man 256, but like for all of those you still have some shitty ones, like Pack in Time is still one of the most annoying games I've played in quite a while. It controls like ass. Pac-Land's kind of whatever, but I guess I can respect Pac-Land in terms of like it leading eventually to Pac-Man World 1 and World 2. Speaking of Pac-Man World 1 and World 2, Pac-Man World 2 is better than World 1, except for the fact that the final boss fight is ridiculously hard and some of the time trial shit's like dumb as fuck. Like, this is a Pac-Man game, this does not need to have the difficulty that it has. That is fucking absurd. We'll put it in like the middle here, I guess. Whereas like Pac-Man World 1 can be like we'll put it at the top of the A tier, I suppose. Sam Max Save the World. One of the funniest fucking games I've played. Just ever. One of the funniest games I've played. And I'm glad I played the remaster of this, because I think the PS3 version of this recently, the PS3 version of Sam Max Season 2, the Sam Max games on their initial release control like shit. God. Like, trying to get yourself over to a certain section to, like, you have to stop in place and then hit L1 or R1 to, like, select a thing, and then to try to equip an item. It's just, like, really, like, awkward. It puts gameplay down to a hole, even when I specifically know what I'm doing, because I already did episode 1 and 2. Sorry, I took a drink there. This chili, I'm trying to eat the chili while it's still a little bit too hot. So it's burning my mouth a bit. So if I sound weird in certain parts, blame it on the chili, that's what I'm doing. Anyway. What else we got here? Rugrats, some of the parts are weirdly hard, like they're NES hard, specifically where you get knocked back from these tiny platforms you're on and you get hit by shit and it knocks you backwards, like a Ninja Gaiden type shit. And it's like, dude, this is a Rugrats game, why is it like this? But otherwise, it's a pretty enjoyable game overall. I like being able to swap between like the current graphics and the retro graphics, it's a good touch. The fact it changes the music as well, like it's really neat. I guess while the ad's about to start playing here in a second, I'm gonna go over quickly some of these other games in terms of their names of their platinums for a little bit here. Lame. And some of these I'm just gonna say like they're lame. Like Let's Blaze is just blazing on those machines. I suppose this is like a C tier. Or, you know. C rank, U rank, that's like a D. World's Greatest Dad is a solid S rank for Yakuza 3. No. Ice Came, Ice Saw, Ice Conquered, that's an S tier for... It makes sense in the context of it being Ice Age. Not just because it's an ice pun, but because, like, Ice Age is 100% the type of fucking franchise that would make an ice pun for their Platinum trophy. Well, let me change how I'm sitting real quick here. Okay. As in the night we saved the day, that makes sense because it's like the tagline of the series, I suppose, or something. The kids say it all the fucking time in the game. So that's probably like a solid A tier. Who cares? Money Titan's a bad name, D tier. Los Angeles Legend, that's kind of like whatever. D tier, well, yeah, we'll just say C tier, it's very standard. Ultra Hero, that's like a D tier. Apex Predator is a good one for Ark Survival, it's a solid A tier. Crush all trophies beneath sandaled feet. I think this is Conan, right? That's a solid name for the Conan one, honestly, that's probably an S tier. Blah 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 is decent because it's Hotel Transylvania 3, of course, so that's probably a solid A tier. Maybe, possibly S. We're back to these being Retro Gamer, same score as the other ones, I guess. Platinum Explosion, that's like a D tier. Feud Fanatic, that's solid alliteration, so C tier. Mr. Monopoly, that's not bad, that's like an A tier, I suppose. Finishist is a bad thing. That sucks, that's a D tier. This is my favorite track, by the way, the music that's playing right now. This is my favorite Jack and Daxter song in the series by far. This is Mountain Pass. That plays just after you beat Claw in the very next area. Alicorn Status, that's bad, D tier. Be Pactive, so like be active. I mean, it's a pun, but it doesn't really, like, what does that mean in terms of the museum? That doesn't really make sense. D tier. Platinum Pup, alliteration, so you can at least get up to D tier, but no higher. That one's bad. Platinum Golfer, I mean, it says Golfer in it, I guess, so you can get a D tier, by the way, it's kind of lame. F tier is when it's just literally just says Platinum Trophy, or it says Platinum, or it says the name of the game. So some of these getting D tier are just because, like, they put in, like, the bare minimum effort to try to change it slightly. Everything, that's F tier. Achievement all achievements, that's F tier. Excellent job following directions, that's S tier. Thank you, Stanley Parable. Trophy Triumphant, D tier. Toy King, I get why because it's Ryan, but like, what do toys have to do with racing with Ryan? Besides the fact that it's just lately Ryan toy review shit. D tier. Bragging Rights, that's not a bad one, that's kind of generic though, C tier. Citizen of the World, that's good because like it goes around the world, I suppose, so B tier. Treasure Finder doesn't really work with the context of the game, so that's like a D tier. Elder God is a great name for Mortal Kombat 11. Solid, like, S tier. Master Kamurocho isn't too bad. I feel like that would work better in a game where it takes place fully in Kamurocho. But, you know, whatever. So, C tier, I suppose. Leave Everything to Me, that's a C tier, I suppose. Platinum Gun, that's kind of lame, D tier. Among Legends, I think is like a C tier for Hunt, as much as I like Hunt Showdown. Full House is decent because it's House of Ashes, even though it doesn't really... It kind of works and it kind of doesn't, so I think it's like a high B, low A. We'll just say like low A tier for that. Haven Maven, I don't remember why it's called that. Was Maven the name of the city, or was that like a character? Or not with Haven, I don't know, I don't remember. We'll give it the I don't remember tier, but I do like rhyming. Splinter's Favorite is a good name, that's like a solid S tier. Hold on, I'm being accosted by a friend of the stream Ryudos. Let me send a quick guide his way. Sorry, I just very quickly had to send one quick thing. There we go. Should be able to continue now. The Whole World Went Away is a good name for Dead Island. That's a solid B tier. Maybe even A tier? Let's say A tier. The Long Walk is decent for The Walking Dead. That's a B tier. Even though the game sucks, over 9,000 is fine for Ultimate Tenkaichi. I'll give it that like an A tier, I suppose. Street Brawler is a great name for Drunken Fist. That's a solid A tier. Actually, we'll just say S tier. That's a solid S tier. Into Infinity, that's a solid A tier for Deathloop. Trophies Complete, that's a F tier for Konosuba. Pressure's Off is a great name for Power Wash. That's a solid S tier. Double Hooray, that's okay for Bluey. We'll just get that a C tier. You Are a Fox doesn't even work for this puzzle game. What the fuck? That's an F tier. Happy Halloween, I mean, I guess it's a D tier. Sure. True Journalist. I guess you do whatever, but you do journalism in the game, but C tier, I suppose. Celebrity Status Complete, that's the C tier. All Moved In, that's at least an A tier for unpacking specifically. Total Tale Told is a bad name for, that's like a D tier for new Tales of the Borderlands. Platinum Garden, that's a D tier. The PJ Power Heroes. C tier, I guess. That's just the name of the game. That's F tier always. Anyway, let me go back to actually tier listing some of these games before we do more of those. Faye and Unravel. Faye is cool. Faye's got like some hiding from shit, like Little Nightmares type of gameplay, along with some cool Save the Forest type things with like a 3D space. It was quite enjoyable. Some of the collectible farming was annoying. But otherwise, I think it's a pretty solid game. Definitely deserves the enjoyable area, for sure. Unravel, the water physics are terrible in Unravel in terms of like if you're on anything that's floating on water, it doesn't control well. Otherwise, it's a really solid game. Cool story, cool like gameplay mechanic of the yarn and such. And the ways in which that works with the platforming. But yeah, some of the trophies are definitely really obnoxious, so I'd put it lower down the list in terms of, like, it's still enjoyable, but it's definitely, like, middle of the pack enjoyable. I already talked about Stanley Parable. Okay, so this one is a repeat platinum for Stanley Parable. They were so far apart from each other because I didn't realize there was 2 stacks of this game until, like, a year later or something. So it's a repeat plat. Call of Juarez kind of controls like shit, but I like the story and like the shooting is fine. It's just like the weird brother controls are strange. Specifically like the platforming aspects of like the climbing stuff is very odd. And the online was annoying to do just because of the fact that the online needed 4 people, and because it's not a very popular game, getting 4 people together at the same time was like damn near impossible. It took me years to do that. Now granted, it was on and off again trying, but like it took me 2 years to actually get a group together. And it was very easy to do once you had the group together for like a couple hours, but it was just fucking impossible to get people for it. Metal Hellsinger is like an S tier. It's not a 10 out of 10, but it is an S tier. The shotgun's a little weird on it in terms of the timing of it. Otherwise, it's a solid game. Absolutely. Just like the music's good, the visuals are good, the story, like, I mean, it's obviously simplistic, but like it's enough to work with it. The gameplay just feels so smooth to do. Speaking of rhythm games, we got Melody and Memory. Makes me appreciate the Kingdom Hearts series even more than I already did, which I played the shitload of Kingdom Hearts. But yeah, this is Platinum 400, and this was very important for me to have a Kingdom Hearts game that was a milestone platinum. And the only reason it's not S tier is because there are some aspects of it that are weird. So for example, like, this isn't like the best example, but I'm not great at music. Like in terms of like the parts of music to really mention, I just enjoy listening to music. But say for example, like you were focusing on one, and like the songs would always run through twice for the vast majority of the songs. And so the first half of the song when you're playing the tracks would be like, hey, we focus on, I don't know, maybe like the drum section, right? And then the next section would focus on just like the guitar section or something. So sometimes there's notes that are being hit that you're not thinking of like the first time through, because you're focusing on a different set of notes and then you have to focus on the next set afterwards. Or maybe even when it's just playing the same notes from the same instrument, it's only catching like one aspect of the beat, and then the next time it's catching like the other aspect of the beat, or like the full aspect. And so it's one of those things where you're only getting it after you play it multiple times. It's not something you get just from listening to the song itself. Like you need to know the knowledge of the song, but you also need to know how the game is, like what the game is specifically focusing on. Also, some of the songs were just like straight up fucking impossible. Like I don't know what psychopath did them, but whatever. In terms of like the proud mode specifically. And that said, it's a solid, like, it's pretty solid up there. Very much enjoyed it. Yeah, Squirrel with a Gun is just kind of silly bullshit, to be honest. There's not a whole lot more to it than that. It's enjoyable. Platforming where you're a squirrel and you shoot a fucking like a machine gun or a pistol at the floor. Rocket launchers and such. Good idea. It definitely seems like it has some of that humor, like a little random XD humor, like a Ghost Sim sort of deal, but I like it. A lot of fun. We're not rating the DLCs with it, but like the free DLC that came with it was really cool too, like the Pride DLC. Drove around in a tank. Like a tank that shot like gay beams or something inside of a garage that sets on like if you're anti-trans, I'm gonna identify as a problem or something. I wonder if I should have the picture actually on hand. Let me swap over to my PS5 real quick in terms of the visuals. I think I might actually have the picture I'm talking about. Yeah, the tank that obviously says they them. Time for these agents identify. Oh, time for these agents. It should say to identify. Time for these agents to identify as was-were. And this one just says respect my trans homies, and the other one says, or I'm gonna identify as a problem. It's like classic. This is just a random free DLC they gave out. We went on our funny little rainbow road, and then it changed into other, like pride flags. Oh, sorry, and you actually, as you're driving down the thing, I forgot, this was the thing too, you pick up pronouns as you're fucking driving down the thing. Silly, it's, you know, it's fun, silly bullshit, but... Here's an example of the gameplay, actually. like holding up people for fucking acorns at gunpoint. Like, that gameplay is just inherently fun, so like, I don't know, if you're a hater of that gameplay, you're just a hater, I guess. Sometimes. Looks like my music paused. Man, I hate when it does it. Okay. Back to this real quick. Deathloop is a cool game, and it's a shame that people don't like it as much. I don't think it's as good as Dishonored, but I think it's better than people give it credit for. I personally would say it has minor flaws, like the characters losing sight of you pretty quickly. And the fact that there's only one definitive way, essentially, to finish the whole route is a little weird. But other than that, I think it's pretty solid. Okay, back to Call of Duty stuff. Modern Warfare 1 is pretty good for the most part, but Veteran is kind of broken. Modern Warfare 1 specifically, very specifically, the one where you have to wait out the timer for like help to arrive at that Ferris wheel, that mission is just like bullshit. It's just actually bullshit. So it's a good game. And Mile High Club is cool, even though it's obviously frustrating in a lot of aspects, but I think Modern Warfare 2 is better. Question is, where the fuck is Modern Warfare 2 actually? Oh, it's up here. Alright, that's fair. I think that's fair, actually, to have those spread apart like that. That said, Modern Warfare 3 I think is better than the other two. And especially with like the survival mode, every single DLC having survival mode, but again, I'm not counting DLC, to be fair. I've mentioned those sometimes, of course, but it's not counting in my ranking of it. I do think it's a nice capstone to the trilogy, for sure. To bring back to Modern Warfare 1, though, I think the story is a little bit more forgettable than Modern Warfare 1, besides like the nuke going off, obviously, compared to Modern Warfare 2 and 3. Yeah, I would put this like a little bit higher. I still think World of Wars. Do I like World of War? Maybe I'll put Modern Warfare 3 like higher than World of War. They're kind of interchangeable depending like where I'd rate them. So you ask me like in about a week, I'd probably change my answer. But Black Ops 2. Black Ops 2 is great, but the story is lacking. The main villain has too much plot armor, and it's kind of weird just like going back and forth between like the old school Vietnam era sections, like the 80s I guess sections, and then going to 2025. So I'd probably put that lower than. I mean, the thing is though, the zombies and the zombies and the multiplayer, like the regular multiplayer, are so much better that it's a situation where the story matters to me, but which is why it's never going to be Black Ops 1. But that shit does slap. Most of my gameplay was going to the things that I really enjoyed from it. There's a few more songs that I'll go through, and then we'll pause this music to maybe do like Jack 2 music. Up is just like a standard. To be honest, Disney kind of slaps with their like PS3 era and their PS1 and 64 kind of era games. I think Rugrats is a little better, but I don't know. It's just like Up is like a solid platformer game that retells the story of Up. Obviously, this is based off the PSP port, but whatever. Minutes are really cool, like in the game, with the idea that like the game ends in a single minute, and so you have to do tasks and get to checkpoints before that minute ends, so that it saves for the next time you respawn, essentially. Because otherwise it resets it back, and that's like pretty fucking neat. Very cool gimmick, and it's executed quite well. Family Guy the video game. I think the first Family Guy the video game is better. Back to the Multiverse. Having the gameplay is a little bit more standardized, I guess, with Back to the Multiverse, which is a little less exciting than swapping between the three. But it's a little less janky than the first game was on PS2. Also, the wave mode on this is fucking horrendous on Back to the Multiverse. It literally takes you 2.5 hours to do, and if you fail at any point at it, you have to restart from the beginning. Ask me how I know. The answer: I did fail one time. About an hour in, and then I waited a couple days before I tried it again. Very fucking annoying. Minecraft Dungeon is really cool. I'm not going to count the DLC, but it is cool that like other people can join you when you play those. Base game, like I've never really played a Diablo game, but it was very enjoyable. I enjoyed, farming it up. I kind of cheese the farming after a while. There's like ways in which you can do that. So maybe it's like there's some aspects that aren't as good, but like it's cool. Like it's short and sweet. Like a little bit more. It's like, hey, here's Minecraft, but a little bit more structured. And I dig it more than normal Minecraft, at least. I should say, I should make sure that I'm actually above normal Minecraft. Where the fuck did I put normal Minecraft? There's Minecraft Story Mode, but that's not the same thing. Like, this is the problem when you have like 500 games, is you don't know where you put things. There's no way I put it in D tier. That wouldn't make sense for me to do that. Sorry, I'm just trying to find where the fuck I put Minecraft, and I can't for the life of me figure out where the hell it is. Like, did it fucking just disappear somewhere? There's no way, like, I didn't put it in A tier or S tier or anything, there's just no way I did that. Sorry, my brain's fucking fried at this point. I'm gonna open up the fucking picture on my laptop, like the actual picture I used for it. Motherfucker, man. Yeah, it would have been after 388. I did the PS3 version specifically, which is what we're trying to look for right now. There it is right there. 405. Okay, so we're looking for like some like oranges and whites essentially. Minecraft Story Mode, Season 1. Season 2. Like, for me, I would think I would have put it, like, top of C tier. Like, that to me makes the most sense of where I would have put it. Or like partway through B tier, I would think. But my brain is just like dying. I don't know. Stop looking. I'll get this like one more attempt to look through this, and if I don't find it, we're just gonna move on. Because it's taking too long to search, but I don't know, like, I don't know if it just like bugged out when I moved a couple other things around, or what the fuck happened. Okay, one last scroll to the top here, and then we're done looking. Alright, fuck it, who cares? Hey Mary, how you doing? Welcome in. Let's do Dragon Ball Sparking Zero. I talked about Budokai a little bit earlier, of course, but I didn't talk about Tenkaichi. And I love the Tenkaichi games as well, like I talked a little bit about it, but I think this is in a lot of ways better than Tenkaichi. It is a shame you don't get every single character, but I think they do a pretty good job of getting most of them. But there were issues at launch specifically that, like, some of the what if stuff was definitely lacking. It was very super focused, which obviously makes sense. Super came out and wasn't in the previous games. But like, dropping like some of the early shit was really weird with that. Okay, we're done with the... That's the last track of this album. Just rolling around, that's fair. Let's do Jack 2 OST. We're almost done with this stream, but we just gotta keep going a little bit more. Okay, this is Jack 2 soundtrack. This is the title theme going into this. Anyway, Sparking Zero could have been like one of the greats, and I don't know, it was just like they cut out all of Vegeta's super stuff for the most part, which was really... Actually, I think all of Vegeta's super stuff is gone. And part of it makes sense because it's like, okay, but we did this with like Goku, for example, right? And we don't want to repeat some stuff, but like Vegeta is one of the main characters. And he's not even like my favorite character, like he's probably not top 5 even. Like, it's really weird to do that when he's obviously like the main character besides Goku. Like, those are the two main characters, super by far. Isn't even a question. So it's just very odd. And a bunch of the other stuff was kind of lacking in the game, like the some of the challenge modes were just like ridiculous. Like there's a specific one with Beerus where you have to do enough damage to him to get him to a new phase every 30 seconds, otherwise Beerus gets bored. That one was like bullshit. There's a couple other difficulty spikes here and there. They ruined the chase attacks, like the melee dash attacks shit, because I guess it was like too good on the lock-on during like the beta, but the problem is he made it like where it misses. Sometimes even if the character's not moving, your attack will miss like that. The rush attack is what I was thinking of, is the name of it, rush attack. And that's ridiculous. So there's a bunch of little things on it that make it not as good as it could have been, but it's like 90% of the way there, maybe 95% of the way there. So yeah, we'll leave it about where it is right now. Chilling in my bed because I got home. Nice. I'll go back and rate some of these names now. Page 5. I beat PUBG. Decent name for it. A tier. Lame. This one, these are both lame to be honest. Lame. If it's a name that's a repeat of a previous name, I'm just not going to mention it. Like All Done, for example, here. Master Cartographer is decent. That's like a solid B tier. The Legend of Saburo Jinguchi. Thing is, I don't remember the name enough to know this character's name, but I suppose that's like decent enough of a thing, so that's B tier. Stumbler is decent. That's B tier. Cooper's Prize is a really good name for Sly 1, so that's a solid A tier at least. Maybe even S tier. Ultimate Urban Triumph. Lame, that's like a D tier. The Serve and Protect is obviously S tier in terms of like what it means for Robocop specifically, even though I don't think the game itself is S tier. World Destroyer, decent name for this. A tier, I suppose. Frontier Found for the game called Boss Frontier is actually a good name for that, as much as I don't like this game. That's a solid S tier for me. We're the captains now, that makes sense for the We Are Here expedition to the Friendship. We're the captains of the ship. So yeah, that's a solid S tier. I keep on to change how I'm sitting because, like, this is fucking up my neck having to look over this computer like this the whole time. I Ain't No Buster, solid name. It's an S tier name for San Andreas here. Ultimate Sim Guru is like a C tier, I suppose. Awful Wonderful Idea for French Game is like an S tier name. There Is No Cake is a terrible name for Family Guy because it doesn't even make sense. Like, I get the reference of There Is No Cake. It doesn't make sense for a Family Guy game, so that's a D tier. True Survivor, that's just okay. That's a D tier, I suppose. Home Alone for the Hello Neighbor thing is okay. That's like a C tier. Bug Boy Extraordinaire is a solid A tier for Dexter. Okay, we'll look at more of these, like, as we do a couple more. Here, B, that's fair. Okay, Dragon Ball FighterZ. Great game. I'm terrible at fighting games. That I had a cheesy online section specifically, but outside of that, like, I like the story quite a bit. I like Android 20. The Zenny grind was also bullshit, so this game, unfortunately, I think has to end up in C because it is some really annoying trophies for a good game, because this is a good game for sure. Like, the trophies are just so... Oh, hey, there's Minecraft. I finally found it. Fucking hell. Okay, so as long as Minecraft Dungeons is higher than Minecraft, that's fine. I was trying to find that thing for fucking ages. I don't know why. I guess because the color palette looks very similar to Prismilla too, in terms of like the white and the orange and the background shit. Speaking of Dexter, let's raid Dexter. Dexter feels like a nice spiritual successor to Jak 1 specifically, like the gameplay of Jak 1, more than the rest of the games. And it fills in a very nice gap between Jak 1 and Jak 2, or specifically, more so, it fills in a gap between Jak 2 and Jak 2, the first cutscene and the first cutscene of Jak 2. And it's pretty fun as a PSP title. There's some fun little sequences with the dream fight shit. Some side characters you've never seen before, which is kind of weird, but like in terms of like we just never know anything about them in the main games. But then it does include some things of like characters from previous games, like it tries to link Uyghur from Jak 3 over to Jak 2, which is cool. Does some more stuff with Arrow, which is pretty good. So it's like a solid A tier game. It's not like the best controlling game, so it's... We're gonna skip this guard treble song so we can move on to the next song here. Because it's the same song, but they're like two different versions of it, and it's, I don't know, they're not like different enough for me to want to listen to the same song twice in a row. Okay. But yeah, very good game. Battlefield 1. I think that's I've never played much Battlefield at all. I've only played Battlefield 1 its completion 100%. And if we're talking about the 100% completion of this game, like the DLCs, this game would rate a lot lower. I'm just gonna be real with you right now. Because with the dead servers and like having to rent servers and some of the like really fucking annoying trophies, this would rate probably like C tier. But if we're just counting the main game trophies are very easy to do with the Platinum. And this game's story is fantastic, and the gameplay is a lot of fun, as someone who hasn't really played a whole lot of Battlefield. So Battlefield 1, I think, honestly, gets like pretty high up on A tier for just the Platinum experience. Yeah, I think that's about reasonable. AVGN 1 and 2 is cool. I like the series of AVGN. I think the gameplay is fun. It's not really one to go back to a shitload, but I like that the different sections of the games are like, oh, here, you know, here's a different type of Atari world, or like NES inspired world, or whatever, and the soundtracks are different enough for them. They're pretty cool. I had a lot of fun playing this when I played it. So this is probably like low end of A tier. Ghostbusters, the video game, kind of does something similar that the Back to the Future video game does, where it's like a pretty good continuation of the franchise. Especially when you're grabbing like people from the franchise to voice some shit for it. And it's written like close in conjunction with like the actual, I guess, original writers and such. So the Ghostbusters video game is very much that. I never played the PS3 version, so I didn't have to worry about online trophies. Obviously in the past I've mentioned like it sucks when online trophies are taken out of it, like I would rate it lower in general. But in this case, if the online doesn't actually work anymore, then I don't really mind online being taken out of it. Because the crux of this gameplay is just the main story, which is I guess also true in a sense to Red Dead, but Red Dead you can still play even to this day right now. And I feel like it wouldn't be that hard to make the multiplayer move over. Same thing with, I guess, Ghostbusters to an extent, but whatever. There are some annoying trophies, like the not doing too much damage trophy to the city. But overall, I think the Ghostbusters game is a really good continuation. Where the fuck did I just drop it off? Oh, there it is. Yeah, I think there's some minor flaws. I think that's a good place to have it, to be honest. Alright, let me, we'll go back through and do more in the next page of, like, names of trophy platinums. All In is okay, that's like a C tier. Dynast is, it's okay, it's B tier, I guess. Architect is kind of lame for Devil in Me. It makes sense, but like, I don't know, C tier. A Symphony of Horror trophies is decent for Until Dawn. I suppose that's a B tier. Mankind's Brightest for Deliver to the Moon is pretty good. That's like an A tier. Perseverance Pays Off is a little generic, so that's like a C tier. Personal Growth is okay for Grease. Still a little generic though, so C tier. Sparking is like an S tier for Sparking Zero for sure. Trophies Are a Girl's Best Friend is, I like that name. It doesn't really do much for the Mel Helsinger thing specifically, besides the fact that you're playing as a girl, obviously, as a girl demon character. But, you know, it has personality to it for sure, so I think it's willing. I'm willing to give it like a B tier. Astronomical is a great name. Astro-nomical for Astrobot, that's definitely an S tier name. We Did It Dax is a much better Jack 1 Platinum name. That's at least an A tier, possibly an S, but we'll say A tier. War General for War Theater is actually a pretty decent name, that's an A tier. Goat, as in Greatest of All Time, is obviously a fantastic name for Ghost Sim, so that's an S tier. Coffee and Chill is a great name for Coffee Talk, definitely fits the vibe of the game quite a bit, that's an S tier. I got an award for the Patrick Star game, is definitely an S tier. Duck King is okay for Placid Duck. Maybe if it said Ducking Awesome or something, like making a joke on that, maybe. I'd give it S tier, but otherwise it's an A tier right now. I'm Proud of You Cowboy is like a solid A tier for Toy Story 2, maybe an S tier. You're My Favorite Deputy. That's an S tier one, I'll give you that. Pinball Wizard is decent for a pinball game, that's a solid A tier. Spooktacular for the Monster High game, that's just okay, that's a... I guess because it works with what it is, a B tier I suppose. Brotherhood of Thieves is it's too close to the Band of Thieves, it's just kind of whatever for that, so I'll give it like a C tier. Party Adventurer is kind of a lame name for this, this is a D tier. Grandmaster for this big story doesn't even make sense with it, so that's a D tier. Okay, then we'll do page 3 next, but let's do more rating games. Edith Finch is cool as someone who lives in the Pacific Northwest, seeing like by like when I first start the game and seeing like the trees and such, like the, what do you call it? The climate, not the weather. What's it called? Like the like seeing the nature, I guess? I don't know, there's like a certain word I'm trying to think of that I can't fucking think of right now. Seeing the... What the fuck is that word? Like, just seeing what the world looks like around the area makes sense. Like, oh, that's, you know, it's very foresty and it looks pretty accurate to like the actual area that I've lived in my whole life, essentially. So that's cool. I think the story's cool. Like this cursed family, is it actually cursed or is it more like self-inflicted sort of deal? Like as a mental state, like that's cool. All different ways that people are dying. Like, neat story. Cool way to go about it. I highly recommend that game. Obviously short and sweet, but still, I recommend the game for sure. Middle A tier. Hunt Showdown. This game, so the only main issue I have with this game, first of all, how much they expect you to do in Soul Survivor is a little bit absurd, but more importantly, the fucking MMR situation in this game is really rough. In the sense that like you get stuck in high MMRs and it's hard to like go down to like a natural one. Otherwise, like I get like a 4 MMR, 5 MMR. I usually sit around those. Sometimes go up to 6, but usually sit around like a 5, 4.5 sort of deal. And just like constantly getting put with like teams of 6, and it's a pain in the ass. Other than that, like it's a pretty solid game. Like I would say, I'd probably put minor flaws and put it pretty high up. This is one of those games, multiplayer games I still play for fun, which are far and few between. Because I'm more of a single player guy for the most part, but you know, there's some games I play like Save the World and Hunt Showdown and Black Ops now, because they brought it back, of course. Okay. Did we not just do this song? No? I guess we didn't. The Last of Us Part 2. I don't think it's as good as Part 1, and I think it's too long. I don't really care about the side plot line between like the two warring factions outside of like Abby's side too much. And I think her story takes too long and kind of drags away from like the main focus of the game. I do think the Lev stuff and this, you know, Lev's sister is very cool, but like the rest of it just feels like it takes too long to reach that point. And also I feel like with Ellie specifically, like especially with the ending, it seems kind of weird in the sense that I don't mind that she changes her mind, but I hate that it seems like she changed her mind at the very last second, not because she's been conflicted the whole time, but because she seems like 99.99% of the time she's just go, and then she's changed her mind at like the literal last possible moment for seemingly no reason. Like, I just don't buy it. She should have been more conflicted about it. especially because she wasn't conflicted about that point or until that point, and the one individual was tied up and could easily just kill that individual tied up, but instead didn't untied and then got into a fight, which doesn't make sense. I mean, there is a part that makes a little bit of sense in terms of like I need to prove I'm better, but it's like lame otherwise. Like it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense for it. That's my main complaint with it. Also, they don't have multiplayer, which Last of Us 1 multiplayer is a huge part of why I like The Last of Us 1. But yeah, the gameplay is obviously better for the most part. It obviously looks better, controls better. I think aspects of the story are better. I don't mind the big spoiler thing that happens near the beginning. Some people take issue with that. It totally makes sense. I'm fine with the way it happened entirely. Like, character definitely had it coming for years now. And I like that character, don't get me wrong. So it's not like I hate the character or anything, but like, yeah, that character, like, absolutely that character was gonna fucking get got, essentially. I'm trying to be as vague as possible to not do spoilers, but yeah, that's the kind of situation I find The Last of Us 2 to be, compared to The Last of Us 1. Where the hell did I just drop it off at? Oh, there it is. Probably more like a little bit more middle of the pack, I guess. The fucking Yakuza games. Alright. Before we talk about Hollow Knight, let's do some more of these. Okay, page 3 of the Platinum stuff. Let's go. Arborian Hero? That's kind of a dumb name. D tier. Power Couple is an amazing name for It Takes Two. S tier. King of Games is an amazing name for Yu-Gi-Oh! Platinum. S tier. Picture Perfect is a great name for a trophy for Life Strange Double Exposure. S tier. The Dream Fulfilled for Yakuza 5, decent name, that's a B tier. I'm Just a Guy Who's a Hero for Fun, that's a fantastic name for One Punch Man. S tier. Farnsworth's Best is a good name for Thank Goodness You're Here, that's probably S tier. All the Goat is not as good as just calling it Goat. But it's an okay name, that's like a C tier. Legend of the West. Normally the Legend ones are kinda lame, but Legend of the West is something that you would actually hear. It's one of the things where it's just not, it doesn't feel like it's just tacked the word legend on. So like that's a solid A tier, maybe an S tier. Full Wormage is a okay name, I guess it's a little gross, but fine. A tier. Masterpieces is a lame name for this whole thing, it's just like B tier. Pure Platinum, this is just Platinum, but with like a word pure in front of it. I'm just gonna keep it F tier because it's pretty much the same thing. Is That All You Got is a great name for a Platinum. A tier. Actually, I'm going to say S tier, fuck it, why not? One Sponge to Rule Them All, I guess, is A tier. He doesn't really rule anything, so I don't know why it says rule, but... Because I know it's the joke of one ring to rule them all, but I don't know what... Like what? Just Another Day of the Office, decent name, that's a B tier. Federated, decent name in terms of the ghost story, that's like a C tier. Bang On Baller, for the name of the game is not too bad, so that's like a B tier, but like... Actually, we'll say it's an A tier. It's fine. Thank You for Playing is nice, but it has a nice gesture to have, but like it's a good trophy name. A tier. Remayo is a... Oh, that's just the name of the game, actually, to be fair. Never mind. Platinum Acorn, I mean, I know it says Acorn, but otherwise, it's pretty much just the same thing. Bordermaster, again, it's just like the word master, but at least it's a border master, which is kind of E tier, I guess. Completionist, but this one has a K, that's at least... That's like a C tier, just because, like, That is something that you would see in a Mortal Kombat thing. Ace of Spades. I don't know why it's called Ace of Spades. Off the top of my head, C tier, I guess. World War I hero makes sense. That's a really good name for this. S tier. Celebrate is an okay thing, but it's like it's kind of lame actually. D tier. What doesn't kill you? ... is a great name for like a horror game like this from Supermassive for the Glory. Although I feel like that can apply to literally every single Supermassive game, so we're gonna say C tier, even though it's decent. Let's just say B tier. Actually, fuck it. It is decent. The End of War is a good name for Advanced Warfare. That's like S tier. Mouse-tastic for Epic Mickey is definitely like a... That feels like a Mickey name, so that's S tier. Millie Memory Complete Master is a lame name. That's D tier. Alright, sorry, I'm back now. Orion, what's your favorite game out of all the games so far? I mean, Jak and Daxter is obviously favorite. If we want to go favorites, we just look at like what I have listed as the my PSN profiles, what I have in my trophy cabinet. I try to include like one game in some of my favorite games all the time. Dishonored 2, Yakuza 0, Last of Us Remastered, Fallout 3, GoldenEye 007 Reloaded, Kingdom Hearts 2, Godfather 2, Bully, Hat in Time, Jak and Daxter 1. I guess not pictured here would be like Black Ops 1, what else? There's some other games here and there, but those are just like some of the major ones. I'm pretty sure I did a tier list one time on a video, so like I could always watch that video, but yeah, those are just like a good amount to go for like initial thoughts, I guess. Alright, let's do another thing here. Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight is definitely an S tier game, that's no doubt. Story's cool, artwork's great, the amount of gameplay aspects are really great, and we can't include Pantheon here because that's DLC. Actually, can we? Is Pantheon part of the... Pantheon's part of the main game here, right? Because it is DLC, but I think it was after... I think it has to be part of the main game because this is a PlayStation release, which included all of it as part of the main trophies. Yeah, because there's no DLC trophy, so I guess I do have to consider the DLC for this. Yeah, the Pantheon shit's fucking amazing. The Grim Troop stuff's amazing. The different fights and like different variants of it, like Dream versus Not, is cool. The different charms to really customize your gameplay is amazing. The platforming aspects are fun. The fighting stuff, pogoing is fun. There's just a lot of shit that's fun in this game. Highly recommend. So yeah, it's an easy S tier. In fact, I'd probably put it. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Yep. Yes. Yes. Probably, yeah. Probably about right there. I think that's reasonable. And then just the Yakuza games. But before we do the Yakuza games, let's go through one more set of 50 trophies. Mr. Moneyback's Successor is an okay name, that's C tier. Perfection Achieved is decent on C tier, I suppose. Certified Platinum. Normally, if you just have the word Platinum in there, like if it's just Certified Platinum, this would be a dumb name, but because you're a DJ, and so that's actually a thing that can happen with records, in CDs and such, where your album is Certified Platinum, that's actually a really fucking good name, so that's an S tier. In 99% of context, that would be a dog shit name, but it works really well for this. 100% clear is lame, F tier. A Wolf, D tier, I guess. VE, I don't remember what it's called this for this platinum, but I don't know. D tier, I guess. That's just the name of the game. The Fight is About Survival is a decent name for the Tekken. But it's a little like it doesn't really scream Tekken too much. Besides the fact that it's just a random sentence. Like all the trophies are, including it has a period, which is very odd usually. Like usually trophies don't have it for title trophies anyway. Title of the trophies, rather. So, I don't know, that's like a C tier, I suppose. All your loved ones. That's an okay name. But I think it only works because of the description where it's like, hey, you got all the trophies, and that's great, but people have been asking about you. Are you okay? Like, it's kind of a package deal with that. But yeah, we'll include like B tier for it. Sorry, where was I at? Sorry, I was looking at something that was sent to me on Discord. Full Throttle. Okay, that's just the name of the game. Whatever. Savior of Galmer. I suppose that's like a B tier because that's probably the name of the place for medieval. It's decent. Graceful Rescue is okay for Alone of Dark 2. That's like a C tier. Extremely good player. That's solid for 2 extreme. That's fair. That's like a solid A tier. Maybe S tier even. Calypso's Favorite is a good name for Twisted Metal 3. Probably S tier. Too Twisted for Calypso. That one's kind of weird because Calypso is not the host of Twisted Metal 4 specifically. Right? Because like, I think Sweet Tooth is the one that hosts the games for Twisted Metal 4. I feel like it doesn't make a whole lot of sense besides the fact that Calypso is re-entering the fights, I guess. Unless I'm mistaken, but I think that's the case. But I don't know, I mean it says Twisted and it says Calypso in it, so I think that's reasonable to say B tier. Perfect Rabbit tier is okay, that's a B tier, I guess. Elegant Mystery for Mist is not too terrible, but it's pretty vague, so it's like a C tier. Keeping Wanto in Business is a good Star Wars one. I guess that's like a B tier. Maybe an A tier, I guess we'll go with. In Honor of Ellie is a great one for Up, that's an S tier. Perfection Achieved, like haha, it's cat. The game's called Cat Shmee if you can. The C-A and T are capitalized on the actual artwork. It's an okay pun, like C tier, I guess. Clone Wars veteran makes sense to be a veteran of the Clone Wars. That's pretty reasonable, S tier. Chosen One, it's kind of vague, C tier. Pendragon is okay for high guard, C tier, I guess. Mastery of the Spiral. That's kind of a shit name for Little Nightmares, to be honest. That's a C tier. Actually, that's a D tier. Fuck that shit. The New Dragon is a fantastic name for like a dragon. That's S tier for sure. Subarn? Subam? Subam, sorry. Well, it's definitely unique. I forget exactly. Is that like a type of dish from the game? Like, I kind of forget some of the names of the dishes. I more so remember what it looked like. I guess if it is the name of a dish in the game, we'll say A tier. Rockstar doesn't really work with Leisure Suit Larry, but it's like, I like the trophy image with it, but like, I don't know, Rockstar is kind of just like a generic one that's like a C tier. Okay, and then we'll do the last set here once we finish these Yakuza ones. Maybe halfway through, actually, we'll see. Oh, it's just replaying songs here. Fuck. Whoever made this soundtracks kinda shouldn't be. There's too many songs that are too similar to each other back to back, which are technically different songs, but like, come on now, we just want the main shit. Yeah, let's go with like the worst. We'll go in order of what I think is worst to best Yakuza game. The worst is definitely 5 because it's way too fucking grindy. So yeah, it's mid just because it's not like a bad game, but it's a really annoying trophies in a good game. So yeah, it's like massively fucking grindy as shit. Plus I don't like the way that the story went with Haruka at the very end. It doesn't make sense to give up on that specific aspect when she spent the entire game not doing that. And there wasn't really like a whole lot of confliction with it. She just kind of like gives up after getting what she wanted. Which doesn't make a lot of sense like at all. Eventually I'll be able to eat through all this chili. Yeah, the fact you had to grind the Coliseum with 4 fucking different characters is nothing short of insanity. Fuck you. We're never gonna use this playlist again when I listen to Jack 2 songs. Anyway, the next worst game I think is gonna be Yakuza 3 here. It just controls like ass, dude. The fact that every enemy blocks is terrible. The fact that the graphics are easily the worst, obviously, of the grouping. I know they made a Kiwami 3, but there's a lot of issues with that too, and I'll never play that game. Unless it's happening, if it's like given to us for free on PlayStation Extra, or like Plus or something, then like maybe I would do it. But I would never like pay money to those motherfuckers for that. But Yakuza 3 is easily the worst of the group. The only thing I like is like the story stuff in Okinawa. Like the main story of the Black Monday is like, as much as it's funny to hear that pronunciation and also hear the random English CIA guy, everything else about the story there sucks. The hostess all the minigames are like in their first iteration, which they had to exist somewhere. So it makes sense. So like, okay, 3 introduced like karaoke, for example. So yeah, it sucks, but like it's the first karaoke, so it makes sense, but it still doesn't make it. And, like when you're over in Kiwami 2 down to like regular Yakuza 3, even though it's remastered, I guess, it's fucking rough. So we'll include like 3 over here, I guess. Alright, a few more games. I think... Yakuza 6. I don't know what order would I do afterwards. I know the top ones I would have. Like, spoiler alert, I guess let's do some of the top ones here next. The top one is Yakuza 0, and that's like a solid. There are some issues with some of how grindy some of it is, like the catfight trophy stupid, and like some of the dragon tiger stuff stupid, but like, the vast majority of this is fucking great, and it deserves to be pretty high, top of the list sort of deal. So many great minigames, so many great songs, the story's fantastic, the combat's great. Like, this is almost like a damn flawless game. So it's pretty high. And then just below it is Yakuza Like a Dragon. The only thing that drags this down a bit more is it's a little too grindy. Yeah, we're definitely never using this playlist ever again for some of these songs. Where the fuck did Like a Dragon? I think Like a Dragon has to be like right around here, the fucking B tier, just because of the fact that it's too much grinding with the leveling. The leveling's all over the place, and some of the enemies are very spongy. Which it's their first RPG, so there's gonna be some issues. But like, there's some enemies that you just essentially label as tanks, and they're spongy even though you're way past their level. And plus the difficulty spike in a specific story bit is kind of ridiculous. That said, it's an amazing game, and the fact that it does very little standing on the previous games, like it carves its own path, is incredible. Like, it's very surprising. You could 100% play Like a Dragon without playing any of the other Yakuza games and still very much enjoy it and not really be lost at all. At least not more than the game expects you to be lost. So that's cool. Yakuza 6. I liked the story a lot in Yakuza 6. The gameplay was fine for the most part. It's pretty standard Yakuza. We're kind of just hitting the point where it's just like standard-ass Yakuza. It's not as high as Yakuza 0, and in fact, it can't be as high as Like a Dragon either. It's definitely higher than fucking Yakuza 3 and 5, though. I think that's about right, to be fair. It's not as good as 7, but yeah, it's like not too shabby, I guess. We'll move it like down more towards here, I guess. The story is a lot better, but some of the other shit's kind of lacking a bit. 4, on the other hand, has like a really good story too. Plus Akiyama the goat is obviously there. One of the best characters. Yeah, I think I'd like to keep 4 there, to be fair. In Kiwami 1 and Kiwami 2, where will we rank those? We'll find out in a second as we go back to ranking the names of these platinums. Spider Eye Lamb, I think, is just, I don't know, D tier, I guess. It doesn't really tell me Outlast Trials whatsoever. Tekken Fanatic as a Tekken 6 trophy is pretty good, B tier. Maybe even A tier, actually. Secrets Revealed for Etchy Secrets is an okay title, that's like a C tier. Grandmaster for Chest Platinum, that makes sense, obviously. Little passe, I suppose, but like S tier, sure, why not? Art of Hollowness, great name for Hollow Knight, S tier. Room to Dream, good name for Dream Parking Lots, that's an S tier. Gun in the Office, that's kind of lazy, that's B tier. On a Roll, that's kind of interesting because they're obviously referencing the previous Paw Patrol game, Paw Patrol on a Roll, like the first Paw Patrol game. This is obviously like the 4th or 5th Paw Patrol game. So it's not bad as a callback, so we'll say like a C tier. Platinum Rat, it's kind of whatever. We're gonna skip ahead more in this play. I keep having to skip in this fucking playlist. Super BN for Dora is pretty good, that's an S tier. Chow Chow, I think is what it's trying to say. Like, I think that's how you pronounce that. It's Chinese, but like, I don't know if it's like, I don't know what that says unless it's like Chow as in like goodbye, which I think is a different language. What the fuck is happening with this audio? The hell? Is that my end? I don't know what happened there, that's really weird. I think maybe whoever uploaded that fucked up the audio. Really strange. Anyway, sorry. Way to Go Barbie is just whatever his name, that's like a C tier I suppose. Lame. Perfect Aim is decent for Toy Sword Mania, but it doesn't really say much about the game, so that's C tier. Twisted Champion is a good name for Twisted Metal 1, that's A tier I suppose. Get to Calypso, good name for Twisted Metal 2. We'll say A tier, maybe, yeah. Nah, we'll say S tier, fuck it, we'll say all those are S tier besides Twisted Metal 4. Besides Twisted Metal 4 is one. Yeah, that one's kind of lazy. All the Ways Out is kind of lazy too for a way out. Crushing Victory for Etchy Crush is just an okay one, it's a C tier. Traveler's Chosen is decent for Destiny 2, that's like, we'll say S tier, fuck it actually. That's pretty good. If you know what the Traveler is, then obviously that's pretty good. Sustained Force Love is just okay for Faye, that's a S, or a C tier rather. Red Thread is a good name for an Unravel, that's an A tier, maybe even S tier. Saved the World, it's almost lazy, but the fact that like, hey, we saved it, I think puts it up to A tier personally. Roadmaster is okay for Music Drive, that's, I don't know, like C tier. True Fan is kind of a lazy one for the Monopoly thing, that's D tier. It doesn't, like, what makes you a true fan? The fact that you did Monopoly? Yeah. Voodoo Voodoo is obviously S tier in terms of like the reference to the first game and Zambia in general. Caretaker's a good name for Neva, that's B tier. That's Big Trophy. The fact that every single trophy in Big Block has the word big in front of it is pretty good, but the fact that it says Big Trophy is kind of like eh. And then obviously the Black Ops ones are lazy, so that's all of those finally. Now let's finally finish out this fucking tier list so I can go watch Devon for a couple hours. Yeah, I think Kiwami 1's stronger than Kiwami 2, even though there's aspects of Kiwami 2 that are better, like in terms of like the graphics and some of the gameplay aspect. The Kwame one has mostly better everything, except for the final enemy, who's like the final boss, the secret hidden, what do you call it, the secret hidden, like, evil villain at the end of the story is lame as fuck. Super fucking lame. This playlist sucks. Okay, we're just gonna pause the music, fuck it, we're just gonna finish this out here. Yeah, Kwame 1, like, is most, it just feels like Yakuza 0, like, 0.5 essentially, that's just a continuation of Yakuza 0. Like a nice little, like, an epilogue to it, I guess, to an extent. Obviously it's more than that, much more than that, but like, that's kind of what it feels like. In terms of how much I enjoyed the game, I would say Like a Dragon's definitely higher than those, but in terms of like a Dragon has some issues that I think drag it down a bit in terms of like how I would rank these things. So that's generally the let's put these back down to where they were supposed to be. So yeah, here are all the platinums I repeated in the sense that like I earned these platinums an additional time, so that there was no point in me like mentioning them yet again. I'm just stopping it for a second here to get to, yeah, so about there. So those that I've shown, obviously. This is the F tier, which is AI games, slop games in general, and cash grabs. So it's going to be everything in this like light blue tier, which isn't that much to be honest. I mean, obviously if you counted some of the repeat plats, it would, but like whatever. This is what 1, 2. It says 11, so 11, 22. Damn, my stomach all growled there. I gotta finish this chili eventually, which I'll do after stream, but take one more bite at least. 33, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54. So 54, so yeah, you know, about like, about 10%. Hey, what? Coach Sam Chang? What were you playing? Actually, I know what you were playing, but I'll do the shout out anyway, because it's important. You were playing Marble Rivals, because I can see it in the corner. This guy, welcome in. Sorry, we paused the music just a moment because we were pretty close to being done here, but I'm just doing this shout like the finish up. These are the bad game tier. So games that are either like actual bad games or they just have really, really annoying aspects of trophy hunting shit. So that's why PUBG's down here, because fucking the PUBG team breaks their fucking trophies every year. These trophies were broken for 8 months. Yeah, welcome in everybody. Hi, I'm Ryan the Otzel, Trophy Hunter on PlayStation, Achievement Hunter, whatever. Let me swap over to quickly showcase what that entails. We got the 20,000th total trophy I've ever earned in the stream, including that was platinum number 500 as well. For the Black Ops 1 for the PS4 and PS5 stack. On gaming tonight, or just talking about gaming? No, I'm pretty close to being done. I mean, I've fucking yapped for 7 hours. Definitely no gaming tonight. I'm just gonna chill after stream, but a little bit longer. Thank you very much to Milky Pud for coming in as well. And anyone else who came in with the raid, feel free. Sam, obviously, people end raids because, or they raid out because they, gotta go do some stuff IRL, whether it's sleep, eat, decompress after stream, go take a shit, whatever, feel free to, if you need to. Otherwise, we would very much enjoy having you here as we wrap things up. But yeah, did I just make you? Yeah, you're VIP now, by the way. Milky Put is day one. Oh, as in like day one person watching? That's cool. We'll put like a little bit of music on, I guess, real quick, as I finish this up. Let's do, Goldeneye. Egyptian music. There we go. Then we should be pretty close to finishing up the stream after this. But yeah. So let me swap back over to the tier list thing that I was doing. So yeah, these are all the C, like, mid-tier games. Like, they're either mid games or they were good games, but they had, like, annoying-ass trophies associated with them. So, for example, like, what's a good game that has, like, annoying trophies, so it dragged it down a bit? Some of the Yakuza games are like that. Epic Mickey's definitely like that a lot. Destiny 2 is like that. Speaking of Destiny 2. Yes, you're fully aware of the Destiny 2 or B tier is just they're enjoyable, but they either have annoying trophies or some gameplay aspects are a little annoying, or they're just like generally enjoyable, but they don't really excel too much. So that includes all these games here. So a game that would otherwise be higher but has like annoying aspects to it would be something like I mean, Wild Rift 3 has some cool shit. Like a Yakuza Like a Dragon definitely fits that bill for sure. Dead Island 2, I guess to an extent does. Fallout 4 definitely does. Etc, etc. A tier is they have minor flaws. Or at the very least they're like great, but like they're not like top tier. So they're just shy of perfection. Maybe not perfection, but like they're just shy of being like, holy shit, this is like a game-changing, amazing shit. Yeah, this is a 007 soundtrack. Is he Red Dead? Down in the bottom tier? Red Dead? No, Red Dead's up, Red Dead's right here in S tier. Sorry, some of these are zoomed in because I'm taking these from... You might have seen some of these, like, looking at Red Dead, so like Dead Island 2. This is Minute. This is Call of Duty Ghosts. So some of these, like, white text, black background ones are gonna... Oh, I put those in the wrong tier, that's my bad. But these should be in the... Sorry, there's two of these. Some of these are AI, like, slop bullshit that I did because they're free games, and this is, like, me when I did a secondary stack of the game. So I played it on PS3, and then I also played it on PS4. Thank you for catching that. I accidentally put it in the wrong tier. Because these two are right next to each other. So, I must have, as I was dragging it through... I'm doing this on a trackpad, so there's probably a couple of mistakes. My mistake. They should be properly under the repeat platinums. Because yes, the actual how I feel about Red Dead is actually S tier, as indicated by this. That is a fair call out. I totally missed that. Yeah. We can do another soundtrack song from. I thought we'd be done a little bit quicker than that. We'll do the Aztec one. Okay, what do we got here? Let me go back to the bullshit. It's very interesting to hear that take. I think it's an amazing game. I think the minor stuff complaints maybe with like some of the, like you fall off a tiny little bit and your character fucking just slides off a hill type shit, but otherwise like the story's fantastic, told in a beautiful way. But there's so much content that fills in the world. And it does feel obviously like there's not a whole lot in between certain areas, but that makes sense because it's like the desert, it's harsh. There's a bunch of animals that populate it, of course. You definitely get the feeling people are just like barely skirting by. Main story's great. The characters are very fleshed out. And and one thing I didn't mention earlier, but I do like, is that when you finally get to the part with the family, you actually get a lot of time with the family. Like, I feel like in most games they would have just sped that process up to get to the end bit. But you actually spend like a portion of the game with the family to the point where it feels like things might actually work out here. They don't, but like, it definitely gets that take. And obviously at the very end, like the very last thing of like, here's the side mission with the cycle of violence continuing throughout the next generation is very poignant, of course. Trying to break free from like growing up in a shitty environment just to end up passing it down, unfortunately. But yeah, this is all the A tier shit. And of course, so the only thing they're like, okay, there's like certain things that have like a couple little flaws, like I guess Black Ops 2 is a good example. Like San Andreas has like a few minor flaws. I'd actually agree with putting San Andreas up to S tier, if we're being honest. Yeah, I'd feel more comfortable there. And the S tier is this shit here. And this is the, I just like use console commands when the game allowed it, or I used a second controller like Rocket League. Or like some shit like that. So these games, I mean, we just like straight up cheated on it. So it wasn't fair for me to rate them. Otherwise, we're good to go. Anyway, 500 Platinums, woo! If we scroll down here, you'll see that milestones, obviously this one just says latest plat, but 20,000 trophies was also the 500 Platinum. Likewise. 200th Platinum, it was also 10,000 trophies, so that was another cool thing I did. Will we do the same thing? Will we eventually hit 30,000 trophies in a few years? Who knows? I don't know. It just happened to work out. If it doesn't happen to work out, I'm not going to worry about it. I knew I shouldn't have only went one song back. Anyway, that's the end of GoldenEye, the soundtrack.
Son of a bitch.
Thank you very much for the follow, Milk. Alright, I've been streaming for like fucking 7.5 hours. I think I'm good. In terms of, let's just talk about what happens next stream. It'll be in a few days. I do need to do this game over here, if I can show it. Let me swap back over to the gameplay. This is a game I got on Press Engine. I'm not thinking it's going to be a great game. It's like a review copy game, so we'll see. We'll give it a chance for like a horror game. Other than that, in terms of like an actual, like when we're going to get back to actual like stream stuff normally, it'll be the next stream after that, which will be the community goal, which was reached, which was play Deadliest Catch on PS3. For the reason that people want to watch me suffer, of course, and they donated channel points to that, so we'll get back to that. Probably try to do some other games in between that, like where it's not just all Deadliest Catch for like the rest of all time until I eventually get 100% trophies. So maybe we'll throw some other game in between. I'm not sure what yet, but I'll figure it out. But yeah, the next 2 streams are pretty well planned over the next week. So I would probably expect to stream, let's say today is what, Tuesday? No, today's Monday. So next stream would probably be Wednesday. I think I might give myself like a little bit of a break after this stream. So no problem. Have a good rest too. Thank you very much. And right before the stream ends, Rafiki takes the VIP badge yet again from another person, in this case, Sam Chang. Coach himself. Did I increase the price last time? Oh, hey, how you doing, Zombie? Sorry, you got kind of lost in the shuffle a little bit. My apologies for missing your message. What have we got? Oh, you know what's funny? I didn't... Okay, Rafiki. So this is my mistake. I guess we'll just have it be the case because it was my... Rafiki, what if we did this? What if I made a channel point, a custom reward, we'll just call it Rafiki. It's 1 point and then you're going to have to buy it because of the reason that I fucked up and I didn't actually increase the price. Which should not be your problem, but it is going to be your problem. I'm just going to call it bruh, so it should be active now. Because I was 1 point off of... So... Spend the... If you would be so kind as to spend the 1 additional channel point so that it is fair on the counting that it was indeed 192 points is what it should have been instead of the 191. Because as we all know, the VIP redeem, of course, increases in price by 1 point every time it's used. So that's fun times. All good. Yeah, I'm doing pretty well, Zombie. This has obviously been a very long stream, so I'm kind of, getting to the end bit here, but... I'm definitely tired. Let's go right out to a certain somebody who is trophy hunting a game that I've been wanting to play forever, and I've been playing it for quite a bit here. For the stream Ritos, it's gonna take me forever if I can catch up with him. And I will force Rafiki to buy that one channel point redeem in due time, eventually, off stream perhaps. But we shall see. But yeah, thanks everyone who showed up, including Zombie, Rafiki, Milky. Thanks for Milky for the follow. Sam, as well as Sam for the raid, of course. Thanks to Mary and Tim and Shane earlier, as well as the possibly robot, but definitely scammer that came in that was trying to get me to buy shit. That's always classic. Thanks to Pikaya. Thanks to Rev. I don't know what, they just came in and said something about Power Rangers and left, but I respected it. Thanks to Rock as well, of course. Horizon. Mua, as well as the raid from Mua, of course. And thanks to anyone who's currently lurking now or was earlier. Those people are appreciated here. You do not have to be a chatter if you don't want to be. You know, or if you just want to, you know, lurk, that's cool too. I do that quite often myself. And yeah, we should see a stream probably Wednesday, I assume, around the same time that I started. There's no way it's going to be like a full 8-hour stream like this, but it is what it is. Have a good night. Hope you stay safe and healthy. Thank you very much, Zombie. I wish the same for you as well. But yeah, catch you next time. And raid. And stop streaming.